Hello. I tried to prepare my stream just now and realized I hadn't even uploaded the other video yet, so I started editing things that weren't even ready to be edited. LOL. We are going to be playing Otome Daoshi. I am going to have another long stream. I am trying to free myself of my encumbrance. I wore this because it's red, and Shaowu is red. He's our chili pepper man. However, it looks dark. It looks really dark. I've been trying changing the light to red to see if it helped, but it didn't. Ooh, so we have at least 6 hours. Hopefully longer. Well, maybe longer. Not hopefully. I mean, we'll see. Each story has been a little bit different. It's interesting because we almost got through all of Howdown's on our first stream, and that was including a 3-hour tutorial, and that was an 8-hour stream. So I'm not really sure how long it actually takes to finish one, but because we are doing a longer stream, we're gonna get our candle going. Our little maybe don't touch that. Don't touch that. Fire safety, guys. Don't touch things with fire. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, God, I do love it. I love it. Obviously, Longli is locked, so we can't do Longli. I also have an energy drink today. What's really funny is we went to the store. I had some errands to run in the morning, so I knew it was going to be starting a little bit later today, which I wasn't thinking it was going to be this late, but I'm easily distracted, and I may have just been playing on my phone for a couple hours. But we went to the store because we bought milk yesterday at Costco, and we got home and realized it was leaking. So I was like, well, we got to go get milk still since we need it because we're making stuff. So we went back and got more. And then on the way back, my sister's like, oh, let's get drinks. Do you want to get a drink? And I was like, yeah, I could use a drink while I'm streaming. I finished it before we got home. It was gone. It was gone. So unfortunately, I have no drink, but that's okay. So we're going to start with Shaowu. Also, if my button pressing is weird tonight, what? Did he fight a bear? Tell and confession. Oh. Do you think we're pretty? That's really the only thing that matters. Oh, let me turn the sound on. Aha. I muted everything again. It has an actual song that plays when we first start, so it always gets in very loudly. This is a brand new one, so this is going to be interesting. We'll see how it goes. Alright, a few weeks had passed since the Tournament of Valor was cancelled. I almost assume his will be shorter only because he doesn't talk as much. That's just an assumption. We haven't started yet. I spent it quietly with Mimi at the house in the Western District. That was the last of the chores, right, Mimi? I wonder when Grandpapa will get home. There was a reason I hadn't been doing much these last few weeks. Grandpa had been asked by the king himself to investigate the assassinations of those martial artists. He hadn't been home once since the preliminaries. I hope Hadon is okay too. Hadon probably was taken in. It had been a week since he shared the news. Oh, also Sunday is going to be, I'm going to stream on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday I have a morning stream I have planned. I'm saying this in advance so everyone's prepared because it might not be a very long stream. It might just be a few hours. And I'm going to be redoing my bedroom on Saturday, which means I'm taking everything off these bookshelves so I can move the bookshelves again because I had a vision. We did this very quickly. My room is divided in half with the bookshelves right now, and unfortunately I'm feeling too claustrophobic. I'm not exactly the most claustrophobic of people, but I feel like I bump into too much stuff right now, and it's because of how the bookshelves are. So we're going to be moving the bookshelves around in this room. So my room might not be divided in half anymore. I kind of liked it just because then I have separation between like my desk and my bed, which is nice. But unfortunately, the separation is making me bump into the walls too much, and I feel like I'm in a very small space, even though this is like the biggest room in our house. So Saturday, shorter stream. Sunday we'll have a stream, but it might be a very late stream. And it also might not be for very long because I'm going to finish moving the bookshelves if I don't finish it all on Saturday. If I finish it all on Saturday, great, we'll have a morning stream. If not, it'll be a Sunday evening stream, and it'll be probably a short one because I'll probably be tired. And then for the next 4 days in the morning, I'm going to try and do at least a 2-hour stream each morning. My goal is always 4 hours in the morning streams. I try to get up at 8 a.m. Sorry, at 7 a.m. so I can start a stream at 8 a.m. and stream until noon. But I want to be realistic with my body and myself and not like overextend myself. So it's probably going to be a mix of things. I'll probably have a Pokopia one. I'll probably do Shihana, and then I got a code for a game to play called I'm Making a Monster, which I'm going to probably play tomorrow morning. So I'm going to try and make that one a little bit longer, but just so I might have a stream every day this week is basically what's happening. But it won't guarantee that it's gonna be a 4-hour stream. Today's a 4-hour stream at least, which is why I lit the candle. It's how we know it's gonna be a 4-hour stream. If the candle's lit, it means I'm gonna be here for 4 hours. So for preparation, I will post this on Discord like with my plans for each day. 2 of those days actually might be Pokopia. One of those days will probably be Shihana. I decided I'm going to try and finish Otome Daoshi before I start anything else, just because Otome Daoshi was on the list before Shihana. And Shihana kind of took over. I was not streaming as much last month as I intended to because of work and because of vacations. I went on vacations at the end of May, and I say vacations because we went to multiple places in May. And then June I picked up a lot of shifts, which was great because I got to help pay towards with my credit cards. We're trying to pay off our credit cards one at a time. So the lowest one is the one we're working on at a time. And so we have one that's getting real close to being paid off, which is great. It makes me really happy. But it also is where all my extra money goes right now. Anywhoosies, that's it. Look for Discord. Look on Discord. There's also a thing on Discord currently posted. I'm so sorry. I'm easily distracted. If you guys would like a copy of an Otome game that's Yuri style, I played it before for my birthday when I did one of my 18-hour streams. I had an extra code from my Humble Bumble. Please check out if you want to get it. You have to go to Discord. You just have to like the post. I'm going to do a little raffle, announce the winner, and then just DM you the code. Do not expect anything but the DM with the code in it. It's a Steam link. Steam code. So you have to have Steam to use it. That's it. That's it. All right, cool. They suspect Yiming? I also bookmarked it. Just in case you guys do go there and you're like, oh, where is it? It's bookmarked. So look for the pins in announcements. I'm pretty sure I put it in announcements. Announcement pins. Yeah, just click on pinned. It's in the pins. So in announcements, pinned with a code link. I'm going to have it run till the 14th. There's already 2 in there. So that means right now they have a 50-50 chance. I don't have a lot of people who are going to comment on there. It's called Blackberry Honey. I played it before. I own it, which is the only reason why I'm like, I don't need a second code. Whew. Yiming had vanished on the day of the tournament. We did everything we could to track him down, but we made no headway. We came to the conclusion that he must have gotten caught up in something. There's not a single clue as to where he might be. That's what the officials find so suspicious about him. No way, has to be a misunderstanding. Yiming was with you the whole day. He was worried that you were nervous. He'd never get involved in something so horrible. I'm with you there. That's why I've decided to venture further out to look for him. If he's in trouble, I want to help him out. Then let me come with you. No, you should stay here. Why? It could be dangerous. I couldn't let you come with me without getting Lee Hyung's permission. Besides, there's a chance that Master might come back at any moment. I want you here as a point of contact. It'll be easier for you to pass a message on to Lee Hyung than to... Okay, I'll stay here and help at Yuan's. That's the place he works. I bet you'll appreciate the extra pair of hands while you're not around. Thanks, it'll be a load off my mind. Hold on, I know you're worried about Yiming, but promise me you won't push yourself too hard. I don't think I'd ever get over if... I know the language. I learned it as a child, but you see the brain. The brain in me. Just get it all backwards. I don't think I'd ever get over it if something happened to you too. I'll be careful. He said, it's like I understand. In response to my anxiety, Hodon gave me his usual sweet smile and a reassuring nod. He's like, yes. Before I could get too swept away in my reverie, I realized what time it was. Yodon's restaurant is opening and we'd better get over there. Oh my god, I couldn't say drumstick today. That just reminded me when I started my words. There was a sign that said drumstick and I kept going drumstick. I couldn't say drum today. Was I dying? Was I having a stroke? Come on, Mimi. I let Mimi up on my shoulder as usual before leaving the house. And then I ran away. Welcome one and all. How about some piping hot pork bows? As I approached, I could see that Yuhan had opened up shop and it was business as usual. Yuhan! Shunlin, here to help out again. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. I actually wish I could have made it here before opening time. Don't be silly. Don't be so silly. No need to fuss over stuff like that when you're working for free. I'm definitely missing Hodon right about now, but I've got the rest of the staff to pick up the slack besides. Today's one of the slower side. Okay. Woo. My eye is itching. Also, I don't know if this picks up. Kinda. There's a little gem on the corner of my glasses and it just gets in my way. I also always see it in my peripherals. I don't know, that's like a trauma thing. I'm looking forward. I can still see my hands right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's, so I can see this always. Yodon always made things easier for me by assigning me the lightest possible duties. Not to mention that I always got a delicious meal with each shift. It barely qualified as work. If anything, I didn't feel like I deserved that lunch. It's probably time we stocked up on a few things. Don't you worry, girl. Like, she never asked me to buy supplies before. There's a popular spice. This one stall in the southern district sells it in the early mornings. We're almost out of it. Haram's usually the one who goes and gets it for me. Can I buy it instead? Need to haggle for a fair price without letting the competition buy it out of the stock. A little tricky if you're not used to it. But I'll be in trouble if I put it off any longer. Yuan heaved a sigh, a sign that one had been quite a pressing problem for her. This had been a pressing problem for her. Then she clapped her hands together like the solution came out of nowhere. Okay, I'm listening. Tell me. Could I ask you to watch the restaurant for a few days, you, Sulin, or I could just go, me? This turned into the story of Tangled. I just really forgot the name just then. Which is crazy, because I was just showing off my candle yesterday that I have. That's my Tangled candle. Meanwhile, I'll head down south to pick up the spice. I'll be back before you know it. But she can't use the trail. If you can just take care of things for me until then, it'll be a huge help. But you can't go. It's too dangerous. Girl, you'll be gone for a week. Back to the last story where our love interest lived in a different city. We could have visited him more. Dangerous? How? They have been a lot of incidents lately. That's why the tournament got canceled. I know the Western District seems peaceful, but I've heard that martial artists are still being murdered in the area. It's too risky to move between them right now. I need the spice to get the flavor right. Let's say the spice all together, guys. All spice. Come on. Oh no, I feel bad for her. If her customers can't get the taste they know and love, she might lose business. Know what? I think I'll go. Shunlin. I'm sure I can manage if you just tell me how to handle the tricky bits. Plus, Otome Daoshi, while I'm still an apprentice, I can use this special shortcut. I feel like maybe one of the other people that work here should have been the person that she asked to stay anyways. Seems sus. You know the Forest of Chiming Souls, right? It'll cut my travel time way down.
臨奮心。それは、キョンシーを故郷に返すための道である。
The Forest of Chiming Souls, a path used by Daoshi to escort Zhang Xi home.
まず侵入方法だが、普通の森の中にある食台が目印となる。そこである儀式を行うと入ることができるのだ。
One must find the candlestick at its entrance in the regular forest. After that, there is a certain ritual that must be
臨奮
performed.
心内は一見するとただの森だが、中は不可思議な空間となっており、通常より短い時間で移動することが可能である。
It might seem like a normal forest at first glance. It occupies a mysterious... It occupies a mystical place, allowing for a much shorter journey between locations. Honestly, I love shortcuts, so...
普通であれば数日、
So look, my
1
little...
週間かかる距離を
He came off.
たったの
He's
数時間
still...
で移
I
動
mean,
で
the
きて
button's
しまう。
there, but he came off, so he's sitting here right now. I gotta find the stickers. This is just being held on by like a little adhesive sticker. Though it might seem like a normal forest at first glance, it occupies a special space that a several day or 1 week trip can be shortened to just a few
し
hours.
かし、その短縮時間は同志の実力により左右される。
The amount of time that can be cut changes based on the Daoshi skill.
熟練の同志ならば、西地区から南地区まで移動するのに1時間程度。
An experienced Daoshi can make the trip between north and southern districts in just 1
見習い
hour.
の春林なら5時間程度となる。
For Shinlin, an apprentice, it takes about 5. Which universe do I actually just try to become a better Daoshi? It'll be quicker and safer if I go Yuhan. Yuhan mulled it over for a bit. True. You are a Daoshi after all. I can't imagine that anytime the Daoshi would have to go between like here and there. I feel like almost like they'd always be like, anybody else want to hitch a ride? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? What a gift.
ならお願いしてもいいかしら。今交渉の時のコツをまとめて教えてあげるからね。
Can I count on you then? I'll teach you everything to know about haggling. I'll handle it. Thank you for your trust.
っていう感じで高い金額で買わされないようにね。金額が絶妙に下がるのを待つのよ。
Make sure you don't get ripped off, okay? You want to wait till they drop the price way down. I got it. I'll do my best. I'll be on my way then. I can make it to the Southern District by this evening if I'm quick. I'll book a room at the inn, buy the spice next morning, and have it back to you the same
わかっ
day.
た。道中気をつけるんだよ。
Sounds good. Have a safe trip, okay?
あんたに何かあったらリーホンさんに顔向けできないからね。
I'd never be able to face Li Hong ever again if I let something happen to you. Don't worry about it. I'll be right back. And so I traveled through the forest of Chiming Souls to reach the Southern District. I spent the night at the inn as planned. And the next day... I'll take it. I don't have it. I don't think I could ask for a fair price on that.
その金額で売った。交渉が上手だね。
You got yourself a deal. You sure do drive a hard bargain, miss. Pleasure doing business with you. I followed all of Yuhan's tips and tricks to get the spice at the fairest price. I feel like she also should have told her what they usually pay. Like, did she? Haggling's kind of fun. I can't believe one item can fetch wildly different prices. I didn't take nearly as much time as I expected either. We should probably head back. Wouldn't want Yuhan to start worrying about us. With Mimi in agreement, I made my way towards the forest. That was the plan anyway. What's up, Mimi? The panda's fur bristled as it pointed to something. A humming man whizzed right by past us. Oh, Mimi, it's just some floating guy. There's no need to be so dramatic. Wait, he was floating? When I realized the ridiculousness of what I just said, I did a double take. He is really floating. Not only that, but he was humming. His face was deathly pale, like there was no blood running through it. Hold on, that's a jiangshi, isn't it? A floating jiangshi? How does that make any sense? While I stayed frozen in shock, Mimi let out a cry and jumped down from my shoulder. If Daoshi... She dashed off into a back street in pursuit of the jiangshi. Wait, Mimi! Is she interacting with that jiangshi? But why? Unfortunately, I completely lost sight of Mimi. I should probably be careful with the jiangshi hanging around. Anyways, I have to find Mimi. And here, I thought spices would be the biggest concern of the day. I ran as fast as I could in the direction I'd last seen my buddy. I ended up diving into an almost deserted alleyway.
わあ、なになに？めっちゃ飛びついてくるやん。
Whoa! What's wrong? Friendly little critter, aren't you?
ああ、かわいいかわいい。元気なパンダちゃんやね。
No, aren't you just the cutest, wiggliest little panda in the whole wide world? I found the jiangshi fawning over the squirming Mimi. Excuse
ああ、
me.
どうもどうも。この子自分のパンダよな。心配して追いかけてきたん？
Hello there. I take it this panda belongs to you. Come after it, huh? Yeah, it ran away out of nowhere.
そっかそっか。ほら、ご主人様が迎えに来たで。
That right? Go on, sweetie. Your mama's here to pick you up. Escaping the Yangshi's clutches, Mimi clambered back to my shoulder. I guess I should say thank you. I'd come here expecting a fight, but he seemed perfectly friendly. It had me in a bit of a loss. He's talks just like a living person, too. Sorry for the trouble. I didn't expect my panda to dart off, so it's kind of got my head
ああ、
head
もしか
start.
して飛ぶキョンシーが珍しくて追いかけてきたん？
Oh, I know. Ain't every day you see a flying Yangshi like me, so it was hankering to come see what I was
驚
about.
かせてごめんな。特殊な道術をたしなんでるから浮くことができんねん。
Sorry to spook you both. This here's a special Daoshi trick I like. It lets me float. Makes sense. But doesn't that attract a lot of attention?
最初はな。でもしばらく飛びまくってたら誰も気にせんようになったわ。
Did at first, but since I kept flying around, people stopped noticing. I guess these people are very open-minded then. Or maybe they don't have a great sense of self-preservation. He sure acts friendly, but I can't let my guard down yet. If I kept up the small talk, he might let something slip. Anyways, thank you for taking care of Mimi, I suppose. I'm Shinlin. What's your name?
僕は霊魂を持ってるキョンシーでシユって言うんや。
You want to know about little me named Shiyu? Yangshi with a soul. Shiyu, Yangshi with a soul.
やらしゅうな。
At your service. It's a pleasure. I'd never met a Yangshi with a soul
ま
before.
あそのあたりにポンポンいるようなもんでもないしな。
The world's not exactly overflowing with us. I guess not. So what are you doing out here? Out for a walk? A float? Sorry.
シユでかまへん。な、ちょっと街の様子を見に来てたんや。
No need for that. I came here to see how things were around these parts.
ほら、最近人間らが騒がしいやん。僕近所の森に住んでるんやけど。
You even seem to be up at arms lately. I live in the forest nearby. Anytime you guys make a racket, I get real curious. Oh, huh. Talk about suspicious. He looks like a powerful Yangshi. He's bound to have more on his plate than wandering around. And judging by the way he talks, he's a stray.
もしかして僕のこと怪しんどる？
I get it. You think I'm fishy, aren't you? No, not at
い
all.
やいや、顔に出てるからわかるで。正直なやっちゃな、自分。
I can tell by the look on your face. One of those folks you can't hide your feelings, huh?
多分パンダちゃんも僕ちんのことを怪しんでるっぽいんよね。すっごい威嚇してきてるから。
That panda probably reckons so too. That's why it's glaring daggers at me. Yeah, It's its hackles raised.
全然怖くないけどな。
It's gotta be the least scary thing I've ever seen. You hurt her feelings.
小動物の心は繊細やね。
The smaller the critter, the thinner its skin.
まあ怪しいと思うなら僕のことを捕まえるなりなんなりしてもええけど。
If you think that's suspicious of me, you could tie me up and drag me off somewhere, you know?
さすがに無抵抗で拘束されるつもりはないで。そもそも僕みたいな特別な教師に単身挑む同志見習いさんはおらんやろ。
I mean, you could take a stab at it. I will warn you that no Daoshi in training has ever tried to take me on and by their lonesome. I paused. How did you know I was in training? I took a necessary step back, ready to whip out a talisman if
さ
necessary.
あ、なんでやろ。
Wouldn't you like to know? I was right, he is suspicious. Maybe I should run, but what about the information I could get out of him? Stuck between two choices, I faltered. Shia must have realized it because he came even closer. A big lump of something came falling down right between us. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust and a figure emerged from within.
随分と意味深な会話をしてんな。
What a fascinating conversation. Shaowu!
へえ。
Oh. Shaowu padded forward, shielding me from Shiyu.
えらいかっこいい登場の仕方やね。何？知り合い？
What a totally awesome way to make an entrance. You two know each other or
お
something?
前みたいな露骨に怪しい男の質問に答えるつもりはね。
You're shady as they come. I don't have to justify anything to you. This is a choice, by the way. The way they drew this was a choice.
気になって後をつけてたが、まさか話せるキョンシーとはな。間違いねえのか。
You caught my attention, so I followed you. A talking Yangshi, though? Do I have that right? Yes, as a Daoshi, I can tell he's definitely a Yangshi. Not only that, but he might have had something to do with the attack at the tournament.
せっかく仲良くなれたと思ったのに。ひどない？
You meanie! That's what I get for trying to be nice. What do you mean nice? You were about to attack me.
そうか。そういうことなら。
Okay, I get what you're saying. Shaowu glared at Shiyu fiercely.
そんな怖い顔で睨まんと。せっかくの男前が台無しやで。
Flip that frown upside down, would ya? Such a waste of your handsome face.
まったく。春林と二人きりで話す計画が台無しやわ。
What a bummer. My plans to get some alone time with Shunlin just went up in
話
smokes.
はまた次の機会にしとこか。ほなまた達者で。
Let's finish our little chat later, okay? Take care. See you real soon. Wait. With a mischievous grin, Shiyu zoomed off high into the sky.
ち、さすがに空を飛ばれちゃ追い
There's
かけ
no
ようがね
chasing
え
him
な。
up there.
あんたが操ってるキョンシーじゃねえのか。
You weren't controlling him then? No, it's true that Daoshi can control Yangshi, but why would I want to drag one around town? Wait, do you think I'm working with Shiyu or something?
シーユ？あのキョンシーの名前か？
Shiyu?
それはない。安心しろ。
Was that his name? No, I don't. Chill. Had me worried for a second. As for why he had decided to trust me, that was a different matter. I'm really glad you showed up, though. There's no way I would have been able to take him on
そ
alone.
うか。
Oh. He looked around to check if Shiyu was really gone before turning back to face me.
春林だったな。今ので恩を売るつもりはないが、あんたに頼みがある。
Your name's Shinlin, right? You don't owe me anything, but I've got a favor to ask you. What is it? I might not owe you, but I'd still like to do something to say thank you.
そうか。それなら、
Alright, come with me.
俺と付き合ってほしい。
I need you. Right, okay, you need me. Excuse me? I was so stunned, I parroted a foreign peddler who'd passed by me earlier. Excuse moi?
聞こえなかったか？俺と付き合ってほしい。
Didn't you hear me? I need you, now. I sucked in a deep breath, working through my racing thoughts. Okay, calm down. It doesn't mean that what I think it means, because there's more to it. Like, when he said I was his girl to get his food faster. Yeah, I mean, we barely know each other, so it's not like he actually means it that way unless he fell in love with me at first sight. Oh my gosh, what if it happened when he saw me fighting or when he spotted me working a stall? Even if he does mean it that way, I can't go nuts over it just because he's totally my type. I gotta rein it in. Rein it in. My brain was working at maximum capacity to get... I had to think for a second. To get my thoughts in order, but it only made me more flustered. Now I had no idea how to react. What do you mean exactly?
言葉通りの意味だ。
What I said. Doesn't he realize his words are open to interpretation? His response didn't help
俺
whatsoever.
にはジョーちゃんが必要だ。
I need you, little lady. Eek! I was seriously about to screech. It wasn't fair. He couldn't murmur those words in that husky voice with that serious look on his face.
頼む。俺のそばにいてくれ。
Please stay with me. I could tell my bubble was about to burst at any moment, but just looking at his face made my imagination run wild. But if I agreed, and then he realized that what I thought he might mean, I'd never live it down. Grandpa would howl with laughter for all eternity. That's the last thing I want. I better ask a couple more questions and make a decision based on that. I was taking this even more serious than my conversation with she. Why me? We've only just met.
時間は関係ねえだろ。
Why is that a problem? It doesn't have to be me, right? Surely there are plenty of people more suitable for you.
それは違う。俺はあの時のあんたの戦う姿に惚れ込んだんだ。
He doesn't mean it this way, right? This is all just a misunderstanding. He just wants to fight me or something. There aren't. I couldn't keep my eye off of you when you fought.
他のやつじゃ意味がない。
It has to be you. I still can't figure out what he means. It would be way too embarrassing to outright ask if he had a romantic interest in me.
返事は
Well, after a lengthy battle with myself, I made up my mind. What for? What do you need me for? I basically shouted at him going for broke and assuming his request was completely
そ
innocent.
れはこれから話す。あんたに会ってほしい人がいるんだ。
It's romance, not love. I'll explain. There's someone I want you to meet. I knew it! He hasn't fallen for me or anything. The grandpa inside me who wanted me to believe otherwise wouldn't be getting his kicks today. I'm not sad, certainly not disappointed. Nope, just relieved I didn't make a fool of myself. Make a fool of yourself. It's okay. He's cute. At your surface, there's no way he'll know I was totally clueless now. As afraid as I was to do so, I looked up at him. Whew.
あんたの協力があれば心強い。どうか力を貸してくれ。
I've got some business to take care of and I need your help. Appreciate your saying so. Huh? I clenched my fist and howled to the sky. I knew he meant something completely innocent. I just narrowly avoided the most embarrassing moment of my life.
いきなり叫び出してどうした？
What's up? Why are you screaming? Did you scream? Gah! I guess you're right. It should have been like that. Oh, I'm so happy I can help. You don't say. Maybe I wasn't one to talk given how wrapped up I had just got in my own head, but he could probably stand to elaborate on stuff a little more.
うなずいてくれてありがとな。実は
Anyway, thanks.
あんたに会ってほしい人がいるんだ。
There's someone I want you to meet. What's their name? Tell me their name. So who is this person you want me to meet?
ここでは説明しづらい。実際に会えばわかる。
It's hard to explain without context. It'll make sense when we get there. Okay, well, I'm actually on an errand right now, so once I finish that up... What's happening? Okay, the errand is in the other district, by the way. That would be a 5-hour walk, and then that'd be 5 hours to get back. Are you sure about that? My question was drowned out by the screams of the crowd flooding the alleyway.
ジョーちゃん、こっちだ。
This way, little lady. Coming. Shaowu led me over to the wall, saving us from getting caught up in the commotion. There was a panic and fear on the faces of the people rushing past.
なんだ
What was that?
人間じゃない
It's not human. They ran on down the farthest reach of the alley.
何の騒ぎだ
What was that all about? Someone must have happened on the main street. Let's take a look.
そうだな。暴力沙汰でも起きているのかもしれね
Right, maybe things got violent. Could be. Mimi, get under my top and don't come out no matter what happens, okay? Mimi was secure. We ran off towards the source of the chaos. It wasn't long before we reached the main street. Yikes! It was filled with the sound of destruction. There was a whole throng of people in the middle of the street kicking and punching one each other. This is bigger than a brawl.
え。なあ、見たところ、1対他の戦いみてえだが、
Yeah, it looks like they're ganging up on
多人数の方が
on
押さ
one
れてるな
person. But that one guy is winning. What? That instant, I heard some fierce blows make contact.
ぶねえ
Watch out! Hadan and Yuhang were pushed back right in front of us. The pair barely landed on their feet. Hadan, Yuhang! Shalin?
なんでお前がここに
What are you doing here? Just happened to be in the neighborhood. What's going on?
暴漢相手に立ち回ってるようだが、
Are you
Leaving
struggling
social-
against some thugs?
それは
Not exactly.
下がってください
Everyone, get back! When a familiar voice barked out the command, we all jumped back at once. Eek! Something closed in on us in a flash, decimating the spot where we had been standing a second ago. What was that? My head snapped up and I saw Long Li leading a number of soldiers. Standing across from them was none other than Yiming. I thought he was missing. I noticed something else to my astonishment.
あの顔色に額に貼られている札。
He's crazy pale and there's a talisman on his head. Oh no! It was painfully obvious what this was. No way, Yiming died because of it and became a Yangshi?
みたいだ
Looks like it. Hodan's voice trembled, thick with grief. But he was fine on the day of the tournament. There has to be someone controlling him too.
落ち込むのは後にしろ、嬢ちゃん。
You can be upset later, little lady. Okay. He can say that because he's like 6'9" and like weighs at least 300 pounds. As I fought off tears, Shaowu placed a comforting hand on my head.
あいつはまだやる気みてえだ。キョンシーの被害を食い止めるのが同志の仕事だろ。
There's still fight left in him, and you're a Daoshi. Isn't there that a job to protect people from
それとも
Yangshi?
俺が見込んだあんたの戦う姿はただの幻だったのか。
Or maybe the girl I saw kicking ass earlier was a figment of my imagination. I forced my head up, swiping away my tears. Sorry, that was kind of embarrassing. I'm going to go for it.
いい度胸だ。
That's the spirit.
足を引っ張んなよ。
Don't trip me up. Will you cover us, Longli? The three of us got into the fighting stances. Rebel rousers. Yingming roared before rushing us at an alarming speed. His oncoming punch would have shattered solid rock. Shaowu took Yiming head on, stopping his assault in his tracks. Now for the binding talisman. He dodged it?
とにかく師匠の動きを止めないと
We have to hold him still. I'm on
行く
it.
ぞ。
Same. Shaowu and Yuhang sprung forward, leaving Hadan to defend me so I could use my talisman. He's tough. Yiming blocked Yuhang's flying kick with his knee. And dodged Shaowu's punch to his chest at the same second.
甘え
Ready. Longli's soldiers pulled back their
お二人とも
bowstrings.
下がってください
Get back, you two.
わかった。
Got it.
ああ
I. The pair hopped away from Yiming. Fire! The volley of arrows flew through the air. Though they didn't hit Yiming directly, they struck into the ground around him, hindering his movements.
ジョーちゃん、この先はどうすればいい？
What's next, little lady? I'm gonna bind him. Cover me.
わかった。任せろ。
Consider it done. Shaowu nodded, charged at Yiming, and started exchanging blows with him.
ちょっと待った。
Hold your horses! The shout was way too cheerful for the situation. I spun around in confusion. Grandpapa!
なぜこちらに？
What brings you here?
バカもん。これだけ騒いでおれば王宮まで話が入ってくるわい。
What a foolish question. You think this chaos would go unnoticed at the
お
palace?
やつに普通の札は効かん。わしに任せろ。
Ordinary talismans won't work here. Let me handle this.
シャオ、一撃重いやつを頼めるかの？
Shaowu, can I ask you to deliver one hard hit?
わかった。
Sure thing. Dodging Yiming's punch, Shaowu dropped his hips. Next, he clenched his solid fist. And dove it right into Yiming's chest. The Yangshi was knocked to the ground and immediately tried to get back up. Before he could, Grandpa tossed a talisman in his direction.
<sighs> なんとかなったの。
By the skin of our teeth,
師匠。
Master. Grandpa had rendered Yiming powerless. Longli had the Yangshi taken away and locked up in the palace dungeon. According to Grandpa, it was possible that Yiming had been turned into a Yangshi while he was still alive. He said he would look into what has happened to Yiming, including his transformation. Don't worry, Hadang. Grandpa's with him. They might even be able to turn him back.
そっか。そうだね。
Hopefully. Does that mean he's not going to be even an enemy in this part of the game? Also, I'll also do whatever I can. Thank you for helping us stop him, Shaowu.
別に。俺はあの男を抑え込んだだけだ。
I didn't do anything. I just kept him in place. Alright, that's fair. Shaowu shrugged, wiping the sweat from his brow. And then how about Yiming? How did Yiming end up on a rampage here
俺に
anyway?
もよくわからないんだ。
I'm not sure myself.
師匠を探してここまで来たところで、ロンレイさんやユーハンとたまたま再会して、
I came here to search for him, which was when I bumped into Longlei and Huang.
その時に事情を聞いて協力することにしたんだ。
He told me what was going on, and I decided to lend a hand.
事情？
Care to elaborate?
ある武術家を殺すという予告が事件の調査中に舞い込んできました。
During our investigation, we uncovered the target for our next
現場を見張
assassination.
ることになった折に、ハオランさんたちと再会し、協力を要請させていただいたのです。
It was when we were guarding the relevant location that I chanced upon Hadan and Yuhang and requested their assistance.
そしたらあの人が現れて暴れ出したんだ。
That's when that guy showed up and started going nuts. Does that prove Yi Ming was involved in these
お
assassinations?
そらくは操られていた彼の背後に強力な同志がいると考えた方がいいでしょう。
In all likelihood, yes, it would be safe to assume a skilled Daoshi was manipulating him too.
あの男の状態、どうにも気になるな。
Gotta wonder what happened to him.
さっきも言ってたが、生きた人間をキョンシーにするなんて、本当にできんのか？
Can't living, breathing doubt people really be turned into Yangshi?
じゃが、この往来で語ることではない。
Yes, but it's not something that ought to be discussed here. It ought to be kept under wraps so people don't know that it's a feature. I don't want them to know. That would be dangerous and would look scary.
場所を移して、改めて事実を確認してからでも遅くないよ。
I would like to retreat and double check some details before confirming anything. I wonder if Shiyu had anything to do with this. I thought back to the suspicious Yangshi we'd met earlier. It would make sense. Yi Ming went berserk right after Shiyu disappeared. Say it. But then why would Shiyu go out of his way to talk to me? Whatever the reason, I was hard-pressed to believe he was truly innocent. Say it then. Tell your grandfather about the guy.
言葉が足りず思いがけない辛労を与えてきたシャオウだったが、さ
As
すがは
taciturn
海
and
遊の
troubled as he is, Shaowu is undoubtedly an example warrior of Kaiyu.
武術をもってイーミンを取り押さえた。それによりある人物との謁見を許される。次回燃えよ乙女同士海遊
His
恋語
skills have allowed him to subdue
Tobo.
Yiming. As a result, he's granted a long-sought
Otome
audience
を翻弄
next
してる
time in Otome
シャ
Daoshi.
オウには
Escape.
なすべきことがある。
Shaowu's determination is such that it might prevent him from being a gentleman. That's a thought. Dead serious. Excuse moi? Escape. Oh, sorry, I forgot the exclamation point. A few hours later. Okay, alright, me every button. Longley returned after reporting the details of the incident to the king.
この度は誠にありがとうございました。皆さんがいなければ
Cannot thank you
どうな
enough.
っていたことか。
You kept the terrors we might have seen. Who knows what terrors we might have seen had you not been nearby?
ま、放っておくこともできなかったしな。
It wasn't like we were going to sit back and do
当
nothing.
然のことをしただけです。
Anyone else would have done the same.
いえいえ、これだけの事件を止めることができたんです。平時であれば勲章ものですよ。
You contributed to the de-escalation of what could have been a horrific incident. Under normal circumstances, you would have been awarded medals.
おかげで狙われていた武術家の命も守れました。
It also prevented the assassination of the next martial artist.
よかったの。わしも慌てて駆けつけた甲斐があったってもんじゃよ。
That's wonderful news. All that rushing to get here was certainly worth it. I'll say, we would have been helpless against Yiming without you, Grandpa. Meanwhile, I couldn't do a thing. I still had a long way to go before I reached Grandpa's level.
それで皆さんにお話ししたいことがありまして。
There's something I wish to discuss with all of you. You
お
see,
い、その前に少しいいか。
can I say something first? What is it?
なんでしょ
あんたに聞きたいことがある。
Got a request for you.
う。なるほど。今度はいかような。
What do you require this time? Do you already know each other or something?
知り合いと言いますか。シャオさんは以前にも王宮を訪ねてきたことがあるんです。
I suppose that's one way of putting it. Shaowu has visited the palace
そ
before.
こで対応したのが私だったのですが、驚きのお願いをされたことで場が騒然となってしまい。
I attended him at that time. He made a rather outlandish request that caused quite an
とりあえず
uproar.
一度帰っていただきました。再会したのは大会当日ですね。
We had him leave after that only for us to run into each other again at the tournament.
驚きのお願いって？
What kind of request?
ルオジン様に会わせてくれと頼まれまして。
He asked for an audience with His Majesty. What? Everyone stared at Shaowu in shock.
おいおい、国王だぜ。そう簡単に会えるわけないだろう。
That's the king, you know. They're not just going to let you waltz in there.
それでも会わなきゃならない理
I
由
needed
が
to see him for reasons.
ええ。だからその時は武術界で優勝すれば謁見できるとお伝えしました。
I said I would allow it on the condition that Shaowu won the Tournament of
これ
Valor.
ならまた王宮で揉めることなく真正面から手続きを踏んだことになりますからね。
That would ensure it was done following proper procedure and without causing discord. So that's why you entered the Tournament of Shadow? Or Tournament Shaowu? I guess you won't get your wish since it got cancelled.
あ
Yeah.
少なくとも再開されるまでは待つ必要がありますね。
In that case, you must wait until it resumes.
なのでシャオさん、特別扱いしてルオジン様に会わせてくれというお願いは聞けませんよ。
Therefore, Shaowu, if your request is once again for an audience with His Majesty, then I must decline. I cannot make an exception for you. An amiable, oh my gosh, amenable as it sounded, Longley's gaze had hardened slightly. Since Shaowu had asked to meet the king once already, it seems that they had earned him Longley's wariness. I guess.
おっさんに会うのは無理そうだからもういい。
I didn't think you'd let me.
Somebody.
I wanted something else. I started to grab this thinking it was my drink, and then I got scared because the shape wasn't right.
あんたに調べてもらいたいことがある。20年前に起きた事件に関することだ。
20 years ago when you were 6 years old. I want you to look into something for me, an incident that happened 20 years ago. My character's 19, so that's before she was even born, bro. But he had been born. That long ago? I agree, that is pretty long.
当時、王宮に勤めていたやつの情報が知りたい。
That's terrifying. My phone actually recognized my face from that far away. Wasn't prepared. I want to know who was working at the palace back then.
お力になりたいのは山々ですが、
As much as I'd like to be of assistance,
さすがに私は当時王宮使いも何もない子供でしたので。
I was a child at the time, and as you can imagine, I had yet to finish find my employment at the
ど
palace.
ちらかというと適任なのは
You may have better luck inquiring with Grandpa, right? He said he used to work at the palace.
まあある程度働いた後、王に愛想をつかせて辞めたが、
Yes, I did resign after becoming disillusioned with His Majesty.
それを肝心であるロンレイさんの前で言っちゃいますか。
I probably wouldn't have chosen to say something like that in front of Longley personally.
じいさんに怖いものはねえのな。
Dude's got nerve of steel.
しかしなぜ王宮の情報など知りたがるんじゃ？
Why might you be seeking information about the palace anyways?
それは私も知りたいところですね。ルオジン様に会おうとしていた時も理由すら教えてくれませんでしたから。
I'd like to know as well. You refused to mention why you wanted to meet His Majesty previously.
それは言えね
I can't say. They might be more willing to help you out if you told them, Shaowu.
え。それでもだ。
Still can't.
話が進まんの。
It seems that we're at an impasse.
困りましたね。
How unfortunate. Looks to me like this stems from the same thing that made him want to meet King Lu Jing. First His Majesty and now the palace staff from 20 years ago. And then there's whoever he wanted me to meet. They seemed like separate requests at first, but I suspect they might be a thread. There might be a thread running through them.
そういや俺の師匠ちょうどその頃に王宮勤めしてたはずだぜ。
I think my master worked at the palace around then. You mean Satatsu?
あ
Yeah. In a flash, Shaowu whirled on Yuhong.
そいつはどこにいる？
Where is he?
俺と同じ北地区に住んでる。
Huh? Well, he lives in the northern district, same as me.
そうか。
Got it,
礼
thanks.
を言う。
Where are we? I thought we were in a different district.
もしかして今から行くつもりか？
You want to go right now? You want to go? I'm trying to get my remote to just kind of sit on my desk.
当然だろう。聞きたいことがある。
Obviously, I have to ask him something,
でも師匠、あんたのこと知らないし。
but he doesn't even know you, bro.
なら紹介状でも書いてくれ。
Write him a letter to explain.
え？
Didn't his trainer go missing during the thing too, though? How would he be gettable right now? We are learning slowly about each. There is like a thing stuck on my nail to be so real right now. Okay, got it. But like, he's the one who said he let in the Yangshi, so that means he should still be a suspect from then. So what are they doing? I want you to come too, little lady. Me? You do?
そういう話だっただろ。
We went over this already.
なんじゃわしの孫娘にも用事があるのか
You have business with my granddaughter?
ああ。他のやつには頼めない
Yeah,
こと
it
だ。
has to be her.
まさかとは思うが、このじゃじゃ馬を見初めたわけではあるまいの。
Just to be sure, you haven't fallen for her, have you? She's a real handful, you know. Of course he hasn't, Grandpa, and don't ask him that because it'll hurt when he says no. I shot him a withering look, and how Ron smiled sympathetically.
シャオさん、北地区へ行くのはもう少し待っていただけますか？
Shaowa? Shaowa? Or do you say Shaowu?
シャオさん、
Shaowu-san.
北地区へ行くのは
Shaowu, might I ask you to delay your trip to the north for a little while?
なぜだ
Why?
あなたの真意がわかるまではと黙っていましたが、
I'd been meaning to hold my tongue until I was certain of your motivation.
一連のことを上に報告したところ、両人様が騒動を収めた者たちに感謝を伝えたいとおっしゃったんです。
Nevertheless, His Majesty mentioned wanting to extend his thanks to those who helped quell the incidents.
両人様は特にあなたに興味をお持ちのようで、ですから皆さんと一緒に王宮までご同行をお願いできればと。
His Majesty seems especially interested in you. Thus, I'd like to invite you and everyone else to accompany me to the palace.
そうすれば目的の一つを達することができるでしょ。
This is your chance to have your desired audience with him. It is, isn't it? Nice one, Shaowu.
あ
Yeah. Shaowu nodded, his expression a little softer than before.
ただし、両人様に失礼なことだけはなさらないでくださいね。
However, I must expressly warn you not to cause affront to His Majesty.
大丈夫だ。
Don't worry.
それくらいの礼儀はわきまえて
I got basic manners. Shaowu turned to me.
ジョーちゃんと再会してから運が回ってきてるな。
Everything's been going my way since I met back up with you.
改めて
I'm
感謝
grateful.
する。
Same here. You saved me earlier, remember? I don't know what it is you're aiming for, but I hope you get it.
あ
Thanks. Anyways, I gotta take this back to Yuan. She needs this. It's necessary. She sent me on a trip for this spice. We had our audience with the King Laojin that evening. Though it had been scheduled for earlier, the king was too busy to see us, so it was postponed. Sitting on the throne, King Laojin gazed upon us with contentment. The late hour didn't seem to bother him.
こたびの騒動をそなたたちが収めてくれたと聞いている。
Is this the same artist that did Kipipara? Because this kind of looks like our dad. I received word that you are the one who subdued today's tumult in town.
代表して感謝の意を伝えたい。よくぞやってくれた。
You've done well. The gratitude of the entire kingdom is yours. The king continued on. He spoke of the Yangshi attack on the tournament and the string of assassinations against noble martial artists, how the culprit deserves punishment, and how admirable it was that we had dealt them a blow in return. Shaowu kept his eyes on King Laojin the entire time. The rest of us had our heads bowed in respect, but he alone stared straight ahead like he was figuring something out. With the way he was acting now, I could see why Long Li was a bit suspicious of him. I followed Shaowu's gaze to the king. His regal garments were adorned with splendid accents and ornaments. I guess you really do have to dress fancy when you're the king. Oops! I should probably focus on what I'm saying. Didn't say that out loud, okay. I returned my gaze to the floor before someone told me off.
以上だ。
That is all. King Laojin's address came to an end. Long Li turned to lead us all out of the room.
では皆さん、すぐにこの場から退出してください。今日はもう遅いので宿を。
I now ask that you take your leave. As it's so late, I suggest you find an inn and...
待て。
Wait. Shaowu stepped forward before he could finish. Everyone froze, not just Long Li. How forward he was being. It was like time had
おっ
stopped.
さん。いや、王様。個人的な話がある。この後俺に時間をくれないか。
Old man, I mean, Your Majesty, I want to talk to you about something private. Do you have a spare moment? What are you doing?
シャオさん、ルオジン様に無礼なことはしないと。
Shaowu, I
前もって約
believe you
束したは
promised
ずだ。
not to offend His Majesty.
構わぬ。
I shall see him. Bewildered, we whipped our heads towards the king. King Laojin spread his arms wide as if his actions were only a matter of
そ
course.
の者は武術界予選を勝ち抜いたものであろう。予選通過者の中でも特に印象に残っていたゆえ、よく覚えて
You're one of the semi-finalists of the Tournament of Valor. Of the four, you left the biggest impression on me, and I remember you well.
力こそ正義を体現したような戦法。実に素晴らしかった。
You fought magnificently. I truly am a true embodiment of how might makes right.
大会が継続されていれば、
And beautiful.
そなたが優勝したであろう。
The red is starting to look weird. I have every confidence that you would have emerged victorious had the tournament proceeded. Each of the semi-finalists had their own reaction to the king's words. Shaowu received them with a straight face apparently unfazed. Yu Hong frowned sulkily. As for Yu Hadan, his shoulders had drooped. He seemed more dejected than anything else.
他の者は退出しろ。あとは私とこの者で対応する。
Be gone, the rest of you. I shall speak to him one-on-one. Ooh, did it not lock?
承知いたしました。ただ、護衛は数名残しても。
Very well. Yes, Your Majesty. May a few guards be permitted to stay?
構わん。
Yes.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you,
では
sire.
兵士と肝心数名を残させます。
I'll have a small group of soldiers and officials remain.
他の皆さんはこちらへ。
Everyone else follow me if you would. No one could contradict the king now that he had made up his mind. We followed Long Li out of the throne room. After that, he escorted us to the exit. No one said a word the whole time. Where do I go now? When will Shaowu be done? He wanted me to go somewhere with him. Does he still need me to do that? I really wanted to get this spice to Yuhan too. I stared at the small jar in my palms. Hodan leaned in to look from beside me.
この香辛料もしかしてユアンさんに頼まれて
Did Yuhan ask you to get that spice for her? Yeah, she's expecting me, so I wanted to get it to her as soon as I
買い
can.
出しまでしてくれてありがとう俺も早く帰ってあげたいな
Thank you for handling that for her. I'd like to go home soon too.
なんなんだよ。
The heck was that? I was about to reply when Yuhan grumbles interrupted us. What was that, Yuhan?
いや、みんなも聞いただろ
You guys heard what the
さっき
king
の
said,
老人様
right?
の言葉
Oh, you're so jealous. He's so jealous. This is what a jealous man sounds like.
シャオのことばっか評価して俺やハウランのことは完全に無視だったじゃん
He praised Shaowu left and right, but he totally ignored me and Haran. I know, I keep pressing all the wrong buttons.
そうだ
You
ね
kind of did, yeah.
確かにシャオは強いけどさ単純な力で評価されるのはどうなんだよ
I know Shaowu's strong and all, but it's not about just about raw
俺の
power.
一撃必殺もハウランのどう極力傷つけない戦い方もそれぞれの強さの形だってのに
I won my matches with one hit, and Haran did it with barely hurting anyone at all. Doesn't that count as strength too?
つか最後に勝ったやつが正義なんだろうまだそれすら決まってないのに評価するのってどうなんだよ
The strongest fighter is the one who wins, but there was no winner. So how can His Majesty's act? How come His Majesty's acting like it was Shaowu? I see what you're saying.
気にするな気にするな。単なる好みの話なんじゃから。
Don't let yourself get worked up about it. His Majesty simply has his own views.
そもそも老人様は力強い男が好きじゃから、シャオに目をかけておったんじゃろう。
He prefers fighters who exhibit raw power, hence his partiality for Shaowu.
ふんなるほどね
I guess that makes sense.
そういやシャオって両人様と何話してるんだろう
I wonder what Shaowu wanted to talk to him about.
何か聞きたいことがあったみたいだね20年前のことを聞いてたし
Well, he was asking about 20
20
years ago. Maybe he's got something that happened. Maybe he's looking into something that happened then and wanted to see if His Majesty knows anything. Wow, those were real words.
過去のこと
What could be interesting that happened that
な
long
んだ
ago?
ろうな。結局待機している間も別々に行動していたせいで、ちゃんと話が聞けんかったわい。
I didn't have an opportunity to ask given that I had our other business to attend to before our audience. You've been swamped with the investigation and everything.
あいつ口数が少なすぎて何考えてるのかさっぱりわかんねえよな
Random. Guy barely said anything, so it's impossible to know what he's thinking. Well, he said things to me like, I want you to come with me and I need you. He's not wrong. I still don't really know what Shaowu wants with me. He was going to explain before the whole thing with Ying Ming, but then he missed his chance. I feel like I can't abandon him now. There's a sort of desperation in the way he's acting. My thoughts of Shaowu were derailed in an instant. Angry shouts rose up behind us.
Hmm? 何やら騒がしいの。
What's all that ruckus? It came from out of nowhere. Shaowu?
なんだよあれ
What the heck?
シャオ何かしでかしたのか
What on earth has he done?
このまま突っ立ってると巻き込まれるかもしれん。壁際に寄るんじゃ。
We'll get caught up in it if we stand around. Everyone to the walls. Right.
ジョーちゃん
Little lady. Oh, she's hoist.
No.
Ah! What's happening? Why is it happening?
説明は後でする
I'll explain later.
当初の予定通りジョーちゃんには俺の知り合いに会ってもらう
I'm taking you to meet someone, okay? But, what? Just stay calm. Just stay calm. I'll pretend I'm a sack of rice and that'll make this less weird.
頼む
Please.
どうしてもジョーちゃんが必要なんだ
I need you.
悪いが俺についてきてくれ
Sorry, but you're stuck with me. Oh, Mimi. I can't do it. I can't abandon him. I could probably have flailed my arms and wiggled free if I wanted to. Instead, I chose to go with Shaowu. Shaowu has kidnapped us. What a day. How's it going so far? So far, it's slow, but like, it's fine. We've had the usual suspects show up. Our little Yongshi showed up. Our former teacher who's been turned into a Yongshi showed up, and we've been told by Shaowu that he needs us, like very, very intently, I might add. And so we were like convinced that he wanted to sleep with us for like half a second. And she just said he's totally my type, so she's on board. And she did say yes, but then he was like, "Great, I need you to come meet somebody." And then she's like, "Oh, okay." Those left in Shaowu's wake had no idea how to react. Shunlin! Hadan stared after them, holding the item Shunlin had to drop. It was a spice she'd bought for Yuhan.
あいつ足速くね。今から追っても追いつけねえよ。
Your parents isn't too early would be my response. She didn't want, so he kept, how did he say it exactly? He kept going like, "I need you." And he's like, "Hey, I have a favor to ask." And then she's like, "Oh, sure, what's your favorite?" And he's like, "I need you." And she's like, "Why can't it be someone else?" He's like, "Because I need it to be you." And she's like, So she was like, he would not elaborate and she couldn't get a straight answer. So she's like, he either wants to sleep with me or something else. And I think it's something else, but it also could be sleep with me and he's totally my type. So that's fine. But like, oh my gosh. So she's like, cool. And then that's when he's like, oh, yeah, come meet this person. And she's like, oh, it's not what I thought. He's crazy fast. There's no way we're catching up to him now. He sounds like a himbo, but a himbo also is the bow part, and he hasn't actually tried to sleep with her yet. This isn't like me at all. I let him fly past without stopping him.
下手に追いかけるより事情を聞いた方が早いかもしれませんね。ちょうど追っても到着するようですし。
Rather than going after him, though, thoughtlessly, it might be faster to find out what happened. Here's his pursuers. Just as Longli said, they were joined by the soldiers who had been chasing Shaowu.
ロンレイ様、ご報告です。
I have news, Longli.
何ですか？この騒動は。
Yes, does it relate to this commotion?
たった今、国王暗殺未遂が起こりました。あのシャオウという男によるものです。
Attempt was made on His Majesty's life by that man, Shaowu. What if Setsu's wife is his sister? But then she would look like his sister. Aw, they don't usually avoid that in these stories, unfortunately. Huh? I assume.
それは本当ですか？
Is there any doubt about that?
多くの肝心に目撃されているそうなので、間違いありません。
No, sir. It seems it was witnessed by several
シャ
officials.
オウは指名手配となりました。ルオジン様もお怒りになり、即刻捕獲せよとのことです。
Shaowu is now a wanted man. His Majesty is in a rage and has demanded his immediate capture.
なるほど。
Understood.
皆さん、そういうことですので、協力していただけませんか？どちらにせよ、春林さんも助けなければ。
I trust you are listening. May I ask for your assistance? We must also rescue Shunlin.
当たり前じゃわい。大切な孫娘を誘拐されて黙っていられるか。
There's no need to ask. My precious granddaughter has been kidnapped.
真偽はどうあれ追いつかないことには始まらないからね。
Whatever the truth of the matter, we won't get anywhere without tracking him down.
なんか偉いことになったな。
I wasn't expecting all this. The spice jar still in his hand, Hadan anxiously looked out the window at the night sky. Shaowu ran with me over his shoulder for some time. Eventually, we arrived in the forest at the very edge of the southern district.
無理やり担いで悪かったな。
Sorry, I had to carry you here.
ほら。
After checking to make sure that we were free of any pursuers, he carefully put me down. Thanks. I heard a familiar mule right by my ear. Mimi, I'm sorry you had to cling to my shoulder through all of that. You're sure you're fine? Shaowu was running pretty fast.
なかなか根性あるな。同志のお供だけはある。
That's one tough customer right there. No wonder she's hanging with the Daoshi. You give her some special training or what? Kind of. Mimi trains with me. Mimi popped out her chest. I couldn't help but smile at how adorable she was, but then I remember the situation we were in. Do you think you could explain everything to me now? What happened during your conversation with His Majesty? Right. Shaowu looked ready to bear it all. I keep hitting all the wrong buttons.
久しぶりやな。
Hey, long time no see. Bitch, please. A familiar face popped out from between the trees. Chiyu. Though he had caught me off guard, I whipped out a talisman. Shaowu expression hardened, and we dropped into a fighting
な
stance.
んやなんや。せっかくの再会やのに物騒やね。もっと喜んでくれると思ってたのに。
What's all this? I thought you guys would be happy to see me again after so long. It looks like you were ready to tear my head off. We literally saw each other earlier today. Besides, you just made one thing super obvious by showing up now. You had something to do with the incident, you know.
え、事件って何のことや？
Huh? What incident we talking about? You know. The attack on the tournament, the killings, Yiming turning into a Yangshi, and Shaowu getting chased from the palace.
いや、いくらなんでも容疑が多すぎん？
That's a whole lot of blame to lay on little old me.
それほどお前が怪しいってことだ。諦めろ。
That's just how suspicious you are. Give it up.
理不尽！ひどい！差別反対！キョンシーにも人権を！
What? No fair. This is cruelty, discrimination. Yangshi deserve rights too, you know? You'd be suspicious even if you weren't a Yangshi. It's all in your words and actions.
ち、心が狭いな。まあ、否定はせんけど。
Could you be any more narrow-minded? Not that I could say that you're wrong. Get purged!
甘い！
Too slow. He dodged that talisman like it was nothing. That's some glare Shaowu is giving me. Does he think I'm playing around? Shaowu took a step forward like he didn't think he could rely on me to fix this.
私有だったな。担当直入に聞く。お前の目的は何だ？
Shaowu, was it? I'll be blunt. What's your objective?
なんやと思う？
What do you think?
わからねえから聞いてる。が、ジョーちゃんに関係あることだけはなんとなく察した。
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I'm guessing it has something to do with the little lady.
お前みたいなキョンシーにここまで興味を持たれてるってことは、こいつに
There
はやっ
has to
ぱ
be
り
something about her. Otherwise, a
何かあるんだ。
young she like you wouldn't be so interested in her. I'm not even a full-fledged Daoshi yet.
自覚がないだけだろ。そんなあんたをこの怪しい男に接触させるわけにはいかねえ。
It's probably something you don't see. That doesn't mean I'm about to let some fishy guy that's as a fishy guy like this mess with you.
この場で排除してもいい。
If you want me to get rid of you, I can do that.
おお、怖っ。あいにくやけど僕、今日は戦いに来たんやないんや。
Ooh, now I got the heebie-jeebies. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I didn't come looking for a fight. What did I just do? All the buttons I could hit. It's all because the little button that goes right here came off. It's not like broken. It's just that the adhesive came loose yesterday, so now I keep pressing every button but the right button.
お前の事情なんて関係ない。
I don't care what you came here for.
そう言わんと。 そうやな。
Okay, play nice. I'll tell you what.
もしここで僕を見逃してくれるなら、同志として君の目的に協力してあげてもええよ。
Let me off the hook and I'll lend you a hand with your little problem. The only way a Daoshi can, if you catch my drift.
何？
What? Shaowu looked at me, seeking an explanation. I guess Shiru's a Yangshi, but it looks like he's got some of the same abilities of a Daoshi. Floating's a really high-level skill. He might even have more expertise than Grandpa. Shaowu lowered his fist.
そういうことなら、一時的に協力関係を結んでもいい。
In that case, we'll form a temporary partnership.
お前もこの騒ぎの中、都を自由に移動はできねえだろう。
You can't move around the capital freely, right? Not with everything going on.
まあそやね。今は君を追う兵士たちでごった返してるやろうし。
You got a point there, but the place is swarming with those soldiers out looking for you.
俺の指示を聞くなら、この場では見逃してやる。
I'll let you be for now if you promise to do what I say.
ただ俺が頼るのは基本的にジョーちゃんだ。お前は必要な時にだけ知恵を貸せばいい。
The little ladies who I really need, I'll ask you for your expertise when it's required, but that's it. Confidence is key, I guess. I might not know what you need yet, Shaowu, but you can count on me.
事情がわからねえのに任されてくれ
It
んの
didn't seem to like that answer, actually. Oh, it worked. It worked. We're fine. You sure? I haven't even told you anything yet. Whatever you're trying to do, I don't get the feeling it's anything bad.
お人よしだな。そんな考え方じゃ
You're
誰
a
に利用され
softie.
ても
Someone
文
could
句を言えねえぞ。
easily take advantage of that, you know. Are you a little sussy man without a shirt on?
けどありがとな。そこまで信じてくれてるとは想像もしてなかった。
Thanks. I didn't expect you to trust me that much.
じゃあ早速行こうか。誰かと行動するの久しぶりやから楽しみやな。
Can we hit the road already? It's been a while since I've traveled in a group. I can't wait. For some reason, Shu should thought that was a good time to cut us off and start floating away. Why is he talking like we're going on a vacation or something?
勝手にさせてやれ。あいつがいくら浮かれてようが、俺は目的を達することができればそれでいい。
Who cares? Allow him to act however he wants as long as I can take care of business. You're right, that's the important thing. Let's get going then. But we'd better watch out for the soldiers.
ああ、
Right.
俺の事情も道すがら説明する。
I'll explain stuff as we go. Okay, where is it we're headed?
東地区だが、その前に北地区へ向かう。
The Eastern District. I want to swing by the north first, though.
北地区？今の話にそんなん出てきてたっけ？
The Northern District? Since when did you want to go there?
夕飯の知り合いの師匠が20年前に王宮に勤めてたと聞いた。
Yuhong. I mean, someone I know said there's a wushu master up north who works at the palace 20 years ago.
まずはそいつに話を聞きたい。
I want to speak to him
少しでも
first.
情報が多い方がいいからな。
The more information I get, the better.
せやな。尋ねるのが遅くなったら警戒されて何も情報を聞けへん上に通報されてまうもんな。
And if we dilly-daddle, he might get word of all the stuff that y'all are... I got this. I got this. And if we dilly-daddle, he might get word of all this stuff about you and not tell you anything or even get you arrested.
つうことは時間との勝負やな。
It's a race against the clock.
ああ、早速出発するぞ。
Right, so let's get a move on. Let's go to the Forest of Chiming Souls. It'll make it easier to shake off the soldiers coming after us.
臨分身？
What's that? It's a special path. I'll tell you more about it when we get there.
わかった。聖節にあったら、
All
そ
right.
の後は
First, we met with Setsetsu.
今は滅びた俺の故郷に向かうぞ。
Then we'll go to my ruined hometown. What? Ruined? Shaowu opened up to me about his past on the way to the forest of Shining Souls.
20年前、すべての悲劇が起きた。
The tragedy happened 20 years ago.
俺はかつて東地区に存在していた村の出身だ。
I originally came from a village in the Eastern District.
20年前、俺はその村で両親と共に平凡な日常を送ってた。
20 years ago, I was living an ordinary life there with my
普通に
parents.
私塾に通って、普通に両親の仕事を手伝って、普通に武術の鍛錬を積んで、
I went to a normal private school, helped my parents with their normal jobs, and carried on with my normal wushu
そ
training.
れは幸せな日々だった。
In short, life was good.
そんなある日のことだった。俺は武術の師匠と共に修行のため村を数日間離れることになった。
One day, I left the village with my master for a few days to
両親
train.
も快く送ってくれてな。
My parents smiled as they saw me off.
だが数日後、
But when I came home,
村が壊滅していた。
the village was destroyed.
村全体で大火事でもあったのか、建物はすべて焼き尽くされていた。
Every last
幸い鎮
village
火は
was
されていた
burned.
が、
Building was burnt to the ground, like there had been a huge fire or something. At least it died down by the time I
だ
got
が
there.
どこを探しても村人の姿は見当たらない。まるで村全体で神隠しにでもあったようだった。
I couldn't find a single villager, no matter where I looked. It was as if it had all been
それで
spirited
も必死に
away.
なって村人を探してると、自宅の地下室に母さんを見つけたんだ。
I kept searching in desperation, which was when I found my mom in the basement of our
ただ
house. She
様子
wasn't
がおかしかった。
herself.
母さんの言動がおかしい。まるで人形、キョンシーのようになっていた。
She was acting all weird. It was like she had turned into a doll or a
聖者な
young
ら誰で
she.
も持っているはずの理性や意志というものがない。
She had none of the reason. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. She had none of the reason or free will of the living.
体はちゃんと動いてるし、脈もある。
Yet she could move and she had a
だが
pulse.
正しい人間とは決して呼べない。俺が話しかけても受け答えなんてできねえ。完全に正気を失っていた。
You couldn't call her human anymore, though. She didn't respond when I talked to her. She had no sanity.
イーミンという男のようにな。
Just like the Ying Ming we saw earlier.
その後俺は師匠に引き取られて別の村で暮らすことになったが、
After that, Master took me in and we moved to a different
母
village.
さんはおかしくなっちまったまま廃村となった故郷の地下室に隠してある。
Mom's still hidden in our basement in that deserted village and she's still not human? I'm sorry? Why?
手を尽くして調べてきたが、真相は今もわからないままだ。
Interesting. I followed every lead I could, but I have no clue what happened.
師匠はもう隠居しちまったし、 母さん以外の村人も一人だって見つからねえ。
My master's retired. I never found another village apart from my mom. Villager apart from my mom.
まさになすすべもないって
I
ことだ。
seriously don't know what to do. I mean, cry is always an option, honestly. Dot, 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 dot. Oh. What did I do? His story was horrible once beyond imagine, and I was lost for words. I scrambled to gather my thoughts and asked what I felt were the important questions. So you've been looking into the incident from 20 years ago, hoping to discover the truth?
ああ当時の肝心や国王なら何か知ってるんじゃねえかと思ってな。
I figured any palace staff who were around the king himself might know something. No wonder he was so desperate.
実はジョーちゃんのじいさんにも助言を求めたことがある。
I asked your grandfather for advice once. You did. He didn't say anything when he saw you.
十数年前のことだからな。あの時のガキが俺だって気づいてなかったんだろう。
It was over 10 years ago. He probably didn't realize that I was the kid he spoke with back when I was 9 and you were 16. I mean, Shaowu must have looked way different than he did back then. He did back then. That makes sense. Shaowu must look way different than he did back then. It makes perfect sense. I just said it weird. What did Grandpa say to
滅す
you?
るしかないってよ。
That mom had to be destroyed.
母さんの存在を公にして情報を募ることも考えていたんだが、その助言を受けてとにかく隠すことにしたんだ。
I thought about making her condition public in a call for information, but when he said that what he did, I decided to just keep her hidden.
母さんが滅せられることだけは耐えられなかったから。
Destroying her's the one thing I can't do. Shaowu.
俺の事情はこれで終わりだ。
That's pretty much all you need to know about me.
問答無用で連れてきた。
Hear me out.
得体の知れない
No.
存在に接触するのが嫌なら。
I know I haven't given you a choice yet, but you don't want to face some strange creature I can't. You don't want to face some strange creature I can get Shiyu. Don't you dare. I raised my voice without thinking, startling him. I promised, didn't I, that I would help you no matter your circumstances. I'm just an apprentice Daoshi. I might not be able to save your mom. He's so blunt. He is, but he's also gorgeous, so makes him great. I like to think I have the integrity to keep a promise like that.
ジョーちゃん。
You. I'm coming with you all the way. Let's help her together.
ああ
My uncle said
So-
no. Or sorry, my grandpa said no.
俺が弱気になったら本末転倒だ。
I don't know what I was doubting you
あ
for.
りがとな。
Thanks, little
Gotcha.
lady.
あんたは前向きさでは俺より上だ。
You might be more optimistic than I am. Are you optimistic? Consider it one of my charms.
仲良くしてるところ悪いんやけど、それと王宮を前に訪ねたことって何か関係あるん？
Sorry to interrupt your little love fest, but what was that with that other trip you made to the palace? Though Shaowu glared at Shiwu, he went on to answer the
村
question.
が滅んだ事件を調査した結果、当時の肝心が事件に関係していることだけは分かった。
While investigating the incident, I learned that one of the officials working at the palace at the time was involved. That said, what is it?
その問題の肝心は、横領の罪ですでに処刑されててな。
The official was executed for embezzling funds. It was a dead end. That's why you wanted to speak to His Majesty instead.
ああ。そしたらあの男、急
The
に血相を
moment
変
I
えて、
asked him about it, the blood drained from his
殺
face.
せって急に叫んで、答えを聞く前に兵士たちに追われることになっちまった。
Suddenly, he ordered the men to kill me. Soldiers started chasing me before I could even learn a thing. After you finally got an audience with him, too. So you didn't actually threaten His Majesty or anything, right?
当然だ。 俺は手がかりを知り
Of
たい
course
だけだ
not.
っ
I
た
just
から
wanted information.
俺の故郷での事件について話されるとよほど都合が悪かったらしい。
Whatever happened to my village, he obviously doesn't want to talk about it. So that's what happened in the throne room. The king wouldn't have reacted like that if he hadn't been involved in the destruction of Shaowu's village. An entire village gone, one of its inhabitants turned into a Yongshi and the other left to claw away at the mystery of it all. And yet His Majesty seems no problem in trying to crush Shaowu's determination out of existence. I always carried the baseline belief that Kaiyu's king would lend his aid to any citizen in trouble, but this just makes me realize I shouldn't have trusted him so blindly. What in the world could he be hiding? A son. A second son, actually. I was lost in thought when I noticed Shaowu staring directly at me.
このままだと俺は王を殺そうとした罪で捕らえられて終わりだ。
At this rate, I'm going to be arrested for an attempt on the king's life. That'll be it then.
真相が何もわからないまま母さんを残して処刑されることになる。それだけは避けたい。
I just used Tiger Bomb and it's like so messy. Oh my god. I'll be executed, the truth will stay buried, and my mom will be forever locked in that basement. That's the last thing I wanted.
だからジョーちゃん、改めて頼む。どうか俺に力を貸してくれねえか。
Now that I told you everything, I'll ask you again, little lady, will you help me out? Are you sure you want me?
ああ、これはあくまで直感だが、
It's just a hunch, but
リーホンさんじゃなくあんたなら、なんとかできそうな気がするんだ。
I feel like you'll be able to do something Li Hong can't. I don't think any Daoshi would refuse you if you put it that way. While I can't promise anything big, I am going to give this everything I've got.
ああ、頼む。
I'm counting on you. The two of us locked eyes and exchanged a nod.
青春やね。そこでブチュッといかんかい。
To be young again. Now kiss. Take this. I launched a talisman in Chiyu's direction only for him to dodge it again. She's like, I'll end you. She likes it.
王宮から逃げ出してきたシャオウたち。
Shaowu and our heroine have escaped the palace. Remember not to touch my face. There's so much tiger
な
bomb.
ぜかシウも仲間に加わり、
Chiyu
北
has
地区を目
joined
指す
them,
ことになる。
and they are en route to the northern district.
いつ追っ手が迫ってくるかわからない状況。だけど、お腹は減るんです。
The pursuer could catch up at any moment, but hunger knocks all the same. Are we gonna
次回
stop for lunch?
燃えよ乙女同士
Next time,
左右恋
in
方
Otome Daoshi,
情報を求めて
investigation.
シャオまた言葉が足りない。口を開けたまま待つんじゃない。
Shaowu, we need an explanation. If you're going to leave your mouth open, use it to speak. Oh, to see it with his mouth open? Oh no. Oh no. We arrived at the entrance to the forest of chiming souls, and I pulled out the talisman that would let us in. Luckily, there were no soldiers watching the candlestick, so I opened the entrance without incident. We wasted no time heading through the forest.
随分と静かな森だな。生き物の気配がほとんどしねえ。
This place is pretty quiet. I don't really hear any animals around. Yep. Sometimes a creature wanders in after a Daoshi, though. It's rare, but it does happen. It did happen in Yu Hong's route. I know that much. Most of the animals here are actually their souls.
なるほどな。
Huh. You don't have to be a Daoshi to enter either. You just need the right talisman.
便利なもんだな。
That's convenient, which means they should sell talismans all the time. Over here, I am just telling these guys how to make profit. You know what I'm saying? Like, sell the talismans. It'll make you so much money. In a way, yes, but you should know that the travel time through this place depends on how skilled the talisman's owner is.
道術の仕組みはさっぱりわかんねえな。
I don't know the first thing about being a Daoshi. I think that's true for most people. Anyways, we should arrive at the Northern District while it's still dark.
そうか。なるべく早く到着したいところだな。
Alright, I want to get there as soon as possible.
この森はどうにも妙な気配がする。
Can't make too many
万が
promises,
一
but
敵の同志やキョンシーに会ったら反応が遅れるかもしれねえ。
something's off about this place. I don't know how quickly I'll react if we run into an enemy Daoshi or a Yangshi.
わかるわかる。ここってどれだけいても不思議な空間なんよ。
I get you. That weird feeling, it never goes away. Huh? Shiyu's words caught me off guard. Did you come to the Forest of Chiming Souls a lot, Shiyu? Shiyu is a fucking Daoshi. He said so.
まあちょいちょいな。っていうかここってキョンシーにとっては居心地のいい場所やし。
Now and then, yeah, it's a chill place to be for us Yingshi.
そうなのか。
Is it? He's right. Ultimately, this is a path that leads Yangshi back to home.
さあさあ、それにたまーにやけど、生まれたばかりのキョンシーが何かしらの要因で臨奮心に迷い込むことがあるんよ。
It's not often, but sometimes you'll see a little baby Yangshi wandering in here, getting lost for one reason or another. Are they supposed to be from the same village? I know he's in the story, right? But like, underneath his clothes, wink, he's got red pants, right? He's got red pants. He also has this red shaw top. And then his undershirt, and this could just be similarities, right? But it's black and it has a gold trim, and his little shoulder cuff is also black with a gold trim, and it has red accessories on it, and then his little has red accessories on it. So we don't know much about Shiyu, but the fact that also he's in this part of the story, I thought this when they first showed him, by the way, side by side like this, earlier in the game. Like, they have a bunch of, like, there's this purple piece right here. He's got the purple jacket over. He does have diamonds on his sleeves, on his chest, that's a diamond, but he has diamonds on the little collar on his neck, right? His is shaped in the shape of a diamond, but his diamonds are spread out. And we know he was killed by the king, I think for being anti-wushu. We know that much. We also know he's a Daoshi, and that this is a revenge plot. So, I mean, they could be from the same village. He was only 9 when his village got destroyed. He's probably in his 20s prior to dying. So, I don't know. Or sorry, he was 6. He was 6? 20 years ago? He's 26. Oh no, he's 27. He was 7. So. He also hasn't opened his eyes yet. So there's a chance that his eyes are the same color as his eyes. And I don't know if his hair being silver is how the color it would have been when he was living. Or if that's just because he is a Yangshi. But if he opens his eyes and they're like purple, maybe that's a thing. You know. Just putting it out there in the world. Oh, I also just realized he has green. He has green right here. And then he's got green on his little charm around his neck. So there's also that. It's not often, but sometimes you see little baby Yangshi wandering in here getting lost for this reason or that.
外に出したりしてあげてるわけや。
My nose is just sniffling. My nose. That's when your choice truly leads them back out again. Wait, you lead them out? You're supposed to lead them home.
んなこと言われても、僕は東方であるキョンシーの味方やもん。
I'm a Yangshi too, remember? I'm on their side.
成仏もできん上に、こんな誰も来へんところへ迷い込んでたらかわいそうやろ？
First, they get stuck in the mortal realm, and then they get lost in this deserted forest. You gotta feel for them. That doesn't make it any less dangerous. You are involved in their incidents. You are involved in these incidents, aren't you, Shiyu? In fact, I bet you're the ringleader.
さあ、どうやろな。 名同士の孫兼弟子さんは証拠もなしに人を滅するん？
A question for the ages. Focus. We got ourselves the granddaughter of and apprentice of a master Daoshi. She'll purge anyone without evidence. Fair point. You even made me mad.
今回の事件については改めて情報を集めた方がいいだろうな。
It might be a good idea to get though information about those incidents too.
それよりシユ、お前は他のキョンシーと話せるのか？
Can you talk to other young Shiyu?
ん？なん急に？
Where'd that come from?
この森に迷い込んだキョンシーを逃がしてやってるんだろ。会話できなきゃ誘導することもできねえはずだ。
You release lost Yangshi from this forest. You've got to be able to communicate with them if you're leading them somewhere. You're
い
right.
やいや、んなことできへんよ。魂がないキョンシーなんて人形と同じようなもんなんやから。
Hate to break it to you, but I can't. Yangshi without soul are pretty much dolls. Then how did you bring them to the exit?
キョンシーって本能で群れたりはするやろ？
You know how Yangshi gather instinctively?
だから僕自身が先頭に立って出口に誘導してあげてるだけやね。
That means I just gotta stand in front of them and they follow.
そうか。意思疎通ができるなら母さんとも話せると思ったんだが。
I was hoping you could communicate with them. I thought you might be able to talk to my mom. I didn't think it'd be so simple or helpful.
露骨にがっかりした顔せんといてくれる？あと、なんか僕の扱い雑になってない？
Don't look so disappointed. You can't just call me unhelpful like I don't have feelings either. Wait a second. Shaowu, your mom, what's her name?
リーンだ。
Liying? Liying. Thank you. Maybe there is a chance we can communicate with her.
どういうことだ？
How?
僕はできへんで。
I can't do it. I know, but if she can't talk as a Yangshi, maybe she can talk as a human. You said Li Ying still has a pulse, right? She might resemble a Yangshi, but it sounds like her soul's still inside her body. And that means we might be able to get her to talk, the same way Shiyu does.
ああ、まあありえなくはないかもしれんな。
Huh, I'm not gonna say that would be impossible. Right? It's a glimmer of hope.
あんまり期待せん方がええで。
Keep it small, though, okay? Why should I? Just when I found a reason to be optimistic, Shiyu swooped in to bring me down. At least he looked guilty about it.
いや、だってシャオのおふくろさん、あまりに特殊すぎるやん。
Thing is, Xiaoyu's mom sounds like a special case, don't you think?
だから会ってみいへんとわからんちゅうか。
There's a lot we won't know until we see her.
まあ確かにな。期待しすぎるのは自分の首を絞めることになりかねない。
I guess we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Might end up digging up the grave. Wait, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Might end up digging our own graves. Sorry, you're right. You're right. It's not like I've got any proof.
気にすんな。可能性の一つとして十分検討できる。
Don't worry about it. It's worth considering the possibilities.
まあ、もうちょっと昔やったら僕ももっと強かったし何かできたかもしれへんけど。
If all this had happened a while back, I would have been a smidge stronger. Then I might have been able to help. Or do something. That's been an option. Have you gotten weaker recently?
ああ、な、僕肉体が死体やからあとは朽ちていく一方なんよ。
Thing is, I'm a corpse crumbling away day by day.
これ以上弱くなることはないと思うんやけど悲しいことやね。
I don't reckon I'll get much weaker than this, but oh my goodness, everything that could. Weaker than this, but it sure brings a tear to your eye. Huh? I understand. Sorry, that was probably a rude thing to
か
ask.
まへんよ。
No problemo.
人間とキョンシーは全然ちゃうからわからんことだらけなのは当たり前や。
Humans and Yangshi are like night and day, right? There's gotta be a ton of stuff you don't know about us.
そう考えると生身のままキョンシー化しとるおふくろさんが羨ましい気するな。
I'm almost kind of jealous of your ma. She's a Yangshi, but she gets to keep her living body. Then does she
体
eat?
が腐ったりとかは絶対ないやろし。
I bet she doesn't even rot. Just out of the blue. Just no reason to say that. She was probably just being honest. His body was a corpse after all. But still, he could have hardly said anything crueler to Shaowu, who had been watching over his mom for the past 2 decades. Bombastic side-eye, like, yeah, at least she doesn't rot. I should change the subject. Don't want things to get any more awkward. Look at the moon! My gaze drifted skyward. The moon had sunk quite a bit since we first entered the forest. We'd been walking for some time. Hey, I know! So you have something to eat?
What?
What? You missed dinner because of everything that happened, right?
ここで食べるん？臨風神ってちょっと不安定やし、ここを抜けてからの方がええんちゃう？
You want to eat here? The forest is kind of wobbly, you know? Best to wait until we're out, don't you
そ
think?
れに追ってのこともあるし。
What if those goons catch up to us? I know you're right, Chiyu. But if we wait till we're out, we might run into our pursuers and miss our chance to eat again. I think we should eat now so we can keep our strength up. How did we bring food for this journey? We came here
一理ある
running.
な。じゃ、とっとと済ませるか。
Makes sense. Let's keep it quick. Shaowu plopped down on the
で
spot.
も何食べるん？この森だと現地調達は難しそうやけど。
What are you gonna eat though? No food grows in this forest.
携帯食料がある。ジョーちゃんも持ってるか？
I've got some rations. What about you, little lady? Yep, I've got my own. I sat beside Shaowu and put down my wrapping cloth, which doubles as a satchel. Yuhan had given me some food in case of emergencies, and there was plenty left. I rummaged through for it. Huh?
どうした？
What's up?
飯やっぱなかったの？
You all out? I got the food, it's just... The spice I bought for Yuhan is gone. Well, you weren't even going there. I must have dropped it. Mimi, don't worry. I've got food for you too. I turned the wrap cloth inside out, but the spice never showed up. And I was like, bitch. Even if I did have it, it's not like I can give it to her now. I'll have to apologize to her once everything's been solved. I'm sorry, Yuhan.
じゃあ僕はちょっとお散歩にでも行ってくるわ。
I think I'll take a little
まあ
stroll.
僕のことは気にせずにゆっくり食べてや。
Take your time, don't worry about me, okay? Shu floated away before either of us could stop him.
じゃあ食うか。
Let's eat. Okay. We each spread out what we had in front of us. Mimi and I had food from Yuhan. Shaowu produced some jerky from a small bag. Is that all you have? My dude. I don't think she's had jerky before.
ああ。
I love the sound when he leaves. The yeah, yeah. Is it your favorite?
いや、持ち運びに便利だから食ってるだけだ。
Nah, I have it because it's easy to carry around. So valid. Oh, right. You're traveling. As we ate, there was no conversation. Only Mimi's happy squeals as she stuffed her cheeks broke the silence of the forest. We ought to not. I guess it's not like we're here to hang out. And now that I think about it, Shiwu and I aren't even friends. All we've ever spoken about are these incidents of what's been going on and what we're going to do about his village and his mom. Oof, the realization was kind of depressing. I opted to keep quiet, the situation being that what it was, it would be weird to force a conversation. This is good. Yuhan had given me salted fish and meat as well as dried fruit. Though they were practically field rations, Yuhan's seasoning was as superb as ever, and I had to keep myself from wolfing them down.
その飯。
Your food. Did you want some? Do you want some of my food? I'll share it to you. What? I had been so absorbed in my meal that I hadn't even noticed Shaowu peering at me. I'd never seen him so interested in something.
もしかしてあの反転のものか？まあジョーちゃんが武術界予選の時に手伝ってた。
Did it come from that one stall, the place you were working at the day of the tournament? Yes, from the woman who was running it. I know, maybe we can talk about what happened then. Having finally found a topic to discuss about, I leaned forward eagerly. Thanks for what you did to me that day, Shaowu, huh? You helped me out when that customer had harassed me, remember? You saved me from a real headache.
ああ、そんなことあったな。
Oh yeah, I remember now.
反抗できない相手に偉そうな顔するやつが目障りだっただけだ。
That guy really got on my nerves, picking on someone who wasn't in a position to fight
そ
back.
れに腹が減ってた。
Also, I was hungry. Shaowu stuffed another piece of jerky into his mouth. You've got an impressive sense of justice, Shaowu. Whatever your reason, I don't think most people would have stepped in to help me out. I mean, all the other customers pretended it wasn't happening. Right now, you're searching for the truth, even though it pits you against all of
個
Caillou.
人的な事情でもか。
Out of my own selfishness. It was the same when you helped me out. It doesn't matter what your motivation is, you're still doing something just.
詭弁だな。
I don't know if I agree,
だが悪い気はしない。
but I guess I'm happy to hear it. His little smile. He went quiet again, biting off a piece of jerky in his hand. Shaowu's a man of few words, but talking to him is oddly soothing. When he speaks, he sticks to the important stuff and doesn't mince words. Maybe that's why. Shaowu was willing to make an enemy of the king to save a loved one. I couldn't place what had inspired the feelings within me, but I want to help him. I really do. I wanted to support him unconditionally. Mimi bounced over to spread the what? Mimi bounced over to the spread of food. Her nose wiggled at it, curiously sniffing around. Mimi, you can't have salty food like this. It'll make you sick. Her ears drooped dejectedly.
食い意地の張ったやつだな。ま、うまそうに見えるのはわかるが。
Greedy little scamp. I get it though. It does look good. Right? I'm so grateful to you, Han. Would you like to try some, Shaowu?
いや、それはジョーちゃんの分だろ。
Nah, you should eat it. Don't worry about that. I got plenty. Besides, I'd rather it go quickly, so in case Mimi tries to snag any.
わかった。
Gatta.
そういうことならありがたくもらう。
I'll have some, thanks. Shaowu leaned in and reached out for some of the salt-cured meat. But his hand froze midway. You don't have any chopsticks, do you?
基本干し肉しか食わねえからな。
No, I only eat jerky.
さすがに手づかみじゃ悪い。
This is too greasy to eat with my hands, though. Try. Just try. I don't have any spare chopsticks either. And then... Xiao opened his mouth with a totally straight face. What's going... He wasn't going for my chopsticks, but he wasn't pulling away either. In other words, is he doing that, what I think he's doing?
どうした？こうした方が手っ
What's
取り早
wrong?
いだろ。
This is the easiest way. I knew it! At least I'm not misunderstanding him this time. Shaowu wanted me to feed him. No way, I can't do that. It's too much of a girlfriend-boyfriend thing. I was just thinking about how we're not even friends. This is way too embarrassing. What's the matter? He's not even bothered. Oh, my heart. There was something frustrating about him not meaning anything by it while I got flustered, and so I've got no choice. I stilled my resolve, gripping my chopsticks almost tight enough to snap them, then quivered as I used them to pick up some meat. With bated breath, I moved the food closer to Shaowu's mouth. Go ahead. Somehow I managed to feed Shaowu successfully. That's good stuff. Happy to hear it. My hands are still shaking with nerves. Either way, I was relieved to see Shaowu looking satisfied. The hard part was over, and now I could go back to enjoying my meal, or so I thought. Here. Huh! Out of absolute nowhere, Shaowu had shoved a piece of jerky into my mouth. I chewed without a second thought, and its deep, complex flavor spread across my tongue. That's tasty. There, that's my thanks. I think he's being nice. It's hard to tell. That said, a part of me found it charming. What are you grinning at? Nothing. Just remembered something funny. That was delicious though, thank
あ
you.
んたがくれたもんにはかなわないと思うが、礼になったのなら。まあ
If you say so, personally, I'd say yours is way better.
今回の件が解決したら、作り方を教えてやろうか。
I'm going to teach you how to make it once we've solved this mystery. You mean he wanted to keep in touch even after we cracked these incidents?
ああ、なんや面白そうなことしとるやん。今度こそブチュッといく？
Looks like you're having a well of a time. Y'all can't tell me you're not kissing now. Take this, Yuhan salted meat special.
しょっぱ！でもビンミー。肉に味がしっかり染み込んどる。
Man, that's salty. Ooh, but so tasty. Like flavored fireworks exploding on my tongue. I chunked a piece of meat at him. Apparently, even Jiangxi could appreciate Yuhan's cooking.
もう、今のは僕悪くなくない？堂々とイチャイチャしてた自分らが悪いやん。
You can't get mad at me this time. You're the ones canoodling out in the open.
ただ礼をしただけだ。
I gave her that as a thank you.
え？そういう風には全然見えへんかったけど。
Yeah, seems like way more than that to me.
礼だ。
That's all it
いや
was.
だから。
Are you sure? Cause
礼だ。
that's all it was.
礼だ。
Are you sure? That's what Mimi said. That's all it was.
もしかしてなんか動揺してる？
Any chance I hit a sore spot?
してない。
No. I can't believe Shaowu can make himself scarier just by saying the same thing over and over again. It was probably a good idea not to do anything that could give Shiyu more ammo, though. But wouldn't you be a little like, ooh, about it? We let the forest of chiming souls and emerged amidst the trees of the northern district. Doesn't look like there's anybody around.
リン粉芯を使ってることは、まだ相手には知られてねえのか。
So they don't know we passed through the forest of chiming souls. It's too early to say for certain. They might not have even realized we're headed north. If anyone would know, it would be Yuhan and everyone who was with us when we mentioned Setsetsu.
何にせよ、悠長にしてる時間はないってことやな。
Sounds like we should get a move on either way. Mimi, would you scout ahead and let us know if you spot anyone? Mimi paddled off, ready to carry out her mission. The panda stopped in its tracks. What's up? Panda whirled towards me and pointed urgently down an animal trail. Looks like there's something down there.
念のため、物陰に隠れるぞ。
Let's stay hidden just in case. Right.
ウィー。
Yes, sir. We all hid in the shadows of a tree, Mimi included. The brush was thick enough that we weren't likely to be spotted, even with a brawny Shaowu among us. We waited, hardly daring to breathe. No, get away!
ん？この声は。
You hear that? Help! It's a kid! A young boy was running in our direction with a Yongshi hot on his heels. Quick! Shaowu and I jumped out from the shadows at once.
下がってろ、坊主。
Stay back, kid. Okay. Shaowu darted forward, throwing himself between the boy and the Yongshi. Meanwhile, Shiyu moved around to the creature's side and waved at it.
そこの君、落ち着いてや。その子より僕と遊ぼう。
Hey there, seems like you could use a chill pill. Why don't you come with me instead?
あかん、暴走してる。先導はできひんわ。
Whoa, it's going nuts. I don't think it's gonna listen to me.
お前、キョンシーを先導できるって言ってなかったか。
Weren't you just telling us how easy it was to get Yongshi to follow you?
暴走してる子は無理や。
Yeah, when they don't have an attitude.
ややこしいことすんな。迎え撃つぞ。
Don't make promises you can't keep. I'm going in. Go for it. You have... He leapt forward and drove a punch right into the Yongshi's stomach. That didn't knock it down. It must have been a skilled martial artist in its life. That'll make it tougher to beat. Can you keep an eye on the boy for me, Shiyu?
はいはい、お任せあれ。
Sure thing. Don't sweat it. I joined in the fray, Peachwood sword in hand. Keep sparring with it, Shaowu. I'll purge it when the chance comes.
わかった。
Got it. Shaowu and the Yongshi exchanged a series of violent blows. Now to get it to pause for just a second. I took a deliberately noisy step. It was enough to occupy a fraction of the Yongshi's attention. Alright. I ran towards it at full speed. Here goes! Before I could collide with it, I fell into a slide, aiming for its feet. At the same time, I readied my sword. Take this! I sliced off its foot. Shaowu! On it. He grabbed the Yongshi from behind, hoisted it into the air. Then he flipped it over and slammed it to the ground. I took the opportunity to straddle the Yongshi while it lay winded. The only way to deal with an out-of-control Yongshi is to purge it. That's the first thing Grandpa taught me. I'm sorry, you straddled it. Unfortunately, this means I can't give it the proper burial. We were pretty much backed into a corner, so I wouldn't have the chance. This is my only option. I affixed a binding talisman to it first, so the Yongshi at least wouldn't feel pain. Forgive me, goodbye. I stabbed the Yongshi through the chest, severing its attachment to this world. Light flashed out around us. Huh? What happened? What's happening? Our vision went white as a dazzling glow enveloped the Yongshi's body. We heard the creature groaning in its final moments. Thanks. There was a real tranquility in its tone. You wouldn't think it had been running rampant. And then... there was a scattering of luminescent petals as the glow faded away. By the time it vanished, the Yongshi was nowhere to be seen.
Ooh!
Did you just... Yongshi, Shaowu, and Shiwu, struggling to believe what they had just witnessed. I read about this in a textbook for Daoshi. When a Yongshi with a soul is freed from its regrets, it will turn to light and dissipate like the scattering of flower petals. Even if it has a soul, that doesn't mean it can speak like Shiu, so it can't tell us about its regrets. This is my first time seeing it. The usual way to help a Yongshi pass on is to bury them properly. There's just one thing I don't get. Did it pass on? Yes. I don't understand why though. You saw how it was going berserk. When a Yongshi gets like that, it shouldn't be able to pass on soul or no soul. And when it spoke...
いやー、さすがやな。春林ならきっと成仏させられると思っとったで。
Color me impressed. I need to be able to help it pass on, Shunlin.
なんて言ったって、この僕が注目してた同志やからな。
I sure know how to pick him, don't I? The way Shiu was talking, it was like he knew I'd end up doing this from the start. Here was someone who knew more about me than I did. I wouldn't have expected that to feel so baffling or unsettling. You knew I'd be able to handle it. How?
せやな。
Great
ちょ
question.
っとだけ教えたるわ。
I think I can throw you a
僕
bone.
は予想じゃなく知識として君にそういう力があることを知ってた。
I happen to know that you have that sort of ability and it wasn't a guess. I assume you aren't willing to tell me more about this ability.
当然、ここから先は有料やで。
Correctamundo!
それに今の段階で教えることはとてもできそうにないな。
Anything more and I'm gonna have to charge. I think it's a bit soon to tell you anything else right now anyways because the story can't progress like that. You know.
仮に教えたとして、君はシャオの事情と同時に考えることできる？
I think it might distract you from all the things going on with Shaowu. Wouldn't you agree? You might be right. That said, I hadn't realized how scary it could be to not understand something about yourself. I'd never felt this way in my life, and it had me at a loss for words.
まあまあ、その問題は後回しにしとこう。それより春林の力見たやろ？
You got plenty of time to figure it out, alright? Shaowu, you saw what she did there?
あれを使えば、シャオのおふくろさんもどうにかできるかもしれへんで。
I'm thinking it might be helpful when it comes to dealing with your
生
mom.
身のままキョンシー化してるなら、そのキョンシー部分だけ浄化するとか。
Like if we purge her of just her Yongshi side. Shaowu and I looked at each
可
other.
能性が見えてきたな。
That makes sense. It does. Wait, what about that boy? He burst into tears before I could check to see if he was okay.
放って悪いな。
Sorry for getting distracted, little guy. Are you hurt?
大丈夫。
I'm okay. The boy was crying openly now that the Yangshi was gone and the tension in the air had snapped. It's alright, the scary Yangshi is gone now. But.
でも
あ、もしかして僕のこと怖いキョンシーだと思ってる？それなら二人の仲間やから大丈夫やで。
Oh, I know. You think I'm a scary Yangshi too. Don't worry, I'm buddies with these two.
あれ？なんか明かした？
Did I make things worse? The boy must have been terrified. He wouldn't stop crying and was completely inconsolable. Maybe it'll make him feel better if I stroked his back, but then... As I wavered on what to do, Shaowu approached him. That looks like one of Yuhan's brothers.
男なら泣くな。
Oh, that's an awful line. Boys don't cry. That's all he said as he met the boy's gaze. Huh?
キョンシーに襲われて怖かった気持ちはわかる。
I know you're scared. You were just attacked by a Yongshi.
だがここで泣いてるだけじゃいつまで経っても家に戻れねえぞ。
But standing here bawling won't get you
お
home.
前には帰りを待ってくれてる家族がいるんじゃな
Your
いのか。
family is waiting for you, aren't they?
いる。お父さんとお母さんと兄ちゃん。
My dad, my mom, and my
そ
brother.
うか。
I said that out of order.
なら早く泣き止んで無事の姿を見せてやるべきだ。
Right, so quit crying as soon as you can and go show them you're
お
safe.
前が逆の立場なら家族を心配して森まで探しに来ただろ。
If you were in their shoes, you'd come searching in the forest, wouldn't you? Shaowu's words weren't kind by any stretch of the imagination, but they were straightforward and honest. That's all he's got.
わかった。
Okay,
もう泣かない。
I'm done
よ
crying.
し、
Good.
落ち着いたなら無事に戻ってこれたことを家族に報告してやれ。
You're calmer now. Let's get you back to home to your family. Okay. Shaowu had gotten through to him. What a relief. We wouldn't have been able to ask where he lived if he carried on like
シ
that.
ャオが子守できるなんて意外な才能やな。
Wouldn't have expected for someone to be good with kid. Wouldn't have figured you to be for. Wouldn't have figured ya for someone good with kids, Shaowu.
茶化すな。で、お前なんでこんなところにいるんだ？
Enough, kid. What were you doing out here?
ガキが夜中に一人で森の中に来るなんて遊びにしちゃ危険だと思うか？
It's dangerous for a boy like you to be playing out in the woods at night by
そ
yourself.
れは薪を拾いに来たから。
I came to get firewood.
いつもだったら兄ちゃんがやってくれるんだけど。
My big brother always does, but he's away right now.
なるほどな。
I see. We'll walk you home then. Where do you
す
live?
ぐそこの町だよ。北地区でも一番端っこにあるんだ。
In the town right over there. It's on the edge of the northern district. I know.
そうか。俺たちの目的地とも同じだな。
I'm going to put on the BRB screen real quick just so I can take my jacket off and grab another drink because my energy drink's almost empty and I don't want another energy drink. Choto Mateo. I also grabbed a snack just in case. I don't know if I'll actually eat it, but it's here. These are one of the few snacks I keep in my room. 11 grams of protein. I was also recently told, I'm trying to remember how recent it was, we're supposed to be eating half our body weight in protein a day. Is that true? Sounds crazy. I wish my seat got lower, honestly. I'm a short girl, you see. Okay, maybe that. Even here, with what I think is the chair at the lowest it goes, my feet don't touch the ground, for the fun fact. Which means anytime I'm scooting forward or back, I hold my desk. But that's also like, moves my desk when I do that, so that's also another thing. I'm gonna try and have my feet on the ground for a second. We were heading that way anyways. Let's take you home, buddy. That settles it.
俺たちが家まで送ってやる。代わりに街を案内してもらうことはできるか?
If we take you home, could you tell us a bit about your town?
できるよ。
Sure, I can. Let me finish this so I can start my new drink.
ほな、そういうことならさっさと行こうか。
Pleasure doing this with you. Let's get going. Not only would the boy be getting home safe, but we'd reach our destination. We all set off in high spirits. The boy led the way as we wove through the woods. We were already making good progress.
僕の兄ちゃんはね、武術会にも参加して
Guess
るんだ
what?
よ。
My brother's in the tournament.
そうなのか。
It's because I'm short too, you know.
すっごく強いから、きっと優勝すると思うよ。
He's super strong. So I know he's gonna win.
お兄ちゃんも強かったよね。もしかして参加してるの？
Making sure I'm not crazy. You're strong too. Are you in the tournament?
一応な。
Yeah.
やっぱり。じゃあ、うちの兄ちゃんと戦うことになるかもしんないね。兄ちゃん勝てるかな？
I knew it. You might end up fighting my brother. I hope he can win. The boy had cheered up considerably and was now chatting to Shaowu nonstop as we walked side by side. Though Shaowu was his usual taciturn self, he wasn't being frosty. Instead, he quietly chimed in whenever it was appropriate.
なんかええ雰囲気やん。
We're getting along swimmingly. They are, aren't they? Was he an only child or not? We walked on for some time. Eventually, we reached the town.
じゃあ僕は森に戻らせてもらうわ。
I thought we were friends now. I thought we were working together. What do you mean? I'm gonna head back to the forest. You're not coming with us, Shiyu.
さすがに喋って浮いてるキョンシーは目立つやん。見つかったら大騒ぎになるやろし。
I'm a floating, talking Yangshi. I'll only cause a scene if folks spot me, don't you think? I mean, sure, that's true, but you're cute. You got that going for you too. Don't sell yourself short.
森の中でブラブラしてるから、用事が終わったら声かけてや。
Come and get me when you're done. I'll be hanging out in the trees. With the trees? Wait, with the trees? What does that mean? With that, he promptly floated away. He's not wrong to think that he'd draw attention, but also, I mean, I don't want to feel rude. And we were on the run. Probably best that we split up. Nobody knew you were with them. They didn't even tell about you to everybody else, which is weird, honestly. She should have mentioned it to her grandfather. been like, hey, we did actually just run into a talking, walking Yangshi, and by walking, I mean he was floating. What a crazy thing to do. I'm tearing this box open to put the stuff on top of it. It makes sense in my head. All that was left was to deal with the boy. Oh my god, they're gonna kill him. They're gonna murder this little boy right now. Also, I don't know what my chat, not my chat, well, I guess it's my chat pop-up. I don't know if it's like in the midst of warning me of things or what, but it like keeps acting like there's something new and there's nothing new down there.
坊主、ここがお前の家か?
Is this your house, kid? Yeah. Yeah. I live here with my mom, my dad, and my little baby brother.
うちに泊まってく？ご飯もまだならお母さんが用意してくれると思うよ。
Want to stay with us? Mom can cook you dinner if it's not too late. Ooh, let's not assume that this kid can give us a place to stay. He flashed us an innocent smile. Under normal circumstances, his offer would have been tempting. But Shaowu shook his head right away. I mean, also, like, you can't just... A little kid can't give you permission to stay at his house. Just to be clear. Also, don't accept it.
いや、悪いが遠慮する。
Sorry, but we have to turn you down. If only the palace didn't have it out for us. It hadn't even been a day since our escaping the king's guard. Word of it could reach this town by morning. If that happened, this boy's family might get punished for sheltering us. I mean, only if they
そ
really
れよ
know.
り、この近所に聖雪って武術家の家はないか?
By the
知
way,
って
do
た
you
ら
know
教え
if
てほ
a
しい。
martial artist called Setsetsu lives in the neighborhood? He's like my dude. The whole process. I've just
聖雪さん？
snacked.
それな
Setsetsa.
らあの大きい家に住んでるよ。
He lives in the big house over there. My bro is his apprentice. What are the chances of that? The president the boy pointed at was indeed impressive. The house was... With a house that big, it was unlikely that he was mistaking it for anyone
わ
else's.
かった。
Got it.
ありがとな。
Thanks, bro.
それじゃあもうお別れ？
Do we have to say goodbye now? It's the right thing to do.
そうだな。こんな時間じゃ家族も心配してるだろう。
It's late and your family will be worried. It's like, yeah, I guess you're right. When you put it that way, I sound like a spoiled little kid.
お兄ちゃん、お姉ちゃん、本当にありがとう。僕、絶対忘れないから。
Honestly, it's so funny that they don't know yet that that's his brother. Thanks, guys. I'll never, ever, ever forget about you. The boy trotted to his house and opened the door. And he was like, Dad, Mom, look! What did Shaowu say to him? It was clear he remembered what Shaowu had said to him. He waved cheerfully at us. Not a tear had to be seen and vanished inside. Okay. When you say something like, "Kid, boys don't cry," it's trash. And to act like that was like a good message is also trash. You would think Xulin would see Yu Hong and the kid since they knew each other as children. Also, you would think that when he said, "Hey, my brother's in the tournament," that they would have been like, "Oh, really? What's your brother's name?" Or instead of just saying my brother Yuhan is in the tournament. Or when we said, "Do you know where Setsetsu lives?" He's like, "Oh, Setsetsu, that's actually my brother's teacher." He lives across the way. Which is just weird.
行くか。
Ready to go? Yeah. Yeah, what am I gonna do? Just stand here and stare at this little boy's house? That seems creepier. As we walked the deadly silent street, the scene from earlier popped up in my mind. I wasn't expecting that, you know?
何がだ？
I forget he's met a few words. Expecting what? For you to have experience dealing with kids. They never said you didn't have brothers.
Huh?
You didn't just tell him to stop crying. You told him what it meant for him to calm himself and get back on his feet. No, you didn't! I don't think you know how to explain it like that unless you were used to kids. Well, he's 27. What if he had kids? Oh my god, I used to keep an eye out for the kids in my village. I'm sure I meant kind of like an Easter egg where you're like, oh, I know who that is, I guess. That must be it. You had a really gentle expression on your face as well. Did not. You did! And I couldn't stop staring. You're hot. I mean, you're cute. I mean, you're not wearing a shirt right now. This is really uncomfortable. For all of us, really. The way you fight is awesome. But I like how you looked when you were talking to him too. It was very charming. He's not blushing, so... Oh, I didn't really mean anything by that. LOL. I was just complimenting you and your body because, you know, you have one.
わかってる。あんたはいちいち大げさだ。
I know, you always make a big deal out of everything. Sorry. Surely it's not bothering him that much, right? I could have sworn his lips quirked up in the corners. We don't really have anything else to talk about right now, so this might be a good opportunity to learn something about him. Are we or are we not going to go talk to this man that lives across the street? What was your childhood like? She said, as if that's a normal question to ask. We'll find out and then we'll start over again.
師匠に引き取られた後の話か?
You mean after my master took me in? How about before your master took you in with your parents? Yeah, I was wondering what your life was like after you moved. He fell silent, a steely look on his face. Maybe it was too personal of a question. I waited for him to respond, my heart pounding.
武術に打ち込んでた。あんなこともあったから、誰より強くなりたいと思ってな。
I threw myself into wushu after what happened. I want to be stronger than anyone else. So it wasn't that he didn't want to answer. He just had been thinking about what to say. Relieved, I decided to stay on topic. So your master kept training you?
基本的にはな。
Mostly.
だが兄弟弟子とのやりとりも参考になったな。
I learned from my fellow students too. Oh, really? Are we going to introduce one of those characters and they're going to be the bad guy? I mean, I assume Shaowu was our bad guy in this one. We haven't really been introduced to anybody else.
最初は年も離れていたせいか、うまく兄弟子たちの中に溶け込めてなかったんだが。
None of them were my age, so I didn't fit in at first. Older or younger?
ぎこちない俺たちに師匠が説教してくれた。
But Master lectured us when things got too awkward. How did they get too awkward? Explain. I need you to continue to expound to me.
幼くても男は男。年齢こそ違えど、お互いに尊重し合えってな。
Convenient to mention age gap to a guy who's almost 10 years older than her and she's 19. Even as kids, we were still warriors. We had to respect each other no matter our age gap. That's what he said.
師匠自身が俺にそう接してくれたから、 兄弟子たちも接し方を変えてくれた。
Master treated me with respect, soon the others followed by example.
それからは自分が年長者になって弟弟子ができた時もそういう風に接するよう心がけてる。
I was careful to do the same thing when I got older and he took in new young students. So that's why you're a natural with the boy.
そういえばさっきの子供、弟弟子に少し似てたな。
Now you mentioned it, he kind of reminded me of a young boy I trained with. Shaowu looked up at the sky, his gaze softening a little. Reams of memories must be flitting through his mind. I hope Shaowu and I can get closer. We already felt closer even after that little blip of a conversation. What's your daily routine, you weirdo? I assume.
基本的には修行だな。物騒な事件を追っている以上、腕っぷしがなければ何もできない。
3 lines of dialogue and he barely said anything. That's crazy. Someone is expounding so hard. I train mostly. I figure staying strong will help with solving the mystery of my village when things get tough. What have you done for work then?
用心棒や力仕事を引き受けて金を稼いでた。
I've learned a living by picking up gigs as a bodyguard or doing manual labor. That doesn't surprise me. Think my grandpa and I can hire you the next time we need a little muscle?
構わない。あんたには借りが山ほどあるからな。
Sure, I owe you a ton anyway. I'm not saying we won't pay you. It really does sound like he's up for meeting even after all this is over. That is a massive relief. We'd ended up having to stick together amidst this huge bundle of trouble. Despite the circumstances, I hope it would all come to the happiest possible conclusion for Shaowu. I gazed skyward, making that wish upon the stars. After that, we set off again into the night. It wasn't long before we arrived at the house that the boy had pointed out to us. We're lucky not to cross paths with anyone along the way. This is definitely the place. I checked the nameplate to be sure, but there was no mistaking it. It was Setsetsu's place. The only problem would be if it turned out he was already asleep, but we could cross that bridge when it came to it.
よし、行くぞ。
Okay, let's go. Taking a quiet breath to prepare himself, Shaowu knocked lightly on the door. Setsetsu would probably only hear it if he was awake. We were on tenterhooks as it was. Tenterhooks? Tenterhooks. I mean, I can get an idea, right? Waiting nervously in a state of tension or anxiety.
はい。どちら様でしょうか。
Yes, who is it? He's awake, thank goodness. Shaowu shot me a glance. He probably wanted me to deal with this since I had met Setsetsu before. Good evening, Setsetsu. It's Shunlin.
春林さん。どうして。
Shunlin, what are you doing here? There's something I'd like to ask you. Would you have time to chat for just a little bit? As expected, he didn't respond right away. Anyone would be suspicious given the time we showed up. To my surprise, he did open the front door eventually. Thank you, Setsetsu. The first thing he did as he stood in the doorway was give me a once-over. Then his gaze flickered to Shaowu, who stood beside
そ
me.
ちらの方は。
Behind me. You brought company.
シャオウだ。一応武術界の準決勝まで進んだ武術家なんだが。
I'm Shaowu, the semi-finalist of the Tournament of Valor.
ええ。もちろん存じておりますよ。
Naturally, I'm aware of that much. So about my question.
どうぞ。
Come in. I'd been worried he might refuse to hear us out, but my anxiety turned out to be unfounded. Setsetsu turned to lead us into his house. And from there, it all went south.
それで何が目的ですか？
Now, just what are you playing at? I'm sorry?
指名手配犯とその人質ですよね。街中に張り紙がされていましたよ。
There are notices around town. They describe you as a wanted man and his hostage. My heart sank. The news had already reached the north, and Setsetsu had invited us into his home knowing the palace was after us.
もう号外が出てたのか。
They've already spread the story here, huh?
ええ、少し前に。
Yes, only a short while
こん
ago.
な時間に新しい号外が貼り付けられるなんて珍しいので、みんな集まって見てましたよ。
It's rare for news to break at this hour, so everyone gathered to read the public bulletin
ま
board.
あ、指名手配犯を恐れて、住民はすぐに家に戻ってしまいましたが。
They scurried right back to their homes for fear of the ruffian on the loose. The Palace Daoshi must have used the forest of chiming souls and beaten us here. An experienced Daoshi could make it here in less than half the time it took me. I sighed, frustrated at my own inadequacy. The boy had probably entered the forest before the notice went up, otherwise he might have recognized
知っ
Shaowu.
てたならどうして家に入れたんだ。危険だと思わなかったのか。
If you knew, why'd you let us in? Didn't you think it might be dangerous?
春林さんがいましたからね。断ったら、彼女がひどい目に遭うのでは。
Because Shinlen was with you, I feared the fate that might befall her should I
し
refuse.
かし、解せませんね。彼女は随分落ち着いてますし、とてもじゃないが、人質とは
Well,
思えません。
sometimes there's hostages and then there's like willing hostages. Do you understand the difference? Like, he kidnapped me, but because he believes in me. It's different. It's a different thing, right? Let me explain. He's hot. So it's fine. It's not a crime if he's hot. I can't understand why she seemed so calm. I would have suspected different behaviors from a
事
hostage.
情を聞いても。
Care to explain? Not really. Setsetsu leaned forward. The air of authority around Setsetsu told me he would refute any attempt to put the wool over his eyes.
わかった。
Wool?
話そう。
Okay, I'll talk. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Shaowu went on to give a thorough and honest account of the events. He spoke of the tragedy that had afflicted him and his village, the information we had gathered thus far, and what happened during his audience with King Lao Jin.
そのようなことが。
That's quite a set of circumstances. Setsetsu was genuinely sympathetic. It looked like he was willing to take our word for it, even though we'd come without any evidence.
あんた、20年前に王宮に勤めてたんだろ。何か知ってるなら教えてくれないか。
You were working at the palace 20 years ago. I was wondering if you knew anything. That's why we came to see you. Setsetsu averted his gaze as if he wasn't sure how to respond. But after looking at Shaowu and me in turn, he let out a sigh of resignation.
わかりました。お話ししましょう。
Very well, I shall tell you what I know. Thank you so much.
そうですね。どこからお話ししましょうか。
I wonder where I ought to start.
20年前、リーホンさんも王宮の同志として勤めていたのはご存知ですか？
Were you aware that Li Hyung was working as a palace doshi 20 years ago? Yes.
その同僚に大燕という名の同志もいたんです。
One of his colleagues was a daoshi by the name Taiyan.
彼は負けず嫌いで、リーホンさんよりも名を上げるべく、日々努力をしていました。
Taiyan was a competitive sort who endeavored daily to make a bigger name for himself than Li Hyung.
リーホンさんは全く相手にしていませんでしたがね。
For his part, Li Hyung was completely disinterested.
その彼がシャオさんの故郷の事件に関係していたとは聞いています。
I have reason to believe that Taiyan had something to do with the village incident.
そいつはまさか横領の罪で処刑されちまったやつか。
Let me guess, he was the one that was executed for embezzlement?
よくご存知ですね。
You're well informed.
ただ、噂によると、彼はキョンシーによる舞台を作ろうとしていたみたいです。
There were rumors that he was attempting to create a corpse consistent of a Yangshi.
キョンシーなら死ぬことはなく、いくらでも 替えが利く。いわば無敵の兵隊となるわけですから。
Is that Chiyu? Yongshi are immortals and easily replaced. They would make an invincible army. What? That's horrific.
それが一般的な感覚ですよね。でも国はそうは考えていなかった。
An understandable reaction, yet I'm afraid the nation's leadership felt differently.
国だと
Leadership?
ええ。大燕に支持していたのは国の上層部の人間だという噂があるんです。
Is he bad in all routes? Shiyu? I assume so. Because in the first route, he literally said, basically, because every route has a bad guy, right? I assume. He said he had a total of 4 people on his side. So that so far is this guy. Hodan's past co-worker. And I'm pretty sure Longli is one of them. I don't know who this one is. Which might be the prince himself, honestly, or the second prince. According to these rumors, Taian was ordered to create the corpse by Kayu's highest authorities.
闇の法術の教本も国で管理しているようなので、そういう邪法ならいくらでも調べられますし。
The upper echelon of leadership also managed Kayu's books. I had the hiccup, sorry, on the shadow art. So Taian was able to study those heretical methods freely. It made sense why Shaowu actions made him a wanted man in the eyes of the king. Shaowu had asked the very man responsible for the attacks on the village to divulge the truth. So His Majesty was ultimately the one who commanded the Shaowu village by be destroyed.
あなたたちの話に嘘がないのであれば、
It would seem
その可
so,
能性は高いでしょうね。
based on what you told me tonight.
ただ、先ほども言いましたが、この話は単なる噂話です。証拠があるわけではありません。
However, as I've already said, I'm only telling you what the rumors said. I can't offer you anything. Nothing to back up my words.
他に情報はないのか？
Is there anyone else that can tell us?
ありません。
No.
私がこの噂話を知っているのは、他の者より少しだけ王に近いところで働いていたからです。
The only reason I know these rumors is because I work slightly closer to His Majesty than much of the other palace staff. That explains why he knows more than Grandpa did.
王に近しいならもっと情報を得てるんじゃ。
Shouldn't you be able to tell us more then?
甘いですね。だからこそ知らないのですよ。
How naive of you. My proximity is precisely why I know so little.
近しい者に弱みを握られては、王としては動きにくくてたまらないでしょうからね。
But the people His Majesty surrounds himself with had knowledge that he could threaten him with. It would make his job that much more difficult.
そういった悪巧みは噂でしか聞いたことがありませんでしたよ。
I know of this gossip slowly through I know of this conspiracy slowly through gossip and nothing more concrete than that.
だから私から伝えられる情報は、
Thus, I can't say nothing more of the matter.
真実を知りたいのなら、ルオジン様の口から直接。
I'm sure the truth will only come from His Majesty's mouth, and you will not hear it from anyone else. I guess we should have expected as much. Only the mastermind knows the whole truth. Exposing that truth meant walking a dangerous path
一
indeed.
つお聞きしたいのですが、
May I ask you something?
なんだ？
What?
あなたの目的は何ですか？
What do you intend to
お
do?
母君を人間に戻すことですか？それとも
Do you
事件の首
simply
謀者に
wish
罪
to
を
restore
償
your
わせる
mother's
ことでしょうか？
humanity, or do you want the mastermind to atone for what he has done?
滅んだ故郷の謎を解き明かすというものも考えられそうですが。
Or is it that you merely wish to solve the mystery of your village's destruction?
なもん決まってんだろ。
Isn't it obvious?
全部だ。
All three.
あの日、いきなり全てを失ったんだ。運命だなんて受け入れられるわけが
That day, I lost everything. Just like that, and I refuse to call it fate.
だから、手がかりが少なくても、無謀な道を歩むことになったとしても、 俺は全部を諦めない。
I won't give up, not on any of it. Even if I run out of clues, even if I have to expose myself to danger.
人生をかけてでも。
Even if it costs me my life.
そうですか。応援しています。
I see. I wish you the best of luck. That seemed to wrap things up. Thank you for talking to us, Setsu.
いえ、少しでもお役に立てたなら良いのですが。
No need. I can only hope my information has proven useful in
シ
some
ャオ
way.
さん、春林さんを危険な目に遭わせないでくださいね。
You will work to keep Shinlan out of danger, won't you, Shaowu?
あなたの境遇には同情しますが、彼女は部外者ですので。
Well, I sympathize with your circumstances. Her stakes in them are dubious at best.
分かってる。
I know. I will.
いろいろと助言をくれて助かった。
Thank you for your advice. With that, we quickly took our leave from Setsu's house. After speaking with Setsu, our pair is heading for Shaowu's village.
危機的状況は2人の距離と関係をぐっと近づかせる。
Things are getting dangerous. This might just push them closer.
次回、燃えよ、
Oh.
乙女同士、歌謡恋語り。
Next time on Otome Daoshi. Partying.
周りが敵だらけでも、たった一人信じてくれる人がいるだけで強くなる。
Even when surrounded by enemies, strength can be found in a single trusting ally. Keep trying to guess what time it's going to start. I keep being wrong. Chapter 4. We left the northern district and returned to the forest of chiming souls. That means we're 1/3 the way through, guys.
じゃあ結局ちょっとした噂話を聞けた程度なんや。
So you didn't pull up anything more solid than rumors? We met up with Shiyu again and shared what we had learned. He didn't look very impressed. We didn't know that the palace might have been involved in the incident before, though. I'd say that alone made seeing Setsu worth it.
まあそうかもしれんけど、結局四面楚歌のままやんね。
You might be right, but it's not exactly reassuring news, is it?
で、これからどうするん？王宮に勝ち込みでもしに行くんか？
What now then? We offer to raid the palace?
そんな無謀なことはしねえ。次は東地区の。
No, that'd be crazy. We're going to the eastern district to my village. So we'll finally going to see your mom.
ああ。
Yeah.
おふくろさんから新しい情報が得られへんかったら？
And if we can't learn anything from her?
その時に考える。
I'll figure out when it happens.
はは。
Oh. Shiyu looked at Shaowu, seeming to find our plan a little flimsy. We might have only gotten rumors, but I still think it's good information, especially that part about the shadow art.
聖節の話を聞いてた時も思ったが。
I was worried about that. What exactly are the shadow
一体何
arts?
なんだ？
They're heretical arts. Occult magic. Only a select few Daoshi know the detail. Grandpa said there are very few people who even know they exist these days. He wouldn't tell me anything else about them until I graduate from my apprenticeship. So that's about all I can tell you.
なるほどな。
Huh.
なら僕が説明したろか。
Want me to fill you in? You know about them, Shiyu?
そりゃまあ長いこと生きてるし、何より僕同志としてはそこそこの腕やし。
I've lived a long time, and I'm pretty decent Daoshi to boot. With that, Shiyu launched into an explanation.
ええか？闇の砲術には何種類かあってな。
The shadow arts come from a few different
一
flavors.
つは死体を掘り起こして操る術や。
First up is the art of reawakening the dead and controlling them.
これは労力も使うし、何より効率的じゃない？
Takes a whole heap of effort and ain't especially effective.
もう一つはキョンシーを召喚する術。
Then we got the art of summoning Yongshi.
この術は黄泉からキョンシーを呼び出すものや。
What you're doing there is calling them back from the Yellow Springs realm. Calling them back from the Yellow Springs realm. Oh my goodness, I am failing so hard. Is my heating pad even on, bro? Oh, it's not. It unplugged. I see. I was like, man, it should have been on still. Chotomate. I'm like, my back's not warm. What's wrong? What you're doing is calling them back from the Yellow Spring realm of the underworld.
こっちは遺体を用意する必要がないから、手っ取り早く人手が欲しいときはめっちゃ便利なんや。
Don't need to prepare a corpse or nothing. Perfect for when you need a hand in a hurry.
ほんで最後は生きている人間を操る術や。
The art of controlling a live human.
言葉通り、人間を生かしたままキョンシー化するっちゅうことやね。
It's just what it sounds like, transforming a living human into a Daoshi.
キョンシーも僕みたいに霊魂がある方が強いから、キョンシー化された聖者もめちゃ強なんよ。
What you get is a powerful old thing. Yongshi, with a soul like yours truly, are stronger than those who aren't.
ただし、術を発動させるには、聖者の額に貼るお札と、操る方が持っているお札の2枚が必要なんや。
But you're gonna need 2 talismans for that. One for the human's head and one for the person controlling them to keep.
この操る方が持っているお札さえあれば、同志じゃなくても対象のキョンシーを操れる。
Anyone who's got the talisman can command the Yongshi then, Daoshi or not. Oh. That's unfortunate. Maybe that's what happened to Shaowu's village.
おそらく聖者をキョンシー化させる術を使われたんやないかな。おふくろさんの状態も一致してるし。
That could have been it, and it makes sense considering Shaowu's ma.
ちなみにおふくろさん、額にお札は貼り付けられてなかった？
Speaking of which, did your ma have a talisman on her forehead?
いや、俺が見つけた時には何も。
Not since I found her.
じゃあなんかあって剥がれたんかもしれへんな。
It might have come off at some point.
術をかける同士が未熟やったら、うっかり剥がれてなくなるとかもありそうやし。
Especially if it was done by an inexperienced Daoshi, could have just gotten lost. A thoughtful expression crossed Shaowu's face.
なるほどな。キョンシーによる舞台を作るってのは、そういう仕組みだったのか。
So that's how you go about making a Daoshi corpse. But Li Ying is the only villager you found, right?
なあ、遺体もなかった。
Yeah, there weren't even any bodies. Then where did everybody else go?
さあな。それはこれから調べることだ。
Who knows? That's what we... I guess that's what we look into next. Goodness gracious, I can so speak. The culprits were looking to make an army of undead, then Shaowu's mom shouldn't have been the only person left. Unless the corpse had been completed and was already in use. A shiver ran down my spine.
しかしお前詳しいんだな。
You should know a lot about this.
え？僕？
What? Little old me?
そこまで知ってたなら、最初の段階で説明してくれてもよかったんじゃないか。
You could have told us this from the start, you know? He's got a point. You probably suspected the shadow arts when you heard about Li Ying. I gave Shiyu my best suspicious glare. Explain, Shiyu. Why didn't you tell us about this stuff earlier?
いや、確かに最初聞いたとき、闇の法術なんかなとは思ったんよ。
I mean, I did think it might be shadow arts when you mentioned it first.
でもいきなりそんなこと言ったら怪しいやん。そもそも聖説の話を聞いたからこそ確証を得たんやし。
But if I'd mentioned it, but if I came out with that, you would have thought I was really sketchy. Better you hear it from a trusty source than from Setsetsu.
無責任に適当なことは言えへんし。
I had to be careful about what I said. You get me?
もうなんやねんその顔。せっかく親切で説明したのにひどいやん。
Come on, don't look at me like that. And here I was explaining everything all nice.
んな顔するならもうこの話は終わりや。僕は先行くで。
If that's how you're gonna be, then I'm gonna stop talking to you. Catch you later.
ミーミちゃん追いかけてこんといて。
Mimi, you don't have to come after me. When Mimi started chasing him, he zoomed away at full speed.
逃げたな。
He got away. I think it might be dangerous to trust him too much.
なあ、あいつの目的を探りながら移動するぞ。
Yeah, I'm gonna try and figure out what he's after.
とはいえ、指名手配されている以上、そんな余裕があるか
If I can, that is. It might be tough when I'm a wanted criminal. True, true. I nodded. As we dug deeper, things only got more and more tenacious. The truth of what happened to Shaowu's village would be lost forever if we got caught. Even he'd get executed by the king. There was only one way for Shaowu to survive. We needed to uncover the truth and expose what His Majesty had done. No easy task, but that didn't matter. Let's give it our all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove you're innocent, Shaowu.
そうか。
Thanks. I'd balled up my fist up in determination.
俺にひたすら振り回されてるってのに、本当に何も気にしてないんだな。
You really don't mind that I'm dragging you all over the place, huh?
だが、確かにあんたがいれば心強い。
Still think things would have been a lot tougher without you.
ありがとな。
Thanks,
春里。
Shunlin. Oh no, thank you. Wait. He had said something he didn't usually say, and my reaction was a bit delayed. Ah! Ah! What did he say exactly? Oh, he said thanks. Is that it?
ありがとな。春里。
Could imagine that an 8-pack could be shy. He looked away bashfully. I never heard him say it before. Shaowu, you said my name.
ずっとジョーちゃんじゃ、他の女と区別がつかねえからな。
I can't call you little lady forever. There's too many of those.
俺の事情に巻き込んじまって悪い。だが、あと少しだけ付き合ってくれ。
I'm sorry I got you wrapped up in my mess. I hope you'll stick around with me a little bit longer.
母さんの件が解決したら、あんただけでも逃げてくれていいから。
You can run back home once we've dealt with my mom. Thanks,
でも、
but what? I think, gosh, I'm just happy that you call me by my name, and I'm feeling like I could follow you around forever and ever. I was so overwhelmed that I collapsed my cheeks and blurted out the first thing that came to my mind.
物好きだな。
Weirdo? You might have called me a weirdo, but he didn't discourage me. Don't worry, I've come with you this far, and I'm going to stick with you to the very end. Let's keep working hard to settle everything once and for all. I gently took Shaowu's hand. He makes me so happy. Dude, I get it. He was blunt in everything he said, and I didn't think I'd ever meet anyone kinder. I never wanted to be apart from him ever again. I just wanted to keep supporting him. I might have been young, but even I knew what this feeling was. I won't tell him yet, though. Not until we've seen things through. He spent so much of his life grappling with this alone. It's only fair to him to wait. He squeezed my hand in return.
なんだ、こうして欲しいんじゃなかったのか。
Isn't this what you wanted?
俺の勝手な勘違いか。
Or am I wrong? You're not wrong. I'm nervous, that's all. Your hand is really big.
男だからな。
Men have big hands. Yeah, but yours is really big. It's more than that. You developed these fists out of desire to protect someone you love.
お前にはそう見えるのか。変なやつだな。
They're just hands. You really are a weirdo. I don't mind if you think I'm the weirdest person in the whole of Caillou as long as I can be with you. I wanted to relish in his warmth a while longer. We walked like that for a time, hand in hand. And then after that, we met up with Shiyu again and took a short rest in the Forest of Chiming Souls before continuing to the Eastern District.
さて
Let's see. While Shaowu hadn't been a wanted man for long, chances of soldiers keeping watch out here were still high. We hid in the trees to do some reconnaissance first.
パッと見た感じ誰もいなさそうや
Sure
ね
doesn't look like anyone's around. Which way do we go from here, Shaowu?
東に歩いていけばすぐに故郷へたどり着くはずだ
We'll hit the village very fast if we head east.
できればこのまま森の中を移動していき
I'd
たい
like
と
to
ころ
stick to
だ
the forest if we can.
森も結構先まで
Should
続
be
い
easy
てる
enough.
っぽいしいけるんちゃう
It seems to
人
go on
に
for
見
a
られんう
while.
ちに早い行こ
Let's hit the trail before someone spots us. Standing around wouldn't get us anywhere, so we quietly made our way through the forest. Except we didn't make it very far.
止まれ
Stop. Only a little while in, Shaowu stopped in his tracks. What's the matter,
そこにいるのは誰だ
Who's there? Shaowu barked before I could finish my question. His gaze was focused between the trees ahead. I only see grass and trees. That was a failing on my part.
不意打ちはさすがに無理ですか
I suppose there's no sneaking up on you. Hongli! A small squad of soldiers stepped out from a shadowy foliage after him.
やっと遭遇できた
We
ぜ
finally found you.
春麗無事か
Shunlin, are you alright?
大丈夫
You're not hurt? Hanan, Grandpa, Hyuhong.
う待ち伏されとったみたいやな
Whoopsie, ambushed.
十数人ってところかそのあたりの雑魚ならともかく真正面から戦って勝てる相手じゃない
There's more than 10 of them. I could take them if they were goons, but they aren't guys I want to fight head on.
ハオランたちはあんたを助けるためについてきたんだろう
Haodon and the others probably came to save you. Right, they all think I'm Shaowu's hostage. I better explain before a fight breaks out. I slipped in front of Shaowu.
おい
Hey, don't. Listen up. Listen to me, you guys. I chose to follow Shaowu.
は何言ってんだ
The
よ
heck are you talking about? Shaowu didn't try to assassinate His Majesty. He's been falsely accused. It's just that his village got destroyed and he's wanted to.
お出されおってそんなのお前さんを抱き込むための嘘に決まって
You're
お
being
ろうが
manipulated. He only told you that so you'll stay with him. It's the truth. He told me everything. He even met with a witness. We even met with a witness. I didn't want to cause any problems for Setsetsu by naming him here.
だからそれが詭弁なのじゃ騙されおってか
You've
ら
been
ね
being manipulated, tricked by his silver tongue. Would you let me finish? You never listen, Grandpa. And I hate that about you.
なんじゃと
What?
リーホンさん落ち着いてください春林の話が本当だとしてもまずは落ち着いて話ができる状況にならないと
Please compose yourself, Li Hong. Whether what Shilin says is true or not, the best way to judge is from a state of calm.
どこからどこまでが本当なのかわからねえしな
It might be that parts of it are true and other parts aren't.
ノンレイたちも黙って話を聞くわけにはいかないんだろ
But you guys don't have time to stick around and hear her out, right, Longley?
ええルオジン
I do
様
not.
の命令がある以上捕らえさせていただく必要があります
His Majesty orders are to capture Shaowu, and that's all there is to it. Just trying to persuade them won't be enough to win them over. Still, I could trust him, or I could want to know the truth. I think he wants to know the truth, and I think that is what really matters. I want to know the truth. I'm well aware His Majesty was involved in what happened to Shaowu's family. You know about the village near here that was destroyed 20 years ago, don't you, Grandpa?
なぜそれを
How did you? Shaowu is the sole survivor of that incident. Are you going to order me to come back home and let the truth stay buried?
Oh.
Seems like a good reaction, though. I mean, His Majesty was right, Longli. My speech was interrupted by a cool remark from one of the soldiers.
国が己の故郷を滅ぼしたという架空の事件をでっち上げて民衆を惑わす可能性がある。
He said the criminal would likely fabricate a story about the state destroying his village in order to manipulate the
その男が逃
citizenry.
亡中にそうするだろうとルオジン様は予想されていたんですよ。
But also, even if it's not, like he's gonna, right? Like, it's a lie. But is it? I mean, he knows the truth. His Majesty predicted he would do just that to facilitate his escape. Well, His Majesty made that up.
その言葉、そっくりそのまま返しましょう。
And what makes your claims any more trustworthy? I wasn't about to sit there and let him spout the king's lies without argument. But my point was pretty much mute when I was of lower status than the one making the claims. Longli seemed to understand. His eyes were swimming with sympathy as he looked at me.
春林さん、あなたの言葉の真偽がどうあれ、
Shunlin, no matter how much truth your words
ル
hold,
オジン様を襲ったとされている彼をこのまま野放しにするわけにはいかないんです。
this gentleman has been accused of attacking His Majesty and he cannot be allowed to roam freely. But I love him! I assume that's how it goes. I trust Shaowu. They were never going to listen to me string together a bunch of dubious facts. I'd appeal to their emotions instead. My only hope was to convince them that I was firmly on Shaowu's side. He may have carried me off, but he hasn't harmed me in the slightest since we started traveling together. He's constantly apologized for getting me involved. In fact, he's sick of me going on about how I'm going to stick with him. He's helped me whenever I've gotten into trouble. If I'm being manipulated, then I guess it's my fault for being stupid, but I refuse to regret placing my trust in him.
春林
Shilin. I'm staying with you till the very end. You can think of it as selfishness on my part.
ルオジン様、国が己の故郷、その男が
This isn't even what was said,
そ
though.
の言葉、
That wasn't even part of this part. That felt like it should
春
be
林さん、
part of the
ルオ
last
ジン
part.
様を襲ったとされている荒ごとになる前にこちらに避難してくれませんか？
I would rather not have to force you. Would you like to come with us without causing a scene? He was giving me a final warning. The soldiers behind him all readied their weapons as one.
ここまでか。
I guess this is it. Wait, what? He gently pushed me forward.
このままだとあんたまで攻撃される。
Listen, Shunlin, the way things are going, they'll attack you too.
リーホンさんの元に戻れ。
Go to Lee Hyung. No way. I made a promise to stay with you till the very end to help your mom.
心配すんな。母さんのことは諦めてない。うまく逃げ切って、また別の手がかりを探してみせる。
Don't worry. I'm not giving up on my mom. I'll escape and figure out another way.
あんたは心配してる家族の元へ戻
Your
れ。
family's worried about you. Go back to them. I said no. If you need to use me as a shield here, that's fine. Just let me stay with you.
春林
Shunlin! I ignored Shaowu stepping forward into a fighting stance.
このバカ娘が
What are you doing, you foolish girl?
彼女とも戦うしかないようですね。皆さん、行きますよ。
It seems we have no choice but to fight her as well. Prepare yourself, everyone. Is he a Yongji? A Jiangyi? Is he being controlled? Why is he wearing gloves?
ちょっと待ってください。
Never trust a man in
お姉さん
gloves. Wait, Longli, don't do this.
くそ、なんでこんなことになんだよ。
How'd things end up like this? Damn it. At Longli's order, Grandpa and the soldiers charged. Though he had been silent at this time, Shiyu suddenly heaved a dramatic sigh.
しゃあない。ちょっとは手伝ったるわ。
Alright, fine. Guess I can help you out some. He floated up and made a beeline for the soldiers.
なんだこの
What's
男
up
は
with this guy? Shiyu floated around them, keeping them in place, and occasionally attacking from midair. There wasn't much they could do against him. Now's our chance,
だ
Shaowu.
から待てって。
Don't. I sprung in and struck one of the soldiers, knocking him out.
本気なのか？ Shunrin!
Are you sure you want to do this, Shinlin? I know what I want. I always have, haven't I?
それもそうだったね
Yeah, you have. Hodon came at me and we started exchanging blows. Bitch! Bitch didn't choose my side. Bitch is worst route now. Not friends.
どうすんだよじいさんあいつ本気だぞ
What are you gonna do, Graham? She's not gonna back down.
もう分かっとる。今考えておるから少し待て。
You don't have to tell me. Hold your tongue. I'm thinking. Join us or you can be against us. There's like so many choices.
残念ですが考えている暇はありません。彼女に怪我をさせないように気をつけながら、シャオさんを捕ら
Unfortunately,
えま
we
しょう。
don't have that luxury. All we can do is capture Shaowu and try to ensure she doesn't get hurt in the process. Well, you know, I mean, there's always switching sides. I'm just gonna put that out there. You guys could be on my side. Like you could just pick me instead of the crown. I know the crown is the crown, but like I'm your granddaughter and your first love, and we don't actually know each other longly, and honestly I kind of am suspicious of you. But you could also pick me. You could just pick me instead of the crown. I'm cooler than the crown after all. I'm alive. No?
全員構え
Move over, everyone. Yes, sir. Their strategy changed. The soldiers formed a long line along our flanks and charged at us. Look at that.
確かに効果的だな。これは武術界じゃねえんだ。規則正しく真正面から襲う必要はねえ。
An effective move. This isn't a tournament. There are no rules. They don't have to come at us from the front. The trees didn't seem to pose much of an obstacle as they edged closer, attacking us from the sides. From all sides. There was no end to them. No matter how many we knocked out, they were closing in on us, but we're not killing them. So that's a sign that I'm not a complete asshole, right?
ちょっとこれまずないなんか手を打たんと
I think we might be screwed. What's our plan B? Run away as fast as we can.
即決いやでも言ってることはもっともやな
You made that up on the spot. I'm not gonna argue.
おい、俺は許可してねえぞ。シユはともかく、春林はとっととリーホンさんの元に戻れ。
No one said you could run. Shiyu can do whatever, but you have to go back to Longli. La la la, not listening. You go on ahead, Shiyu.
はいはい
Yes, ma'am. The Yangshi floated higher and higher until he cleared the trees and vanished from sight. Now it's our turn. If you refuse to run, I'm going to tell them I was the one who ordered you to attack His Majesty.
そんなことさせられるか。
Just try
って
it.
なんで
You're
俺が
threatening me?
脅されてんだ。
Anyway? Taking advantage of the confusion Shiyu's escape had caused, we retreated down the path we had come at full sprint. The soldiers yet to make it around this side, so the road was clear. The forest of chiming souls would be great right now, but there's no time to light the candle.
隠れやすい洞窟か何かを見つけて、そこに逃げ込むしかねえな。
We'll use whatever hiding spot we come across first, a cave or something. Got it. There they are. What? Shaowu, look out! I assume. Die. Whoosh. Oh, interesting. I could have sworn her legs were covered in the last route, but they're like wide exposed in this one. Weird. Missed. Why is he attacking me? Thud. Clink. Get back. Shaowu!
心配すんな。怪我はねえ。
Don't worry, I'm not hurt.
お前、なんでこいつを狙う？
Why are you after her?
国王の狙いは俺だろうが。
I'm the one the king wants. Shaowu's face twisted in pain. I rolled around to see another soldier standing behind him. He struck Shaowu in the back of the head. Shaowu, no! Sorry. His body went limp and he slumped against me. I tried to catch him in a panic, but my arms lacked the strength to hold his robust weight. Yeah, 300 pounds is hard. Shaowu! He didn't respond no matter how many times I called for him. This is all because he was protecting me. It was all over if Shaowu got captured now. The truth behind the incident lost. Any chance of saving Li Ying lost. Xiaowu's life lost. Xiaowu! His name wrenched from the depths of my throat. Meanwhile, the soldiers were edging closer. What do you think you're doing? Before the troops could approach, they were forced to the ground by the duo behind them.
今、春林を殺そうとしたな。なぜそんなことを。
You were trying to kill Shunlin, weren't you? Why would you do that?
おい、ロンレ、どういうことなんだよ。シャオさえ捕まえられれば、あいつの命はどうなっていいのか。
What are you playing at, Longli? You want to catch Xiaowu so bad you don't care if she dies?
いえ、私はそんな命令はしてません。とにかく、命に別状が
I
ないか
gave no
確かめない
such
と。
order. Come, we must make sure she isn't hurt. Help had arrived. Maybe it was because all my nerves had vanished in a split second. But before I knew it, I had passed out. But in his arms, right?
目を覚ますと、そこは見知らぬ部屋。自分に何があったのか、シャオはどうなったのか。
Our heroine wakes up in an unfamiliar room. She doesn't know what has happened to her or
ロン
where
レイから
Xiaowu
告げられ
is.
た残酷な事実とは。
Long Li is about to spill a horrifying truth.
次回、燃えよ乙女同士、歌謡恋語り。こ
Next
こで終われない。
Otome Daoshi. The end?
恋は乙女を強くする。
Love strengthens a maiden's heart. Ooh. The end? I woke up in a room I didn't recognize. Wasn't I being attacked by soldiers? What am I doing here? I was too woozy from sleep to think properly. I looked around, my mind hazy.
春林
Shunlin!
よかった。
Thank
目
goodness
が
you're
覚め
awake.
たんですね。
The door opened and Grandpa and Longli made their way into the room. They rushed to my bedside as soon as they saw I was awake.
大丈夫か
Are you
ど
alright?
こか
You're
痛
not in
む
any
ところ
pain,
は
are
ない
you?
か
気分が悪ければ
Don't
遠慮
tell
なく
us
言ってください。
if you're feeling unwell.
すぐに医者
Do
を
tell
呼
us
び
if
ま
you're
すので。
feeling well. I can fetch a doctor. I'm fine, I think. But where am I?
南地区にある私の別宅です。君が気絶してしまったので、
At my
こちら
second
で治
resident
療
in
さ
the
せていた
southern
だきまし
district.
た。
You collapsed, so we brought you here to
春
recuperate.
林さんはあれから3日も寝込んでいたのですよ。
You've been unconscious for 3 days, Shunlin. Oh, 3 whole days?
全く心配させよう
I've
って
been worried sick the whole time. I'm sorry, Grandpa.
医者が言うには体に異常はないそうです。きっと疲労が溜まっていたのでしょうね。
The doctor said you weren't showing signs of injury or illness, that this must be a result of long-term exhaustion. That makes sense. We haven't had much chance to rest on our
いい
journey.
か絶対にこの部屋から出るんじゃないぞ
You mustn't
周
leave
囲は
this
危険
room.
じゃからな
It's too dangerous.
お前さんがここにいるのはわしらとハオランたちしか知らされておらん
Once Longli held on, Yu Hong and I know only Longli. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Only Longli, Hodan, and Yu Hong and I know that you're here. How is it too dangerous?
実は君の命を狙っている者が王宮内にいるようで、
It seems there are those
そ
within the
の保護
palace who
も
want
兼
you
ねている
dead.
のです。
You should be safe here.
あの時君に襲いかかった兵にも尋問をしたのですが、今のところ全く口を割りません。
Although I interrogated the soldiers who attacked you, he hasn't yet told me
You
anything.
今は誰が味方で誰が敵なのかもわからない状態ですので、しばらくは
As
ここにい
things
てくだ
stand,
さい。
there's no telling friend from foe. It's best that we stay here for the time being.
ミーミも連れてこようとしたんじゃがなあの後逃げてしもうて
I did try to bring Mimi here, but she ran off somewhere. Oh. The explanation scapped all lingering drowsiness from my head. What about Shaowu? He got knocked out trying to protect me. He definitely would have needed medical attention more urgently than I did. But he wasn't in this room. The realization had anxiety ballooning up inside of me. Where is he? I have to help him.
シャオさんは処刑されます。
Shaowu is due to be executed. You son of a bitch. What?
彼はあの後捕らえられました。今も処刑に向けて移送が続けられているはずです。
He was detained at the scene. He's currently being transported for his execution. No! Even now, no one knows the truth about him. Maybe they understand if I gave them the full story now that everyone's calmer. There's something I want to tell you both. Bitches, you bitches. I told them everything I had tried to explain in the forest. How there was a village where there 20 years ago every inhabitant was spirited away. How that was the village Shaowu was born in, and he was now investigating that incident, and how he was only made a wanted man because he dared ask King Lao Jin about the whole thing directly. I think His Majesty was involved in what happened. Shaowu's being targeted so he doesn't spill any inconvenient truths. Grandpa lowered his head, sinking into thought. Maybe I'd gotten through to him a bit. It made me hopeful, but we could at least discuss things. I opened my mouth eager to continue, but was interrupted.
もしそれが事実ならば、両人様の国王としての資質を問われる
If what you're
重
saying
要
is
な問
true,
題になりますが、
it would seriously call into question His Majesty's ability to lead this country.
本人からの情報しかない以上、
For so
シャ
long,
オさんの処刑を止めることは不
for
可能に近いでしょうね。
so long as we have no evidence other than Shaowu's testimony, putting a stop to his execution will be nay on impossible. But why?
私や他の者の視点からだと、両人様よりもシャオさんの方がどうしても怪しく見えてしまいます。
From an outside perspective, myself included, Shaowu is far more likely to be lying than His Majesty.
王宮への訪問、
First,
両人様との謁見のための
he
大
comes to
会
the palace
出場、
uninvited.
そして君の連れ去り、
He enters the tournament to earn an audience with the king. And then he abducts you.
極めつけは謁見時の襲撃騒動です。
To top it off, he made an attempt on His Majesty's life. He didn't, though. That part was a lie.
それを証明する手
Are
段
you
はあり
able to
ますか
prove as much? Oh,
せめてあの方が村を滅ぼすよう命じた密書でもあれば、私も君の味方になれるのですが。
were you to unearth some sort of secret message from His Majesty ordering the village's destruction? Perhaps I could join your cause. I only believe in Shaowu's story because I spent so much time with him. It made sense that the average person would trust their king over some martial artist who showed up out of nowhere.
ロンレー、お主どっちの味方なんじゃ？
Whose side are you on exactly, Longley?
証拠がない以上、両人様の味方で配下です。
I work for His Majesty. As long as the evidence is lacking, I shall remain faithful to him.
彼女を突き出さないだけ、まだ中立的な立場を保っていると思っていただきたいですね。
However, I hope you still appreciate the decision not to hand your granddaughter over to the authorities. In that sense, I am a neutral party.
それもそうか。
I suppose I do.
春林さん、
Shilin,
どんな些細なことでも構いません。何か証拠になりそうなものはありませんか？
if you can provide me with any evidence, I should very much like to see it. It doesn't matter how insignificant it seems to you. Evidence. The first thing I thought of was Shaowu's mother still in the Eastern District. She may not have been in a state of to testify, but maybe her condition was proof enough of what happened 20 years ago. However, if I tell them about Li Ying, they might try to purge her. That would break Shaowu's heart. He might give up on everything.
何もないようですね。
It would appear that the answer has made itself clear. There was a quiet strictness to Longley's words, which came after my period of silence. That was all my fault. I hadn't been strong enough to protect Shaowu. We were doomed the moment we were ambushed in the forest. There's only one thing left to do. Okay.
シャオさんのことを諦めていただけましたか？
Have you decided to give up on defending Shaowu? Not in the slightest. I just realized that I can't rely on anybody else. I'm going out to save Shaowu by myself.
何を言い出すんじゃ、このバカもん。
How could you think of something so
お前
foolish?
さんは命を狙われているんじゃぞ。そんなこと許可できるわけないじゃろう。
You will not be leaving this room. Someone out there is after your life. That's not a good enough reason for me to abandon Shaowu. We're enemies now, Grandpa. I don't have to listen to you. You heard everything I had to say, yet you're still not telling us what you know about the incident.
それは。
Well, Not caring what excuse he had, I hopped out of bed. Let them try and kill me. I'll never forgive myself if I abandon Shaowu now. Even if he doesn't want me to risk my life for him, I'm doing it.
止めても無駄のようですね。春林さん、シャオさんならまだ南地区には到着していませんよ。
Trying to stop you would be fruitless. I presume you know, Shinlin. Shaowu has yet to arrive in the south, huh?
戦いがあった森に林粉神の出入り口があったのは覚えていますね。
Do you recall that there's an entrance to the Forest of Chiming Souls in the woods where we had our
あそこ
confrontation?
に配置されていた食台が君を運び出した直後に壊されてしまいまして。
The candlestick there was destroyed shortly after we escorted you
そのた
away.
めシャオさんの移送は林粉神を使わず普通の街道を通り行われています。
Shaowu is therefore being transported via the highway rather than the forest. Who broke the
わ
candlestick?
かりません。その現場を目撃できなかったので。
I couldn't tell you. I didn't see it happen. I wonder if it was Shiyu. He escaped before us. He had plenty of opportunities. Maybe Mimi's with him too. That made me think there might still be hope. So Shaowu will be on the highway between the woods of and the southern district.
ええ。とはいえ、そろそろ到着する頃合いでしょう。
Indeed. However, it won't be much longer until he arrives. Why are you telling me all this longly?
私とて、両人様のやり方に何の疑問も抱いていないわけではありません。
I am not without my concerns when it comes to His Majesty's methods.
あの方を裏切るつもりはありませんが、少しでも国が変わるきっかけになるのなら、とは思っていますよ。
While I don't intend to betray him, I see this as an opportunity for change, if only a small one. Thank you.
では、私は一旦退出しますね。いろいろとやらねばならないことがあるので。
I shall withdraw for the time being. I have much to attend to.
ああ、ここはわしが見とるから遠慮なく言ってくるといい。
Feel free. I'll keep an eye on things here.
失礼します。
If you'll excuse me. Longley opened the door and left us to it. Grandpa stared at the door, going silent all over again. I'm getting out of here, Grandpa, even if it means I have to fight you. His eyes sharpened as I dropped into a fighting stance. Fight. The ground jostled and swayed, accompanied by the rhythmic crackling. Those sounds and sensations roused me from my sleep. My head's killing me. I only just woke up. I couldn't think straight yet, but I wasn't drowsy enough to miss the thick rope binding my arms and legs.
そういえば、森での戦いの最中に
I remember now, we were fighting in the
頭を殴られ
forest.
たんだったか。
I got hit in the head. I tried to make sense of my surroundings while pretending to be unconscious. There were walls all around me. I could hear the occasional nickering and hoof beats of a
馬
horse.
車の中か。気絶した後、兵に捕らえられて
I'm in a
移送
carriage.
されている。
The soldiers must have grabbed me after I blacked out, and now I'm on the move. I looked around the gloomy carriage. I was the only one here.
春林は無事なのか。
I wonder if Shinlin's okay. She wasn't here, which meant they might have taken her into protective custody. My thoughts became clearer as I worked out the situation. I couldn't lie around here doing nothing.
とっとと逃げるか。まずはこの縄をどうにかしねえと。
I gotta run for it. That means doing something about these ropes first. But they wouldn't be undone so easily. They were tough and tightly tied. They didn't loosen even when I pulled with all of my
特
strength.
殊な加工が施されてるのか。もしかしたら同志の術がかかってるのかもし
Did
れ
they
ない。
use some kind of special technology? Maybe a Daoshi did something to them. But force wouldn't be enough to break them.
今馬車が揺れなかったか。
Was it just me or did the carriage shake?
さすがにあいつが起きたのかもしれねえな。
It's probably
あれ
awake
か
by
ら
now.
3日も経ってるし。
It's been 3 days.
でもまあ、これだけ警備が厳重なら、
It's not like he can do anything against the security we put in place. It sounded like I could expect several soldiers to be stationed around the
怪
carriage.
我の痛みもまだ消えてない状態で多数を相手にするのは無謀だな。もう少しだけ情報を集めるか。
My injury is still throbbing. I probably couldn't take them all on at once. I guess I'm better off picking up more
そういえ
information.
ばこいつと同行していた娘はどこに行ったんだ？
Where'd that girl who was with him end up
報
anyway?
道者のじじいが背負ってたのは見たな。その
I saw
後
that
は
old
どうな
man
ったか
carry
知
her
らない
away.
けど、
No idea where.
さっさとこいつを王宮の地下牢に放り込んで終わりにしようぜ。
Let's toss this guy into the palace dungeon and get it over with.
無事か。
So she's safe, that's good. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of
さすがに
relief.
春林もここまで俺を追ってくることはねえだろう。
She might be stubborn, but she must have given up on me by
安
now.
全なところにいてくれればそれでいい。
And
も
you
う十分助けても
would
ら
be
った。
wrong. As long as she's somewhere safe, that's all that matters. She's already done more than enough for
と
me.
なれば、あとは自分自身が生き残ることを
I've
考
got
え
my
ねえ
own
と
survival to worry about. I closed my eyes and focused on the soldiers' conversations. They were taking me to the dungeon. That much was clear. Once I was locked in, I'd probably never see the light of day again. I would be executed and that would be it. Though I wanted to come up with an escape plan, Shunlin was the first thing I thought of.
あいつの命を狙っていたのは国王の手先だ。
The guy who attacked her was one of the king's
俺が
lackeys.
情報を共有したと思って口封じのために狙われたのか。
Maybe she was targeted because they fear what I might have told her.
何にせよリーホンさんに連れられたなら心配ねえな。
She should be fine if she's with Li Hong. I suddenly realized that I kept thinking about her. I was a bit taken aback.
俺がここまで他人のこと考える
I
なんて
don't usually think about other people this much.
この20年事件を調べることだけを考えてきたってのに。
Learning the truth behind my village's destruction has been the only thing on my mind for the past 2 decades. Shunlin had only been with me for a few days, yet so much had happened in that time. She was immature and could never sit still. She was stubborn and reckless. She was naive enough to take the word of a shady guy like me at face value. Shady? Even though I just wanted to use her to bring back my mom. I told her as much and she still stuck by me with a smile on her face.
そう変な女だった。
She was a total weirdo,
いい女だった。
but I kind of liked her. We'd barely known each other for more than a few days, but there was no denying how important she'd become to me in that
こ
time.
の感情はおそらく
I think I know what this means. Right then, there was a loud crash and the carriage lurched.
なんだ
What was that?
くそ
The hell? Who dug this hole here? I sneakily peeked out through the gap in the slat, and a carriage wheel had gotten caught in a
野
hole.
外か。森の中のようだが
We're not near civilization yet. Looks like a forest.
この感じだとまだ南地区
Probably
に
haven't
到
hit the
着して
southern
いないみ
district
たいだ。
yet. There'd be more people around once we reached town. I figured I should escape now while it would cause less of a
問
commotion.
題は拘束されているせいで
Problem is I
ま
won't
と
be
もに
getting
身
anywhere
動き
with
が
these
できねえって
ropes.
ことだが。ん
Then came an ear-splittering cry. It was a mindless roar like a wild animal might make, and I could guess where it came from.
キョンシーか
A Yongshi?
群れが来てるぞどうしよう呼べ
There's a whole swarm. Someone get a Daoshi. I didn't need to see it to know the soldiers had started grappling with the Yongshi.
あの拘束さえなけりゃこの隙に逃げられんだ
I
が。
could run right now if I didn't have these damn ropes.
助けに来たで。
Hey, Shaowu! Need a hand?
シユとミミか。
Shiyu, Mimi. I could see both of them through the slats. Shiyu must have brought the swarm of Yangshi with him.
ここだ。
I'm over here.
あ思ってたより元気そうやな。よし、ミミちゃん。行くで。
Oh, hey, full of vim and vigor, aren't ya? Your time to shine, Mimi. What's going on? I can't see. That's how we do it. We just throw pandas at people. I had no clue what was happening outside. But considering the cry came from the front of the carriage, I assumed Shaowu and Mumu had done something to the driver. You know the finisher. Take this. Light flooded the carriage. The walls and roof keeping me in the dark had been destroyed. Shaowu must have managed it by strength alone. The carriage collapsed. Secure the prisoner. Over here, friends. Let's have a blast. Yangshi gathered around and blocked the soldiers' path before they could reach me. Shaowu took the opportunity to float over to me.
Shao,
Sounds right. Hold on. Hold on. Shaowu, you're a sight for sore eyes. You're looking a little rough there, buddy.
まあ、ずっと気絶してたからな。にしても強引な手を使いやがって。
I've been passed out for days. You sure know how to make an entrance, huh?
だってちまちまやるのは面倒やろ。あ、縄ほどいたるから待っててな。
Go big or go home, that's what I say. Give me a sec and I'll undo those ropes for ya. Mimi had detached itself from the driver and was now scampering over to us. The panda glared reproachfully at Shaowu.
恨まれてるぞ。
I think you made an enemy.
いや、ぶん投げたのは悪いとは思ってるで。
I probably shouldn't have
でも
thrown
あ
her.
そこで魚車をどうにかせんと。
Had to deal with the driver somehow.
あ、痛い。殴らんといて。今シャオを助けとるところやから。
Ow, don't hit me. I'm trying to rescue Shaowu. Despite the theatrics, Shaowu did manage to undo my ropes.
よし、これで大丈夫やろ。この程度の術なんて僕にかかれば簡単に解けるで。
Okie dokie, there you go. Was no big thing for someone on my level.
礼を言う。
Thanks for that. My limbs felt oddly light without the weight that had been on them the last 3 days. I flexed my legs to get the last of the numbness out of them, then slowly got to my
しか
feet.
し、まさかお前が助けに来てくれるとはな。成り行きで一緒に行動してただけなのによ。
I never thought you'd show up to my rescue. It's not like we're friends or anything, right?
袖触れ合うも多少の縁って言うやろ。シャオの故郷の事件もキョンシーとしては気になるしな。
Friendship's about what's in here, not how long you've spent with someone's sides. As a Yangshi, I want to know what happened to your village too.
あとは、
And
あとは、
春林がどれくらい活躍できるのか。
I'm
ちょっと
curious
見て
what
みたいっていう
Shinlin
の
can
もあるんだ
do.
よ。
As I suspected, Shaowu still held some sort of interest in
俺は
Shinlin.
これ以上あいつを巻き込むつもりはね。
I don't plan on involving her anymore.
それは君の意思やろ。春林がどう行動するかまでは強制できへんはずや。
Maybe not, but you can't control what she does.
僕はあの子がシャオを必ず助けに来ると思っとる。
Bet you she's gonna be rushing over to save you any minute
好き
now.
に言ってろ。
That's what you think. Then Mimi spun around and started pointing down the path. The pounding footsteps made it obvious that reinforcements were
と
coming.
っとと逃げるぞ。これからのことは逃げた先で考える。
Let's make a run. We can figure out what to do next afterwards.
Hey!
Yes, sir. And gone. And seen. I challenged Grandpa to a contest of Daoshi techniques, and the results, he completely and totally thoroughly kicked my butt. I have to get out of here somehow. Just because I lost didn't mean I was about to give up. What's that sound? I went over to the window to have a look. Soldiers in formation thronged the streets, heading off to who knows where. Even from where I was watching, I could see that there was something serious going on. Something's happening outside.
何か動きがあったのかもしれんな。
Perhaps the situation has changed. He must have been referring to Shaowu. But I thought Shaowu was being transported in a carriage. What on earth could have happened?
失礼します。
Pardon the intrusion. The door burst open. Long Li swept in, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He must have ran all the way here at full tilt. What's wrong?
シャオさんが脱走しました。
Shaowu has escaped.
なんじゃと。
What?
馬車で移送中に謎のキョンシーとパンダが襲いかかってきたようで。
It seems like his carriage was attacked by a mysterious Yongshi panda duo. Shio and
それで
Mimi!
今、シャオはどこ
Where
に
is
い
he
るん
now
じゃ。
then?
おそらく南地区の森に潜んでいると思われますが。
In all likelihood, he has hidden away in the southern district
たっ
forest.
た今、彼を捕らえるために大量の兵の投入が決定されました。
A large group of soldiers have been dispatched to recapture
両
him.
人様も大層ご立腹で、今後はシャオさんの生死は問わないとのことで。
His Majesty is most displeased. He has declared that Shaowu may be captured dead or alive. What? But that means...
連れてこられるのなら首だけでもいいとのことです。
Should it come down to it, His Majesty will accept Shaowu's head. No. When Longli shared that terrible truth under his breath, I broke out into a cold sweat. Neither of them said anything more. The gravity of the situation prevented it. The silence lasted for quite some time.
では、私も捜索に向かうので、
I must go and
これで失
investigate.
礼します。
Excusey. After studying me quietly for a long bit, Longli exited the room. He left Grandpa and I as my sole guard, and it was like he was giving me a free pass to do whatever I wanted. Maybe Longli's growing more skeptical of His Majesty too. After all, it wasn't like he was obligated to tell me about Shaobu's escape. He could have asked Grandpa to step out of the room and told him that things. Maybe he was expecting me to take action in some way and change things. I couldn't let the opportunity he had given me go to waste. Grandpa.
ダメじゃ。
No. I haven't said anything.
どうせ助けに行くつもりじゃろ。
You're thinking about going off to save Shaowu. I mean, you're not wrong.
ダメじゃ。お前さんの命を狙っている者の正体がまだ分かっておらん。
It's not happening. Someone out there still wants to do you harm, and we don't know who.
人の心配なんぞしてる場合ではないじゃろうが。
This
あ
time
まり
is
にも危険すぎる。
this is no time to be selfless. Things are far too dangerous for you. Come on, Grandpa. He was opposed to this because I was in danger. Talk about the situation. Talk about Shaowu. Talk about the situation, I guess. Oh my gosh. Staying here would be safer, yes, but it doesn't do anything to improve the situation. It doesn't make any sense. He just said he doesn't doubt him, so why? It seemed I hit a sore spot. Grandpa furrowed his brow, closed his mouth, and averted his eyes from me. And I can't just stay here, locked away for the rest of my life. Even if Shaowu gets executed and we return to our normal lives, it's only a matter of time before they come for me too. We have to act now. But King Laojin is the one who wants me dead, right? I'm Shaowu's ally. His Majesty wants me silenced. The blood drained from Grandpa's face and he hung his head. He remained silent for a bit, then he rose his head, looking like he had steeled his resolve. Good, everybody's steeling themselves. Do you remember what I told you about Shaowu's situation, Grandpa? Yeah. He said he once asked you for advice. Grandpa's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened as he looked at me. He clearly remembered Shaowu. You should know better than anyone that Shaowu's story is true. Don't you think you'd regret it if you didn't come save him with me? Grandpa dropped his gaze in a show of defeat.
そうじゃな。お前さんの言う通りじゃ。
You're absolutely
この
right.
ままではどうしようもない。
Nothing will change at this rate.
実は、シャオのことはずっと気にかけてはいたんじゃ。
If I may be frank, Shaowu has been on my mind for a long time. Grandpa turned to the window, staring into the distance.
わしとシャオが出会ったのは十数年前。
Shaowu and I met more than 10 years
王
ago.
宮の同志を辞め、一階の同志として活動し始めた頃のことじゃった。
It was around the time I stopped working at as a palace doshi and became one without
東地
status.
区で有名な武術家からシャオを紹介されたんじゃよ。
It was a famed martial artist from the Eastern District who introduced me to
例
him.
の村の生き残りだというその少年は年齢の割に大人びた表情をしておった。
He was a survivor from the village and he looked all too mature for his
俺の
age.
母さんが生きたままキョンシーみたいになっちまったんだ。
My mom's been turned to a Yangshi or something even though she's still
あんた
alive.
高名な同志なんだろう。治す方法とか知らないのか。
You're famous Daoshi, aren't you? Do you know how to save her?
生きたままキョンシーに。詳しく話を聞かんと何とも言えんな。
A Yangshi who's still alive would be hard to help without more
少
detail.
年よ。お母君の体は
Can you
ど
describe
うい
your
う
mother's
状態
appearance
な
to
の
me?
じゃ。
ゾウってまんまキョンシーなんだよ。肌も白いし、爪も鋭くて長いし、目の下に死斑もあるし。
She looks like a Yangshi. Her skin is pale, her nails are long and sharp, and she has these spots under her
でも
eyes.
脈はちゃんとあるんだ。食事とかは必要ねえみたいだけど。間
She has
違い
a
なく生
pulse.
きている。
It doesn't seem like she needs food or anything, but she's definitely
額
alive.
に札は貼られているか。
Is there a talisman on her
い
forehead?
や、そんなもんはなかった。
Nothing like
ま
that.
さか闇の法術か。
Could be the shadow arts.
いや、生きている人間を操るためには札が2枚必要で、その1枚が対象者の
To
額に
control a
貼
human
ら
like
れ
that,
て
you
いる
need 2
ことが
talismans,
条
and
件
one
だ。
must be on the target's
額
head.
に
No
札が
talisman
ない
means
と
you're
な
dealing
る
with a
と
stray.
生きたままキョンシーと化しているのに、そんなことは
Is
あ
it
り得る
possible
の
to
か。
turn a live human into a stray
わ
Yangshi?
しが王宮で勤めている頃に闇の法術の教本が見つかったんじゃ。
When I worked in the palace, I came across a textbook of shadow arts.
それは人道に反する術でな。絶対に使用してはならんと。
The arts are
秘
kept
匿され
secret.
ることに
They
なる。
infringe upon humanity itself and must never be
そ
used.
して存在を知っている同志には自身が認めた弟子が一人前になる頃に語り継ぐという使命が課せられた。
Any Daoshi privy to this kind of knowledge is forbidden from passing it down to their students until they've completed their
今回
training.
のように闇の法術が使われた時、誰も知らないということがないようにな。
And thanks to that knowledge, there will always be Daoshi who can recognize when the shadow arts are at play.
今ではちゃんと語り継がれているのかも怪しい。
Although these days, it's hard to know if that knowledge is still being
その
handed
存
down.
在を知っている者は少ないじゃろ
Those in
う。
the know are few and far
それ
between.
に術を解くには
In order to dispel the
かけ
arts,
たものと同じく闇の法術を使用する素質を持つものでなければならん。
one must have aptitude for them, just like the Daoshi who applied them in the first
術
place.
が解けなければ桃の剣で滅するしか方法はない。
The only other alternative is to purge the Yangshi using a peach wood
だ
sword.
からその時わしに言えたのは一言だけじゃっ
So
た。
there was only one thing I could tell the boy.
滅するしかない。
She must be purged.
生きているということは埋葬して成仏させてやることもでき、
The fact that she's alive negates the option of holding a burial to help her
我
pass
が
on. I'm very
治
sorry.
療してやることはで
Her
きん。
condition cannot be cured.
じゃあ、あの村で何が起こったのか教えてくれないか。調査だってし
In
たん
that
だろ。
case, can you tell me what happened in the village? You must have looked into
も
it.
ちろん事件当初に調査はしていた。一夜にして村が焼き尽くされ、村人が全員行方不明となった大事件なんじゃから。
I did at first, of course. An entire village burned to the ground overnight and all of its inhabitants
しか
missing.
し、老人お抱えの肝心が表立って調査を担当しておってな。
Then King
わし
Lao
は調
Yin
査から外されたんじゃ。
had an official law his officials launched their own investigation. I was no longer to continue
残
mine.
念ながらわしにはわからん。
Unfortunately, I'm in the dark along with
た
you.
だ
However,
何か教えてくれるのか？
please, I can take anything that you can tell
死
me.
亡者だと噂されていた幹事がいた。ただそやつは横領の罪でも
A
う処
certain
刑され
official
て
was
しまっ
rumored
て
to be
い
the
る。
mastermind. He was executed for embezzling funds.
なんでちゃんと調べる前に殺しちまうんだ。それじゃ真相がわからない。
Why was he killed before anyone found out for sure? Doesn't that mean the truth is
老
lost?
人様の命だから仕方ない。横領も相当な額じゃったからな。
It was done under His Majesty's order. The amounts he embezzled weren't small either.
そうこう話しているうちにわしはあることに気がついた。
I realized something during our
この
exchange.
少年は大人びているのではない。事件で親や知人をすべて失ったせいで感情を失わざるを得なかったのだ。
The boy wasn't really mature. Losing his parents and everyone he knew had eroded his emotions.
泣きわめいたり憤ったりは一切しない。
He
それ
didn't
が
well. He didn't
逆
rage.
に痛々しかった。
That in itself was painful to see.
お前さんがシャオを信じられると言い切る理由はわかる。
I can understand why your faith in Shaowu is so
本
unshakable.
当に疑わしいのは老人だということも。
So too can I understand why you distrust His
じゃ
Majesty.
がわしは
And yet Grandpa had been worrying about this entire situation in his own way. That much was painfully clear. He would also have had been skilled and knowledgeable enough to uncover the truth at the time. He would have succeeded in doing so had he not been forced out of the investigation. It was probably hitting him all at once. Now, no wonder he was distressed. A rocket cracked against the window, interrupting our pensive discussion. I spun around to see what was going on. For some inexplicable reason, Mimi was smushed against the panes, limbs splayed out wide. The sound must have been her splattering against the window. Mimi, what are you doing?
戻ってきたのか。
Mimi's back! Bewildered as I was, I didn't hesitate to rush over to my companion. I opened the window and grabbed Mimi before I could slide it all the way off. Mimi looked me right in the eyes. CG, just a CG of a pancake panda. It was squeaky. She was squeaking and pointing outside insistently with her tiny paws. If that wasn't a clear sign that she was trying to tell me something, I'm not gonna say it anymore. I don't like it.
こやつ何を訴えておるん
What
じ
is
ゃ
she saying? I thought Mimi had gone
そ
off
も
with
そもミミ
Shaowu.
は
Maybe she wants us to follow. Don't you think that makes sense? Mimi should know exactly where Shaowu is. So all we have to do is follow, and we'll be reunited with Shaowu.
パンダがこちらの方に逃げ込んできたというのは本当か
The panda ran this way, didn't it?
確かこの辺りで目撃したんですけど、もしかしてロンレイ様の屋敷の中に。
Pretty sure it was saw it around here. Maybe it went to Longley's residence. We overheard the soldiers' conversation as they passed by outside. At this rate, they were going to find Mimi with us in the room.
行け春林。
Go Shunlin. Grandpa's command was rich with determination. He even dashed over to lock the door. That way, the soldiers wouldn't be able to enter.
もたもたしていたらここに兵士が入ってくる。
Don't dawdle or you'll miss your chance.
この屋敷の使用人もロンレイの部下じゃろうから、ミーミのことはすぐにバレるじゃろう。
I'm sure the servants here work for Longley, so it won't be long before news of Mimi's presence spread on to the
そうなっ
palace.
たら二度とここから抜け出せんぞ。
There'll be no escape for you after that. Are you sure about this, Grandpa? He had been dead set against me going to help Shaowu before. I couldn't help but wonder what had changed his mind.
正直言うと送り出したくはない。お前さんが危険なのは間違いないからの。
To be honest, I don't want you to go out there. I know full well that I'm sending you straight into danger.
じゃが、お前さんの言う通りじゃ。このまま
But
ここにい
you're
て
right.
も何も解決はしない。
Staying here will solve absolutely
なら
nothing.
行くしかないじゃろう。己の運命をつかみ取るために。
You have only one option, otherwise you risk letting fate slip through your fingers.
ミーにならきっと兵に目撃されないように案内してくれるじゃろう。
I'm sure Mimi can lead you to Shaowu without alerting any of the soldiers.
だから行け。
Be swift, Shunlin. Grandpa's eyes blazed bright, free of hesitation. Thank you, Grandpa. I promise to come back to you. Okay, Mimi, take me to Shaowu. What do you think of Chili Flakes so far? He's still my favorite. It's still working. I knew he'd be the strong silent type. He's got like, oh my god, wait, I have feels for her. But he's keeping it like all chill. He's blushed one time. He's living up to Chili Flakes. He's living up to it. Gave Grandpa a firm nod, then climbed out the window with Mimi in tow. I couldn't afford to be seen by a single person. After sneaking past the soldiers near Longley's house, Mimi and I cut through town and rushed into the forest. What do you think? Who's your favorite so far? You've been here for the majority of the last 3 stories. We've ran for what felt like hours into the very depths of the woods. Into the woods. Guys! I sprinted over as fast as my legs could carry me the moment I saw them. My legs ached something fierce from running all the way here, but that didn't matter. I still like cinnamon. It is a safe coffee flavor, to be fair. Just like vanilla and French vanilla. I have high expectations for French vanilla. I really hope I like him. I'm really hoping he has a special flavor in him that we don't know yet. I'm hoping. I'm hoping for something. He's got green eyes. Is he matcha? Is he matcha now? Shunlin, what are you doing here? Bitch, you did not say you weren't waiting for me. I wanted to be close to Shaowu again as soon as I possibly could.
久しぶりやな。元気にしとった？
There's a face I ain't seen in a while. How's it go? I'm doing okay, but I glanced at Shaowu. He was fine. His body was free of wounds, and his complexion looked good and healthy, but he hasn't eaten 3 days. He was alive, and so are you, and you also haven't eaten 3 days. I felt like crying the moment it hit me. Is she crying? Is she crying?
なんで来た？ようやくリーホンさんの元に戻れたんだろう。
Why did you come after me? You only just reunited with Yihong, didn't you? Whereas I was near tears, Xiaowu's face was twisted in agony because I knew exactly why. I hadn't expected Shaowu to rejoice at seeing me again. He tried so many times to stop me from getting involved any further.
今すぐ戻れ。危険だろうが。
Get out of here right now. Don't you know how dangerous this all is? But even then, I'm not going anywhere. Run away from me if you want. I'll just
こ
follow.
の後に及んでまだんなこと。
This situation's more serious than ever. Why can't you understand that? Because I'm stubborn, so give up and let me stick with you. I'm not moving from your side, even if that means going to the execution grounds together.
なんでそこまで。
Whoever drew him, chef's kiss. They were like, let me show you a man. They're like, let me make a man. And then they're like, they were like tired of people going like, they look like girls. And they're like, guess what? Let me show you a man. Isn't it obvious? I sucked in a breath and held my head up high. I care about you more than anyone else in the whole wide world. His eyes widened.
あんたに災難ばかり運んでくる。
I've brought you nothing but bad
こんな
luck.
男のことなんて。
I'm not worth it. I can tell you a whole heap of reasons, but it'd take all day and then some. Let's solve this thing together first. I'll share all of them with you once things calm down, and we can talk as much as we want. You'll know then just how important you are to me. Okay? You little bitch. I looked right in his eyes and spoke directly from the heart. You can't tell me this is none of my business anymore. I want to save your village and I want to save Li Ying. Well, his village is already destroyed. Can you save that? There's nothing I want more than right now. Please. Oh shit, is he gonna cry? He fell silent. He seemed to contemplate my request for a long time until his eyes left mine, his decision made. Fine.
春林、一緒に行くぞ。
Let's do this together, Shunlin.
俺もせめてもう少しだけあんたといたい。
I wouldn't mind spending a bit more time with you either. And she goes, ah. There was his answer. He broke so easily. He like caved so quick. Finally, you know, you should have just accepted that we were in this together the whole time. You're not very true to your feelings, are you? Because you're all pent up inside because you're a man. The moment I was free of my nerves, a smile spread across my face. I was so thrilled that I looked up to Shaowu right where I was standing.
シャオウだ。
Fudere, he is so cool. Say my name? Bitch. What? What? Lie, did it? He did lie too, though. You know what? Huh?
あの時お前、俺のことをそう呼んでたろ。
Remember how you called to me before I want to hear it again? Oh. Could he mean... When he passed out from the soldiers' attack, I desperately called out his name over and over. He remembers? I guess me shouting in your ear was the last thing you needed right now, right then, huh? Sorry.
いや、そっちの方がいい。
No, it helped.
これからはシャオウでいい。
Say it again for me.
堅苦しい
Just
喋
once.
り方もいら
And
ない。
there's like Shiyu just like floating right here going... He's like these bitches, these little bitches. Say it once.
返事は
Well, okay, here goes. Shaowu! I made a dozen false starts and he laughed.
間違いすぎだろ。
That was way too forced. Yeah, obviously, you put me on the spot.
そうか。
I guess.
ちょっとちょっと。何いつまでイチャイチャしてるん。そろそろ行くで。
Hey, if you're done flirting, don't you think it's about time we gotta move on?
なあ、
Has
そういえばお
our
前らもいた
grandpapa
な。
in any route ran into him? Has he actually met Shiyu? Because Shiyu could be the guy specifically. We already know he was executed by the king. And we know there was a guy who was executed like 20 years by the king. Sus. Right? So it could be literally that guy. However, it was for embezzlement. And so they could have lied about why, because they're already lying about him trying to kill the king. So they're like, oh, he embezzled money. But the truth is he did what the king told him to. And maybe he picked his hometown. I'm still not convinced that they're not like related. Not like related, but like related. Because I think he's probably got purple eyes if he opens his eyes. I think he does. I forgot, you two were here.
ひどっ。僕らのこと散々利用しておいて。ひどい男。
Right where it hurts? We're just your pawns? That makes you a tyrant.
気色悪いこと言う。
Chill, weirdos. Ha 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 ha. In the end, things were just as amicable as they had been when we were journeying together. With that, we set off once more. Soon we would reach Shaowu's ruined village where his mother awaits. Maybe. Bum, 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 bum.
再び集結したシャオウたちは東地区へ向かう。そう、目的地はシャオウの故郷。
Reunited, our pair head to the eastern district. Their destination, Shaowu's
つい
village.
にシャオウの母親と対面するが、その姿は痛々しいものであった。
Its time has come to meet his mother. It's set to be a painful meeting.
次回、燃えよ乙女同士歌謡恋語り。
Next time
真
on
実
Otome Daoshi. Truth.
一人で戦ってきた強き男。これからは共に立ち向かう。
The tough warrior has always fought alone. From now on, he'll face his trials with a partner. Wink, wink, wink. Or have like, what is his?
皆さんお疲れ様でした。
Just he's so cute. I hate him, but I love him so much. Ooh. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I'm stretching my fingers. You can't see them. They're off the screen. That's just what's happening. The safest path between the southern and eastern district was, of course, the forest of chiming souls. Classic. Access to do hollow cards too. Like, this is it. This is our heel we're gonna die on now. It's just the cards. What really gets me is, because I keep looking at like voice actors and stuff, so I'm seeing, and they show like the other versions of this game. Like, they had a special edition, right? But it only had like not pins. Well, I guess they're kind of like keychains of the 4 main dudes. It doesn't have the secret route, period. Which I think kind of sucks, right? Because like, just because they keep it a secret doesn't mean it's actually a secret. Like, we know it's not really a secret. I mean, I don't know who he is exactly. I don't know if he's actually the prince or if he's the prince's brother. Like, that isn't fair. They look identical. And one has longer hair. The man in the iron mask would never. But I feel like that's a loss, right? Because they're like, oh, he's a secret, so you don't get it. And I'm like, but please? Anyways, that's just me being way too dramatic. With that in mind, we successfully managed to sneak in through the entrance. It's a good thing we made it in. But that also means that if they did do cards, they wouldn't put a card for the secret, and that's just cruel. We should make it to the village with no issue now. It was unlikely that anyone knew Shaowu and I had met back up yet. That'd be cruel. I mean, I think about 9 RIP, right? Which it was in the name. And I kind of guessed it right away, right? There was 8 guys. And I'm like, is there a 9th guy? Or am I considered the 9 RIP? Am I the 9th RIP? And there was a 9th guy. There was a lot of story, though. He wouldn't be able to enter the forest without a Daoshi's help, so there was scant a few guards around the candlestick.
多分敵は僕たちがまだ南地区付近に潜んでると思ってるみたいやね。
Guess the enemy still thinks we're lying low down south. Lucky us, eh?
ああ、このまま進んでいくぞ。
Yeah, let's keep going. They would never guess we'd went straight back to where we were first. How are you doing energy-wise, Shaowu? You haven't rested since your escape.
問題ね。移送されていた間はずっと寝てたも同然だからな。
I was basically asleep the whole time in the carriage.
ほんとタフなやっちゃで。
Careful, we got a tough guy over here. We kept our voices low as we walked. Before we knew it, we had made it all the way to the village. This is where you were born, Shaowu? I gasped at what we saw before us at the entrance. Fire and brimstone. It's probably this time. Part of you's the least heat. I'm not picking it up this time. I learned my lesson yesterday. It's all on fire at this point. It's been 4 hours. It's kind of impressive. I feel like it probably has at least 2 more lights going through it. Like, it's all melted at this point, right? But as it rehardens, it can be lit again, so. There was burnt rubble everywhere, the ruins unrecognizable as the home they once were. The grounds were covered in debris and scattered layers of ashes like gray snow. There was no place for people to live. This was no place for people to live.
誰かに目撃される前にさっさと村に入るぞ。
Let's go in before someone spots us. We're too exposed out here. Right. My impression of the village didn't change as we walked through it. Everything was decaying, left untouched for 20 years. It made the traces of village life that remained all the more striking.
いやー、結構荒れてるんやね。ここまでひどいの初めて見たかも。
This place is a total wreck. Don't think I've ever seen a place like this.
もう20年も放置されてるからな。関わるのは不吉だっつって。近隣の町の奴らも寄ってこねえ。
It's been abandoned for 20 years. No one from the nearby villages even come here because they think it's bad luck.
この村はもう朽ちていくだ
It'll
けだろうな。
probably keep rotting. That's awful.
気にすんな。
Don't worry
今
about
目
it.
の前の事件をどうにかする
Just
ことだ
focus
け
on
考
what
え
we
ればい
came
い。
here for.
母さんは家の地下室にいる。
Mom's in the basement
少
for
し
the
歩いた
house.
ところにあるからついてこい。
It's only a short walk. Follow me. Okay. Shaowu walked off without reservation and I trailed after him. When we reached the basement, I realized I hadn't prepared myself for this whatsoever. A woman with all of her features, with all the features of a jiangshi, was tied up with a thick rope. Her face was twisted in the same wild way as the undead, but her features and the color of her hair immediately told me she was Shaowu's mom.
さ
Got
すが
red
に
hair,
キョン
huh?
シーといえども、見た目は年取ってるんやな。
That's a Yangshi, alright, but she looks a little old.
僕みたいに若いままなのかと予想してたんやけど、ほんまに体は生きてるんやね。
Thought she'd be looking like a spring chicken like me. It looks like her body's aging.
やはりお前から見ても母さんは生きてるのか？
So you think she's alive too?
せやな。血も通ってるし、魂もある。お肌も僕と違って張りがある。羨ましい子って。
Yep, I'm seeing circulation in a soul, and her skin's not all saggy like mine. Boy, am I jealous. I looked at Li Ying's arms as I listened to Shiwu. You restrained her pretty tightly.
ああ。こうして縛っておかねえと
She'd go berserk if I didn't.
悪いとは思ってるんだが、表に出て滅せられたら終わりだからな。
I feel bad, but I can't let her escape and get
そ
purged.
れに誰かを傷つけないとも限らない。
Besides, she might hurt someone.
母さん、俺だ。帰ってきたぜ。
Hey mom, it's me. I'm back. It's your boy. Shaowu's words did nothing. His mom just continued trying to break free of her restraints. It didn't look like she had any understanding of what he was saying. Shaowu did what he had to. She's a Yangshi, so if he can't control her, it's best to tie her up. In some respects, maybe it was fortunate that her mind had left her. Spending 20 years locked up in one place would have driven a regular person insane.
シュウ、同じキョンシーとして何かわかることはねえか？
Shu, is there anything new you can tell me considering you're a Yangshi yourself?
とりあえず仲間として認識してくれるか試してみようかな。
Well, first let me see if she recognizes me as one of her
ほ
own.
ら、意思疎通はできなくても、ノラのキョンシーって自然と群れるって前に教えたやろ？
Remember what I said about stray Yangshi naturally bunching together even though they don't have wills of their
そ
own?
の習性が利用できるかもしれへん。
Might be able to use that here. I think that's worth a
と
try.
いうことで、
Let's see.
ほな、毎度みんなのアイドル、しゆちゃんやで。よければ同じキョンシーとして仲よ。
Howdy, the name's Shiyu. You must have heard of me, right? Seeing as we're both Yangshi. Wanna be buddies? When Shiyu got too close, Li Ying struggled harder like she was warning him off. There was no doubt she would have attacked him if she wasn't tied up.
あかん。これ絶対お友達にはなれんわ。
Uh-oh, I don't think we'll be getting along anytime soon. If only you'd introduce yourself normally. It was nice knowing you, Shiyu.
ごめんごめん。反省するから札を構えるのはやめてな。
So sorry, I promise I'll take my time to reflect, so please put away the talisman.
母さんからしたら、シウは仲間じゃないってことか？
Does that mean Mom doesn't see you as a fellow Yangshi?
せやね。体が生身なせいか、同族意識みたいなのは一切ないっぽいで。その辺のキョンシーとは勝手が違うわ。
I'm not getting the same vibes from her as a normal Yangshi.
おそらくキョンシーなのは戦闘能力と知能くらいやないかな。
She's got the fighting and mental capacities of a Yangshi, but I'd say that's about it.
なるほどな。
So what you're saying is... Shaowu turned to me apologetically.
頼めるか？
Can I ask you to do your thing, Shinlin? I got this. If another Yangshi couldn't get through to her, we would have to turn her back into a human. Okay, I read it right. We'd confirmed that her body was still human, so now it was my turn to make my attempt. I pulled out a talisman and turned to Li Ying. I helped that other Yangshi pass on, so I just have to remember what I did back then. The main thing I recall in my desperation, I'm sure it'll work if I give it everything I've got. I imbued the talisman with my mind force, tossed it at Li Ying, and recited the appropriate chant. As with the last time, there was a surge of light. It expanded to fill the entire basement. Whoa. I didn't let up, praying for Lian's heart to find peace. I kept up the faith that this was what would restore her to normal. However, Liang was still her young she self, even after the glow faded. The light must have shocked her. She was now snapping at me with open hostility.
失敗したのか
It didn't work. I'm sure I did everything right, though.
せやね、発動はしてたわな。
Yep, you saw the light, right? Chiyu gave a confident nod. Shaowu and I looked at him for an explanation.
ごく普通のキョンシーなら効果あったと思うけど。
That would have totally worked against a regular Yongshi.
春林の力は僕が予想していたものとはちょっと違ってたみたいなんよ、ね。
Looks like your power isn't quite what I thought it was, Shunlin.
どういうことだ
What do you mean by that?
なんて言えばええんかな。どんなキョンシーでも無条件で成仏させられるものって感じなんかな。
How do I put this? I thought you'd be capable of helping any Yongshi move on regardless of its quirks. How does this contradict that? I mean, that's what I was trying to do. Get rid of the Yongshi part of Lian. It just didn't work for some reason.
ちゃうちゃう。キョンシーの部分だけどうこうするなんてそんな都合のいいことはできへんと思う。
You got the wrong idea. If you could take away her Yongshi side, then this would all be super duper
つ
easy.
まり、春林に術をかけられたら、シャオのおふくろさんは死ぬんよ。
If that technique had gone the way it was supposed to, you would have killed Shaowu's mom. What? But her body's still alive.
せや。
Yipper?
どうしてそんなことがわかる
How do you know that though?
それはほら。おふくろさんを見てみれば一発で
By
わかる
taking
で。
one look at your mom.
見えにくいかもしれへんけど、手の甲のところや。
That's a bit tricky to make out, but you see the back of her hands? I went to look. The back of Lian's hands were scorched, like they had been exposed to flames. They were even smoldering and smoking. That said, the burning area was no bigger than her pinky nail. Whatever the damage, it seemed minor.
それ、術に反応しておった傷やと思うんよ。
I'm thinking her injury is a result of that spell you did.
今ので肉体がそれだけ損傷するなら、本気で術を使ったら体ごと蒸発するんちゃう？
If that's how your technique went over, I'd wager her whole body would go up in smokes if you went all out. Oh no! Though small, the marks were a huge source of information. There'd be no saving Li Ying if she vanished completely. We'd also lose the truth behind this whole mystery. While Shaowu and I stood there reeling, Shiyu continued to think out loud.
あ、でも、おふくろさんと少しは話せるかもな。
Huh, you know what? I think I might be able to talk with your mom. Why now?
前に春林が力を使った時、成仏する間際に声が聞こえたやろ？
Last time you used your powers, we heard a voice from just before the young she passed on, right?
あれは成仏させてくれたことに対する感謝の気持ちやと思うんよ。
Pretty sure it thanked you for giving it a hand.
だからおふくろさんも同じように成仏する間際ならちょっとは話すことができるんやないかな。
If you push your mom to the same point, maybe I could chat with her for a little. Doing that might help us work out what happened to the village, but it meant sacrificing Li Ying. What would be the point of coming all this way just to throw away her life? It doesn't make sense, does it, Shaowu? You were desperate to make it here, all so that you could save her. What's wrong?
わからね
I don't know.
え村を襲った奴らに復讐したい真相も知りたい
I'm reventing the people who attacked my village, but I also want to learn the truth.
だが母さんを元に戻せるのなら戻したい
I also want to get my mom back to normal, assuming it's possible. He said those words aloud, as if reaffirming his goal to himself. Those had been his dual wishes over those past 20 years, yet now he was facing the reality that he might not be able to fulfill both of them. Maybe I should have realized it sooner, but he was at a total loss right
俺の
now.
自分勝手な願いのせいで母さんは20年もの間ずっと苦しんできた
Mom's been suffering for 20 years straight because of my selfishness.
死ぬことも人間に戻ることもできず正気を失ったまま
She hasn't been able to die or become a human again, stuck in the state of insanity.
どうしても 元に戻すことができないのなら、
And if there's no way to return her to
中
normal,
途半端に生かし続けるより、最善の状態で成仏できるなら、ここで終わらせてやった方が。
it might be better to help her move on peacefully and bring things to an end instead of her living this sorry excuse for a life. Shaowu. His words echoed what we as Daoshi thought about all Yangshi. But Lian's alive. What if she has an aversion to dying?
ほんなら春林が全部決めればええんちゃう？
Don't you think Shunlin should be the one to decide? What? Shiyu looked at me steadily.
どういう決断をしようと最後に手を下すのはこの子なんや。
Whatever's decided, you're gonna be the one that makes it happen.
生きているかもしれない存在を滅するっちゅう重荷を背負わせる以上、一番その意志を尊重すべきやない？
It'll be you purging someone who might have had a chance at life. You have to carry that, so we gotta respect your opinion the most. Shiyu.
そうだな。
He's right.
俺たちは
Oh
所詮
no.
見てることしかできねえんだ。
All I can do is watch.
春林、あんたはどうしたい？
Shunlin, what do you want to do? I'll accept your answer no matter what it is. Dot, dot, dot. That sounds like the right answer. I think I need more time to make a decision. I want my choice to align with whatever's in your heart, Shaowu.
そうか。あんたは本当に
Really? Yeah, you're always putting me first. Let's not flirt in the middle of this.
まあ決断できないのも無理ないか。
It's a dilly
い
of
わ
a
ば病
pickle.
気の人間を延命させるか殺すか、
Like,
どっちかを選べってことやもんね。
Like asking whether to let a sick human live or end their suffering.
そうだな。ある意味、すぐに答えを出さないでくれてよかったかもしれねえ。
It's true. In some ways, it might be better to take your time and think things through. Yeah, but also... I thought and thought, but no answer came to me. I'm sorry, I just don't know what's the right thing to do is. I want to save Li Ying, but I also want to know the truth. That's what is in my heart, and I want to stay true to it. I'm sorry, Shaowu. I wish I could be a source of confidence for him.
そうだな。なら、俺に答えを託してくれるか。
I see. In that case, will you let me decide?
その結果、母さんに最後を下すあんたが苦しむことになった
My
としても
decision might be painful for you. You're still going to be the one sealing my mom's
ずっ
fate.
と支えてみせるから。
But I promise I'll be there to see you through. Okay. He looked a little relieved at that. Shaowu gave a small sigh before turning his attention back to Li Ying.
少しだけ考える時間をくれ。
Give me some time to think this through.
ほんの少しの時間さえ。
Just a little bit.
俺は全部自分の責任で決める。
I'll be able to make my decision and take full responsibility. Alright, why don't you step outside? Being down here probably makes it harder to decide.
そうだな。悪いが付き合ってくれるか。
Yeah, sorry, but do you mind coming with? Of course not. I'm here to work things out with you when times are hard.
ありがとな。
Thanks. Let's take a walk, bro. We left the basement and took a walk through the village. We were still at risk of being spotted, but there was a lot of cover. Cover here, so we could mitigate the risk as long as we were careful. Don't worry about Li Ying. Shiyu and Mimi are with her. You haven't been here in ages, right? Let's take our time. Yeah. Our walk around the village did little to relieve the pain on his face. Hold his fucking hand. Look at it. He's got it outstretched for you. Although I tried talking to him, he merely kept vacantly gazing at our surroundings. I had a feeling His mind was worrying something, his love for Li Ying and his desire to know the truth. I know I was no help to him at all, but I don't want to start talking to him now and distract him from his thoughts. Just then. Oh, he stopped in front of a wrecked building. It must have been impressive in its time, though it was crumbling in several places. It was in better shape than the other buildings nearby. I got the sense that this was a store of some kind rather than an official institution. Was this place important to you, Shaowu?
ああ、親父の仕事場だった。
Yeah, my dad worked here. Your dad? I don't think you've ever mentioned him.
親父は武術家だったが、腕のいい大工でもあった。
He was a martial artist and also a skilled
仕
carpenter.
事に余裕があるときは、たまにここに連れてきてくれたんだ。
He'd bring me here sometimes when work was quiet. He did. This place must be full of memories for you then. Now it made sense why the building seemed so sturdy compared to the others.
親父は手先が器用だったから、余った木片で木彫りの像なんかも作ってくれてな。
He was good with his hands. He used to make carvings for me with the leftover
ガ
wood.
キの頃はそれで遊んでた。
I played with him as a kid. It sounds like a lovely father.
まあな。
E?
もうずいぶん前のことだから、記憶も薄れてきちまってるが。
I guess he was. It was so long ago my memory's kind of
その
fuzzy.
事実だけは覚えてる。
I just remember he used to do that for me. Was he a victim of the incident too?
ああ。多分もう、生きて会えることはないだろう。
Yeah, I doubt I'll ever see him again. He's probably dead by now. Shaowu stared up at the building unmoving. He must have been finding it difficult to continue our walk. If only he had a keepsake of some kind, something filled with precious memories. His dad had made him wood carvings. I wonder whether there were any left. Is it okay if I go in, Shaowu?
構わねえが、何の
Sure.
つもりだ？
Why though? I'm looking for something. I shifted some of the debris aside. I didn't find anything as miraculous as a wood carving, of course, but I did unearth something else. An ornament hidden beneath the rubble. What's this? It looked very highly valuable. I picked it up and showed it to Shaowu. Did your dad use this in his work? Maybe it was a part of his uniform.
いや、見覚えはねえな。
No,
別
I
の
don't
誰かのも
recognize
のだ
it.
ろうな。
Probably belonged to someone else. Let's take it anyways. Maybe some family out there would be thrilled to see it. In any case, it felt wrong to leave it here. This is so random.
あ
Also, something
悪いが、
this game
預かって
doesn't do
おいて
that
くれ
other
るか。
games do. We already talked about how their mouths aren't moving. This is a newer Otome game. Mouths aren't moving, and then they don't have like special images for special items. So like, we'll sometimes have a picture pop up on our screen of like an item, like, oh look, I saw this, and then it'll show you what it looks like. I have no idea what she just found. They didn't show it to us. This isn't the first time. It's not even the third time. They've never shown us anything. Like sometimes they're like, oh, I wrote a letter, and they'll show you the letter. Or like, I found a note, and they'll show you the note, like on the screen. It's not doing any of that. I like the little comic book things, but I feel like they sacrificed a lot of other things to do the comic strips. You mind keeping an eye on it? Not at all. Actually, it looks kind of familiar to me. I put it away and shifted through my memories, but nothing jumped out to me. Chalking it up to my imagination, I opted for a change of subject. How old were you when this happened, Shaowu? Let's see, 20 years ago? 7?
7歳くらいだったか。
Must have been 7. Just a kid. Were you even alive then, girl? No. To go through that at such a young age. I had my own ideas of how he must have felt at the time, but hearing a specific number made it seem all the more raw. Despair was too mild of a word to sum it up. What were you like as a child?
普通だな。
Like other kid. Like any other kid, I guess.
ダチと遊んだり、師匠に稽古をつけてもらったり、とにかく動き回っていた記憶しかね。
Played with my friends, trained with my master. I remember always being on the go. I can totally see that. I bet you were super cheeky too.
否定はしない。当時は弟子入りしたばかりだったから、武術の稽古が新鮮で楽しかった。
Can't say you're wrong. I'd only just started my training and I got real excited for it every
こ
day.
の村にも兄弟弟子がいたから一緒に鍛錬したりしてな。
I wasn't master's only student. I always trained with a group.
で、家に帰れば母さんが飯を作って待っててくれて。
And then I'd go home and mom would be waiting for me with dinner on the table.
腹が減ってたからすぐに食いたかったが、親父が帰ってくるのを一緒に待って、必ず
I'd be
家族揃っ
starving
てか
and
ら
want
食べ
to
て
eat,
た。
but we'd always wait. Ah! We always ate as a family. Ah! Covering my legs, sorry. My blanket's upside down. It's gonna be okay.
親父は母さんにベタ惚れだったから、いつも飯の味を褒めてたな。
Dad was head over heels for mom. He'd always go on and on about how good the food
そ
was.
う。ごく普通の
It was all
平
just
凡な日を送ってた。
normal
あの日までは。
until that day. Shaowu
あの日からずっと
hold his
俺は
fucking
そんなあり
hand.
ふれた
Let's.
日を取り戻したかった。
I wanted those ordinary days back ever since it
母さんを
happened.
元に戻して、
I wanted mom back.
事件の真相を知る奴を追い詰めて、
I
罪を
wanted to
償わ
track
せて
down those who knew the truth and make them pay.
そうすれば、行方不明になった親父や村のみんなも帰ってくるはずだと。
I always
信
believed
じて
that
た。
doing so would bring back my missing dad and the other villagers
だ
too.
がそんなのは都合のいい妄想だったのかもな。
I was probably just delusional. I don't think
慰めなくていい。
it's fine.
これまで集めた情報をまとめると、村人は全員キョンシーにされる実験に使われた可能性が高い。
Based on everything we've learned so far, it's very likely that they were experimented on to turn them into Yongshi.
だが、生きてる人間がキョンシーになってるなんて噂、今まで一度も聞いたことがねえ。
I've never picked up on anything about a huge group of living Yongshi.
だから全員、術が失敗して死んじまったんだろうな。
The experiments must have failed and they all are dead. Shaowu's breathed a quiet sigh. There was nothing I could say to him. Even if I told him that everything was going to be fine, it wouldn't change the fact that he had a crucial decision to make. I watched him stare off into the distance. I was certain he understood
母
that.
さんは、どっちが幸せなんだろうな。
I wonder what would make mom happiest. I don't know. Wrap your arms around him. God,
気が
something.
狂ったまま生かし続ける方がいいのか。
Would she want to keep living as a monster?
それとも、最後の最後に正気に戻れるのなら、成仏させてやった方がいいのか。
Or would she rather move on if it means she can regain her human mind for her final moments? Well, whatever you choose, Shaowu, I know one thing. She would never ever resent you for it.
本当にそう思うか。
You think? Yeah. I mean, she's your mom.
なんだその根拠。
That's your idea of logic? He laughed as some of the tension left him. There, finally. I took his hand. Just comparison. Big hand. Big hand. I took his hand and went on in hushed tones. Don't carry this load by yourself, Shaowu. I'm right here with you, okay?
春里。
A life is a heavy burden to bear, especially when it's your mother's. It's only natural that you feel stuck. It might not be my place to say anything, but I'll always be here for you. I can do that much. So please tell me what you want, what you're hoping for. We'll share the responsibility between us.
本当にいいの
You
か。
sure? Don't worry about me. If there's only one thing you need to know about women, it's that we've got boundless strength and willpower when it comes to the people we care about.
それは頼もしいな。
Nice to know. Shaowu gently wrapped his fingers around mine.
他のやつが言ったら、俺の何がわかるって怒り狂いそうなもんだが。
If anyone else said that, I think I'd get mad. I'd be like, you don't know the first thing about me.
あんたにそう言ってもらえると、少しだけ前へ進める気がしてくる。
But coming from you, it gives me the courage to take one small step forward. You mean that?
そうだよ。俺にとってもあんたは
I
特別なんだ。
And I care about you too.
この短い間に、こんな心の奥まで入り込んできやがって。
We've barely spent any time together, but you've somehow worked your way into my heart. This is the soonest they've shown, like, reciprocated love in any of the routes, by the way.
厄介で
You're a real pain.
誰よりも優しい女だよ。
And kinder than anyone I know. Oh. It was time for him to state his decision.
俺は
Shinlin, the thing I hope for is... I thought so. Mimi's cry yanked us from the tender moment. I turned to see the panda barreling towards us faster than I'd ever seen. What happened, Mimi?
緊急事態か。
An emergency? Mimi played a frantic game of charades as if trying to tell us something. Unfortunately, I didn't have the first clue what it was saying. I could hazard a guess as to what might have sent the panda into a panic.
母さんに何かあったのか。
Something happened to mom. I'm gonna assume that a fellow Yangshi let him out. Let's go, Shaowu.
ああ。
Right. As soon as we reached the basement, Shaowu threw the door open. We were in for a shock. Smoke plumed from every inch of Li Ying's body, and she was groaning in pain. She wasn't like this when we left her. What's happening?
消滅する寸前なんや。
She's on our way out.
何？
What?
さっき、春林が術をかけたやろ。あれが思ってたより効果があったみたいなんや。
Remember that technique Shinlin used on her? It looks like it was more effective than I thought.
なんつうか、ゆっくりと滅せられてるっちゅうんかな。
It's purging her just very, very slowly.
人間に例えると、傷口が止血されないまま放置されとるみたいな。
To put it in human terms, you might say she's bleeding
こ
out.
のまま放っておくと、おふくろさんはほんまの意味で死んじゃうやろね。
If we leave your mom like this, she's really gonna die.
しかも、ひどい苦しみを味わいながら。
And it's not gonna be an easy death on her either. No. Shaowu was already facing me before Shu Yi even finished. His mother sat there behind him,
Shu Yi.
suffering.
頼めるか。
Will you do this for me, Shinlin?
母さんの成仏を。
I want to help mom pass on. I can't tell if she's really dying or if our friend did something weird. You know what I'm saying? Why does it seem dark? I guess. I don't usually have to turn that up, but it seems like I was getting darker. I want you to help mom pass. There was his faithful decision. In that moment, his mind was made up. Are you sure? He was going to let his mom be purged.
さっきそう決めた。
I already decided.
このまま生かすのは俺の身勝手にしかならない。
Letting her live any longer like this would be
痛みを得
selfish.
る感情が残ってる今、人間としての死を与えてやるべきだ。
She can still feel pain. We should let her die a human death.
そんな顔すんな。
Chin up.
俺がこの選択をできたのは、
You're the whole reason I can do this.
他の同志が相手なら決してこの決断を下せなかった。
If I was dealing with this with any other Daoshi, I wouldn't have the courage to let go.
脅してでも母さんを元に戻せと言い聞かせてただろう。
I might have come to them demanding that they turn mom back to normal.
それをしないのはあんたのことを心から信頼しているからだ。
But not with you, because I trust you from the bottom of my heart. Shaowu. She's still dying. Oh, she should still be withering beside us, like crying out. And we're just like, aww. He should have been in tears, but for some reason I was the one who felt like crying. Nevertheless, he made his request for me. It was up to me to live up to his
だ
trust.
から頼む、
Do it, Shinlin.
春林。
Please. Got it. As a Daoshi and as your friend, I promise to do this properly. I gave him a reassuring nod and pulled out a talisman. It was a talisman for purging Jiangxi. Once I used this, Shaowu would never see his mother again. I didn't have the strength to do this before, but I do now. I know it. Shaowu opened up to me about his hopes and feelings, and that makes all the difference. Okay, I'm cool with snacks though. I was gonna actually text you pizza, sounds fine. Shaowu opened up to me about his hopes and feelings, and that makes all the difference. That was my sister letting me know that I can keep streaming. I asked her if she wanted to see a movie tonight to let me know closer to 10. So. And she was like, no, you can stream. I was like, no. If you want to see a movie, I'll stop streaming because we can do 2 things. It's a good day. I positioned myself in front of the groaning woman. Forgive me. I'm going to be supporting Shaowu from now on, so please don't worry about him. I stuck the talisman in place and activated its effects. I could feel the strength being squeezed from me. It was like my life force was being transferred into some other power, and an instinctual fear overcame me. I can't stop now. I can't let Shaowu's resolve go to waste. That's crazy. The light emitted from Li Ying's body, flooding the entire room. Shaowu. You've really grown up strong.
ああ。あんたが大切に育ててくれたおかげでな。
It's all thanks to the love you raised me with.
また。
See you again. またね. The light gradually faded along with her final words. I waited for a moment. Only when the glow had vanished completely did I dare to open my eyes. She's like, Shaowu, Shiyu, are you both okay?
ああ。
Yeah.
成功したみたいやね。はあ、僕まで消滅するかと思ったわ。
Looks like you did it. Whew, thought I was gonna be purged there for a second.
そうだな。これで母さんもやっと眠れるだろう。
She did it. My mom's finally at peace. Yeah, about that. I turned back to where Li Ying had been sitting, unsure how to feel. I would have to live with the fact that I'd purged her for the rest of my life. I just hoped that she would truly be at peace. I froze.
Huh?
What? I quickly untied Li Ying from the post. Her continuance, her temperature, her nails, her very human, very peaceful sleeping face. Could it be? She's human again?
Na hona!
What? Knock me over with a feather. I've never heard Shiyu shout so loud. He zipped over to Li Ying and peered into her face.
いや、これは春林の大手柄やね。
Wowzers! You pulled off something real special here, Shunlin.
どうも最後の最後に術を完全に成功させるどころか、ハイパーミラクル成長させたっぽいわ。
Your technique was more than perfect. It was supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I mean, you pretty much performed a miracle over here. I did?
本当やったら、シャオのおふくろさんはあのまま成仏するはずやったんやろね。
Normally, Shaowu's mom would have passed on right on.
それがこいつの術のおかげで覆ったのか？
Her technique overwrote that or what?
そうやね。それに生きている人間ちゅうのは可能性の塊やから。
Pretty much. The thing is with living humans is they've got endless potential.
思いが強ければ強いほど力も大きくなる。奇跡だって起こせる。そういう生き物なんよ。
The stronger their feelings, the more powerful they are, and then you got miracles like this. Yep, that's humans for you. That sounds like something out of a fairy tale.
だって実際そうだったんやから、そうとしか言えへんやろ。
You just saw it happen though. Can you explain that any better?
だからきっと、おふくろさんが人間に戻れたんは。
The reason your mom turned human again.
春林やシャオ、それにおふくろさん本人の思いが天に届いたからなんやろ
Is
ね。
because your feelings and hers reached all the way to the heavens. Our feelings, you say? Right then, Li Ying's eyes cracked open.
シャオ。
Shaowu.
母さん。
Mom, I.
説明しなくて大丈夫よ。ここであったことは
You don't have to
全部覚
explain.
えているから。
I remember everything that happened here.
今まで迷惑をかけてごめんなさい。それから協力してくれたお二人も
I'm sorry for everything I
本当
put
に
you
あり
through.
がとう。
I'd like to thank you too your two friends as well. Not at all. I was really hoping we'd be able to save you, Ling. And then she's like, actually, and that thing over there, get rid of it.
おふくろさん、体の調子はどう？
How you feeling, Ma?
大丈夫よ。ありがとう。
Absolutely fine. Thank you. Maybe you should go back to sleep. You've only just turned human again
い
after
い
all.
のよ。みんなに伝えておきたいことがあるから。
Not at all. There's something I want to tell you.
知りたいのでしょ？この村で何が起こったのかを。
You want to know what happened in the village, don't you?
ああ。目覚めたばかりで悪いが、聞かせてくれるか？
Let's be so for real. The human body. She should be so frail. She can't even stand at this point because she's been tied up to a post potentially for 20 years. She has been making sounds, so that does mean like her voice has been moving. I can't say for sure how much she's been riling and trying to get free, but also her body should just be in a lot of pain because she's just transformed back. There's a lot. I'm sorry to ask so soon after you woke up, but would you mind filling us in?
すべてを
Not at all.
話すわ。
I'll tell you everything. She's like, let me regale you with a tale.
20年前にこの村で何があったのかを。
Everything that happened here 20 years ago. She lowered her head, allowing the memories to return to her. I mean, it's really her last memory for being tied to a post for 20 years. One day, 20 years ago, I saw my husband off to work, then set about tackling the household chores. It was a normal day with nothing special planned, a peaceful day for me to get through my task, and that would be that. Or so I thought. That was when I heard panicked screams from the front of the house. It wasn't just 2 or 3, but a whole crowd of people. Their footsteps thundered past, like they were running from
何
something.
事かしら？
What's going on? I've pondered to myself. When I stepped outside, what I saw shocked me. Armed guards were rounding up the villagers. Anyone who resisted was met with extreme violence. And the one leading the soldiers?
あれはルオジン様？
Is that King Liu Jin?
どうしてこんな辺境に？
What is he doing all the way out here? I had no idea what was happening, but it was clear that I was in danger as long as I stayed in the village.
一刻も早く逃げなくちゃ。
I have to get out of here. Then I thought of my beloved son and
夫は仕
husband.
事場にいるはずよね。あちらの方も騒動に巻き込まれてたりしないかし
My
ら。
husband's at work. I wonder if this chaos has unfolded over
そ
there
れ
too.
にシャオ。数日前から修行の旅に出ているから無事だとは思うんだけど。
And Shaowu, he's out traveling at the moment, so he should be safe, but still. Fretting about my family cost me my chance to escape. The soldiers stormed our house and arrested me. I had no way of fighting back. I was tied up and taken to the village
お前
square.
も捕まってしまったのか。
They got you too. There was a whole group of villagers rounded up in the square, including my husband. With a ring of hulky soldiers standing guard, escape would be
あなた、
impossible.
これはどういうことなんでしょうか？なぜ国の
What
兵士
happened,
が私た
darling?
ちを捕まえる
Why are
の？
the Caillou soldiers arresting us?
わからない。まだ何も説明を受けていないんだ。
I have no idea. No one's explained anything yet.
この村に反武術派の者が多いことが関係しているのか。
That is unfortunate, actually. Maybe it's because so many villagers are
ルオ
anti-wushu.
ジン様が武術過激派だとしても、そんな理由でこんな横暴なことを一国の主がやったりしますか？
His Majesty's pro-wushu views are extreme, but is that any reason for a leader of our nation to act with like such a brute?
わからない。一体ルオジン様は何をするつも
What
りな
on
んだ
earth is His Majesty planning? As we voiced our anxieties, someone stepped out from among the soldiers. He looked like a Daoshi. He started pasting talismans on our foreheads one by one.
何をするつもりだ。やめろ。
What do you think you're doing? Get back!
黙れ。おい兵士、こいつを取り押さえろ。
One of you hold this man down. He's obstructing my work. Sir, we were being treated no better than prisoners of war. Any defiance was severely punished. My husband and I had no choice, hiccups, but to let the Daoshi put talismans on our head. It wasn't long before we all had them. Only then did King Laojin finally appear before us.
ようやく終わったか。
You might have worked a little faster. He looked down on us like we were nothing but insects, his cape fluttering bombastically behind
これ
him.
よりそなたらを不死の兵として生きたまま生まれ変わらせてやる。
You will all hereby become immortal soldiers reborn while you retain your lives.
永遠に私に仕えることができるのだ。光栄に思え。
Recognize this for the honor that it is. You will all be able to serve me for all eternity. What?
何を
What is he talking
言
about?
って
As soon as the king finished speaking, the Daoshi at his side launched into a chant. That was when it happened. Light burst out of the talismans on my forehead. Searing pain gripped my skull like it was being squeezed ever tight in the powerful vice. The exact same thing was happening to all the other villagers. My husband was suffering right beside me. I looked at him and saw this black vapor gushing forth from his body. I felt it then, something vile worming through my body, remolding it from the inside. Some insuppressible urge had been groaning.
よしよしいいぞうまくキョンシー化していってる
This is perfect. They're actually turning into Yangshi.
これで俺が首席同士となるあのリーホンの鼻っ柱も折って
With this, I'll become Chief Daoshi. This ought to cut Li Hong down to size. Imagine this, like, she's like, and then he said this. I didn't know who Li Hong was. Like, just to be honest with you guys. Be so real. Gruh. Having entered a frenzy, the villagers turned on the soldiers one after another. A whole group of them were beating up the Daoshi that had made them this way, yet this was no mere act of rebellion. The transformation had obliterated their self-control and they were simply running
お
amok.
い貴様何をしている早く制御をせぬか
What are you playing at, you idiot? Get these things under control.
いや
I'm trying. Now that I think about it, maybe it was a result of the Daoshi's incompetence. While he was managing to turn those humans into monsters, he lacked the skill to control them. The transformed villagers were going after anyone they could get their hands on.
ガスが
The Lord.
失敗したのなら始末しろ私はもう戻る
Unless you can get them under control, you will dispose of them. I'm leaving. The one command from the king was all it took.
村に火を放てキョンシーになったといえど人間だ燃やし尽くせばどうとでもな
Set
る
fire to the village. These Jiangxi are still human. That means we can burn them to the ground. But my
せっ
spell
かく
worked.
術が成功したのに
やれ
Do it. From there, the soldiers went about torching the buildings. Their aim was to rid the village of its Yangshi population and destroy all evidence of the savagery that took place here. The flames eagerly lapped up their kindling, and it wasn't long before they spread to the surround us. We're going to this way, quickly.
早く
My husband gathered up the last scrapes of his rational mind to lead me away by the arm.
地下室なら
The fire won't reach
火の手も
our
回
basement.
らない
But as we walked, a building cracked and groaned, its supports already burnt to a crisp. It was about to keel over in my direction. Watch out! My husband noticed it first and shoved me out of the way. Darling! He saved my life. In exchange, he was trapped beneath a pile of burning debris. I scrambled to rescue him, but the building's collapse had sent up a whoosh of flames that spread rapidly. And just like that, I lost my husband, the Yangshi. I hadn't even been able to take his hand. With no time to mourn, I stood up at once and continued towards our basement.
命をかけて
Continued his life.
守
He
ってく
risked
れ
his
た
life
ん
to
だ
protect
物
me.
生き
I have to survive,
せめて
at least until I can see Shaowu again.
再会
I walked on, even as the transformation eroded my thoughts. All so that I could overcome my husband's death and return to the place of safety. Finally, I reached our home. But once I reached the basement, I lost all control of my body as my Yangshi transformation completed. My talisman had came off along the way. Who knows where it went? A few days later, Shaowu returned from his training and we reunited. I tried to eat his face off, but girls will be girls, I guess. That was where Li Ying's story ended. I never knew. Both of us were left speechless. The truth was even more tragic than we had expected. Is it more tragic? It's about exactly what I was expecting. And that wasn't all. She had suffered as a Yangshi for 20 years, all while maintaining her human consciousness. I couldn't even begin to imagine how hellish that was for her.
でも今の話で全部わかったやん。
The cat's out of the bag now, huh?
事件の首謀者は国王様やって。
His Majesty was responsible for everything. We know that for sure now. We could finally see the thread running through this entire mess. The king wanted to keep the truth of what happened here from the public, and that was why he ordered Shaowu's arrest and sent his men to kill me. Mimi returned from where it had been keeping watch on the surface. What's up, Mimi? Is someone coming? Oh no, it might be. Yeah, she needs to eat something though. She's been alive for 20 years in this basement. She's human now. She needs food, guys. The one's after us. Let's get out of here fast. We broke free from the village and entered the nearby forest. Mimi knew where our pursuers were. By following her lead, we managed to avoid bumping into them. I guess we hung around for too long. And they know by now that you were headed for your village. They shouldn't know about Mom yet, though. Do you think you can make it to my master's village from here? I'm sure he'll help you out if you tell him everything that happened. I can do that, but what about you? We've got stuff to do. I'll come see you again when it's done. I'll be Shinlin with me. A lot has happened since we've been traveling together. Shaowu's been so kind and dependable, and we've had a lot of fun. I'll tell you all about it when we see each other again. I'll yap enough to make up for the past 20 years. Alright. It looks like you've managed to find someone quite special to you, Shaowu. You're gonna expose His Majesty's crimes, aren't you? Yeah. I'm gonna drag the tyrant off his throne. I'll be right there, grabbing his cape. Despite the dangers, Shaowu would never give in. If anything, he had gained the glimmer of hope that would help him fight through to the end.
さすがに危険やないの？即捕まって処刑されるんとちゃうん？
I don't know, this feels dicey. They'll lop off your head the second you get caught. But this is our only chance of survival now. I'm fighting with them to the bitter end. I said it as much for myself as anyone else.
本気なん？相手からしたらシャオたちを殺せば済む話なんやで。
You serious? All the king has to do is kill you and he'll get off scot-free.
だったらもう諦めて国外にお袋さんを連れて逃げた方がええんやないの？
Wouldn't it be better to throw in the towel, take Ma with you, and flee the country?
そんでまあ暴露本でも出して
Then you can write up the truth in a nice little book and set it free into Caillou.
ダメだ。俺の村の悲劇がこれから先も繰り返されないとは言い切れねえ。
There's no guarantee that what happened to my village won't be repeated
あの
elsewhere.
野郎が同じことを考える前に徹底的に叩き潰す。
I'm gonna crush that bastard before he comes up with any more bright ideas.
強情なやっちゃな。お袋さん止めなくていいん？自殺しに行くようなもんやで。
This guy's real headstrong, folks. Ma, don't you want to stop him? He's waltzing right into his death, you know.
本音を言えば止めたい。けれど私は立派に成長したこの子を信じていますから。
Of course I do, but my son has grown up so phenomenally well, and I'm choosing to believe in him. Really? I hope you'll keep believing in him. I promise to bring your son home safe. I took Lian's hands in mine and looked her right in the eyes as I spoke.
そっか。じゃあ僕はそろそろおいとまさせてもらおうかな。
Well then, I suppose it's about time for me to head out. I understand. Thank you for everything you've done for us, Shiyu.
せやろ？完全に信頼する気になれた？
You said it, so do you trust me for realsies now? Not a fucking chance. Trust has nothing to do with it. Honestly, I still think you're pretty suspicious.
はは厳しいな。けどまあ、その方が僕らの関係らしいか。
You never let up, do you? I guess we're most comfortable that way, you and me.
最初は春林がどんな活躍をするのか見届けるために同行したんやけど。
I first tagged along with you because I wanted to see what you could do.
十分堪能させてもらったわ。だから僕がこれ以上同行する理由はない。
I got more than enough entertainment out of it, so it doesn't look like there's any more reason to stick around. Yeah, in that case, I swear we'll catch up. We'll catch you up on what's happening someday. And if you start causing trouble, I'll hunt you down. That's what Daoshi does.
その時は俺も手を貸すか。
I'll help her out with that too.
そりゃ手強いやろな。
Seems like I don't stand a chance. Shiyu chuckled awkwardly before floating over to Li Ying.
おふくろさんは僕に任せとき。村まで送り届けてあげるわ。
I'll escort your mom to her village, okay? Leave her to me. Are you sure?
まあ、この後予定もないしな。その方が二人も安心やろ。
Not like I got anything better to do, and yet that means you folks don't have to worry, right?
ああ、助かる。
Right, thanks. Plenty of wild animals lurch in the forest for one thing. Not only that, but the soldiers might start arresting anyone they could get their hands on. In that respect, it did make me feel better to know that Li Ying had a bodyguard.
じゃあ、ここでお別れやな。
I guess this is goodbye.
じゃあな。
See ya. Have a safe journey.
うん。ちょっといろいろと計画変
I
更
guess
に
in
なっ
this
て
one he
しまった
hasn't
け
been
ど。
evil. I mean, he can still show up in the last chapter and they'd be like, aha, it's me. I'm actually evil and I was just curious. But technically, what happened at the tournament really has little to do with the story, so. It's been full of twists and
春
turns.
林、シャオ、君らがあの暴君を無事に引きずり下ろせるか、遠くから見守らせてもらうわ。
Shenlin, Shaowu, I'll be watching and waiting to see if you get that old tyrant.
そうすれ
What
ば、
for?
僕の未練もなくなるやろしね。
That'll clear up a whole lot of my baggage too. Huh?
ほなさいなら、一人前の同志と武術家になるんやで。
Catch you both on the flip side. I hope you make leaps and bounds, Daoshi, before then. And so we went our separate ways. Two of us went the way of peace, ready to meet a friendly face at the end. The rest of us headed for the place in search of victory and freedom. And guess what? It only cost us everything.
母親を助け20年前の真相を知った2人は元凶である国王と対決するため王宮へ向かう。
Having saved Shaowu's mother and armed with the 20-year-old truth, the pair head to the palace to confront the
燃え
king.
よ乙女同士海遊恋語り。
Next time on Otome Daoshi, risking it
それ
all.
は死ぬためではなく生きるため。
Not for death, but for life. After saying goodbye to Xiu and Li Ying, we plunged ahead through the forest. Seeing as our pursuers had already made it to the village, it was too risky to go through the forest of chiming souls. Thus, we took our chances following a more ordinary route.
読みが当たったな。
Looks like we made the right choice. Yeah, there aren't many soldiers around at all. Strategic points like the boundary between districts were well guarded, but it seems they had left the rest defenseless. if we did need to get past any guards, I could probably conjure up something with my skills to distract
この
them.
調子なら確実に王宮まで行けそうだな。
We should get to the palace without much trouble. Mm-hmm.
どうした？何か心配でもあるのか？
Something on your mind? Nothing. I'm just a little nervous. But it's do or die from here on out, isn't it? Let's leave it all.
なあ、
Let's leave it all.
俺は必ずあの真実を公にする。
So funny because I can always tell when my heating pad stops heating because I gets the pains. Right, I swear I'm gonna expose the truth. I hope you do.
二度と
I
あんな悲
refuse
劇
to
を
let
起こさ
history
せね
repeat itself. You said it, not me. We continued through the forest for some time. Eventually, we found ourselves walking past tall, steep cliffs. My guess was that we had reached the mountains that sat on the border between the southern and eastern districts. Near the base of a cliff, we discovered a cave concealed by trees. I never would have guessed that there was a cave here. I peered inside. It was quite spacious. Moonlight shone through a gaping hole in the ceiling.
獣が住み着いてるわけでもなさそうだな。
Doesn't seem like there's any animals living inside.
ここで一夜明かせるかもしれねえ。もう夜も遅い。
We might be able to spend the
Ichido
night
Yasuda.
here. It's already pretty late. What do you think? Shaowu himself didn't sound especially tired. That was enough for me to make a decision. I'm fine. We should keep going. If we slow down, we might get caught. I resumed walking, ready to leave the cave behind, and then it was the right choice given the circumstances. Dragging our feet would just give the king's lackeys more time to close in on us. That was how I saw it anyway.
いや、休むぞ。
No, let's rest. Shaowu grabbed my arm as I walked past. Don't you think we should hurry?
いいから。
Not right now. Shaowu didn't explain himself, but he clearly made up his mind. He just picked me up with one arm. We marched right into the cave. He marched right into the cave, still holding my arm. He said, "Get your ass in here." The inside was even bigger than I thought. Visibility was good thanks to the moonlight, and I couldn't see any critters or bugs nearby.
これなら大丈夫そうだな。
This should do. Deeming it safe, Shaowu set up camp. They make a little fire. I settled down beside him. What's gotten into him? Maybe he's more tired than he looks. He still hasn't had a chance to rest since his escape. We also haven't ate. We should be freaking hungry. 3 days? 3 days? It's like 5 days without water, I think. It would explain why he was so eager to stay the night here. Conserving our energy is a good idea after all. We might have a big fight ahead of us. Huh? You've been through so much, Shaowu. Let's get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's bound to be a big day. I can sit out front and keep watch if it'll make you sleep easier.
何言ってんだ。
Are you crazy? What?
俺は何も問題はない。体力も有り余ってるし、気力も十分だ。見張りをするなら俺だろ。
I'm totally fine. I've got stamina and energy for days. If anyone's standing guard, it should be me.
問題はお前だ。
You, on the other hand. He was staring right at me. What about me? Did I do something? I was suddenly racked with guilt. Shaowu slowly shook his head.
別に何もしてね
You didn't do anything wrong.
え。ただ、ずっと元気がないだろ。
But you've been feeling down, haven't you? Down? Me? No?
ずっと一緒にいたからわかる。明らかに村を出てから、次の目的地を決めてから覇気がない。
I spent enough time with you to know that much. You haven't been yourself ever since we left the village and decided on our own course of action. You think?
疲れちまって体調が悪いのか？仲間が減ったから。
Are you tired, sick, worried because our numbers are down?
それとも、
Or
あいつとの対決が怖いのか？
are you afraid of fighting the king?
やっぱりな。
Bullseye. Sorry.
いや、いい。そうだったとしても責めるつもりはね。
It's fine. I'm not gonna blame you for anything.
死ぬかもしれねえんだから当たり前だ。
Of course you're scared. We could die.
そもそもお前は巻き込まれただけだ。俺が無理やり付き合わせち
You're
まっ
not
たから。
supposed to be in this situation to begin with. It's only because I dragged you along. I don't regret coming with you. But I know you, Shaowu. You really will risk your life for the sake of exposing the truth if it comes to it. And that scares me a little. No, a whole lot.
そうか。俺が無茶ばかりするせいで
My reckless
あんたを心
behaviors
配性に
turned
さ
you
せち
into
ま
a
ったな。
worry word has it. Shaowu softly cupped my cheek. His touch was tender, as if he was afraid he might break me. I'm not as fragile as you think, Shaowu. I'm actually pretty tough. You can't possibly hurt me.
だろうな。けど、俺がそうしたいんだ。
I know, but this is how I want to touch you. Oh my goodness. This is the first time they've really gotten like a little more this early.
あんたのことが何よりも大切だから優しくしたい。
You're more important to me than anything else. I want to cherish you. Oh. Nothing would make me happier. His eyes softened. Is he gonna kiss her? That hand. This animator is like, you want a big guy. This is the first kiss that happened pre-end of story, I think. I don't think there was any kiss with the other two before the end of the story, which is so annoying. Damn. Favoritism, like they knew. They're like, this is the one Bunny's gonna like the most, so we're gonna make him have the pre-kiss. Showing off his entire abdomen, all of it. With plenty of things to grab, I might add. He is just covered in things you could grab. What a choice. His lips pressed against mine. Huh. Oh, damn. That smile. Oh my god. I can't find the button to take a screenshot. I lost it. We indulged in the kiss for a time, then parted, gazing into each other's eyes.
春林、俺も同じだ。あんたとずっと一緒にいたい。
I just need to say my dyslexia kicked in, and forever I read it as FORE ever. So like 2 E's, and I was like, what? They typoed, and then I was like, I looked at it again and went, no, they didn't. I read it like that. I feel the same way, Shinlin. I want to be with you forever. Not typoed.
だから約束する。決して
Let me
命を捨
promise
てたりはし
this.
ない。
I won't
生
throw
き
my
て
life
目
away.
的を果たしてみせる。
I'll survive and see this through.
希望は小さいかもしれねえが、最後まで俺についてきてくれ。
I know things look grim, but will you stick with me till the very end? Shaowu, I...
なんでだろうな。あんたに名前を呼ばれるとたまらない気持ちになる。
You know, I get overwhelmed whenever you say my name. I wonder why. Also, he looks like a real, like, based off a real person, and she is so anime. Like, she's got the biggest eyes. I want her to have a little sprite, though. Say it again.
Yo.
Shaowu.
もう一度。
Again. Shaowu.
ああ、ここにいる。春林。
Damn.
が救ってくれた男は
His hand is bigger than his own head, by the way. That arm is a little disproportionate, actually, now that I stare at it too long. That, or if they're doing like that 3D super close, and you're like, whoa, look how big his hand is, but it's just because like they like zoomed in on his hand. Yeah, I'm right here. I'm here because you saved me, Shinlin.
あんたと未来を共に生きるためにも俺は
I want to spend my future with you, so you know what?
必ず日常に帰ってみせる。
I'm gonna bring us back to normality. I know you will, and not just you. You'll do it. We'll do it together. Cute. That's cute. I liked it. We spent the night in the cave. The next day, we set off shortly after dawn. We plunged in. Sorry, no more purging. Avoiding our would-be captor, and eventually made it to the palace. Here at last.
ああ、
Yeah. We were concealed in the bushes beside the moat, and I looked up at the towering gate before us. As well as the moat, the palace was surrounded by high walls. Storming the gate was out our only way in. Problem was, the gate was protected by a ton of guards.
たとえ変装したとしても突破はできねえだろうな。
I don't think a disguise is gonna cut it. They'd know it was us right away, but if she went by herself, they might not. Like, you don't have to both go. Maybe we'd be better off finding another point of entry.
ああ、強行突破するって手もあるが、あまり現実的じゃねえ。
We could try forcing our way through, but that's not looking very realistic right now. We'd end up causing a commotion, and then they might evacuate the king. Why don't we ask Mimi to scout it out and find us a spot where security is a little lighter? Mimi had been listening in and gave a confident squeak before setting off to do just that. I'd placed a talisman on her head already, so we'd be able to get a good look at what we were dealing with. Oh my goodness. 감사합니다. No, I got one. Thank you. Oh, my sister brought me pizza. Fun fact, I don't like hot food though. So I can feel how warm this plate is, which means it's gonna sit here for like 10-ish minutes at least. After that, we waited for Mimi to come back to us.
なんだ、騒がしいな。
You eat it cold? I eat it warm. I just don't like hot. I've burned my mouth too much. Like, anything too hot, anything that I feel like when I'm eating it, I can't. So it has to be like warm. So in 10 minutes, it'll be warm. It's hot right now. Like the plate's so warm. But she made my favorite dipping sauce. Hey! This is ranch with bulldog sauce in it. I don't know if she added garlic to it. I usually add a little bit of garlic, but she doesn't know that, I don't think, because it just kind of looks like sauce at that point. My special sauce, I also will add the garlic, and then I'll add like just a drop of soy sauce. The problem when you drop a soy sauce though, it kind of makes the ranch separate a little bit, so if you don't eat it fast enough, it'll start to look like two different kind of sauces in a bowl. What's all that noise? People were gathering in front of the gate. It appeared some soldiers were returning from the southern district to report to the guard.
報告！指名手配犯がすでに南地区に侵入しているらしい。
We have reason to believe that the targets have infiltrated the southern
森
district.
から出てくるところを住民が目撃していたそうだ。
A resident witnessed them leaving the forest.
ここに来る可能性がある。警戒を強めてくれ。
They may have already reached the palace. Tighten security. Yes, sir. Soldiers scattered every which way. Some of them returned to the palace to keep watch, while others started patrolling the moat. It was going to be even harder for us to make our move now. Not good.
この調子だと、ミーミの偵察も無駄に終わっちまいそうだな。王宮にはそう簡単には入れなさそうだ。
I doubt Mimi's gonna have much luck either. We'll struggle to get into the palace at this
こう
rate.
なったら、一旦引くか。
What do you think? Should we withdraw now? Let's go to that guy's house. Keep going. Ask for Shaowu's opinion. Listen. She's like, I have momentum now. If I don't go now, I'll be very sad about it. No. What do you think we should do? I asked for his opinion first.
進んだ方がいいだろうな。
I think we should press
逃げ
on.
るにしても、俺たちにはもう身を守れる場所がない。
Even if we run, we have nowhere to run, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Let's go then. What a really... Okay. I have so many thoughts about this game. It's cute. I do like it. I enjoy games that add humor. That's fun.
こうなったら、一旦引くか。
But it feels very superficial. So like, we don't have those little cute images like when they're like, oh look, I found a fan or whatever, and then it shows you a fan, right? They don't show it. Like there's these elements they keep saying, oh, and then I found this, but then it doesn't show you. So it's like, what was it? The whole time, right? And then this choice, does this even feel like a romantic choice at all? It doesn't. It just feels like, oh, we need to add a choice somewhere. How about, should we go in or not? You know what I mean? And also, I'm not saying I like bad endings. I don't need a bad ending, but for it to be a romantic or a true love ending. And then also, I feel like the romantic ones, is that right? Romantic and true love. The romantic ones seem to have better endings than the true love. I feel like true love sounds more loving than romantic, but... And also, it changes nothing in the final scene. You go to the final scene, you make those two choices, you get the other ending. So everything happens exactly the same, no matter what. It's just a really boring pie chart. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The pie chart's boring to get to here. It's just a straight line. It reminds me of when I played Final Fantasy and they were like, it's open world, but it really wasn't. Let's press on. I said it without hesitation. You serious? You know I am. Pulling back means avoiding a confrontation with the soldiers, but we might never get a chance to get this close to the palace. I made my point assertively, and Shaowu shot me an affectionate smile, because he's hot for me. This is no time to get cold feet. Mimi, you're back! I could tell by her expression that it hadn't had much success. Let me check your talisman. I had to look right away. There was pretty much as bad as it could get. There were guards swarming the moat. They were walking around in a formation, leaving zero opening. I don't think we'll be able to sneak in from the moat. We might be able to take down some of the guards, but they're in constant motion. So we would get caught by one of them before we could climb the wall. For found mid-climb, there's no way we can figure our way out. Worst case, they hit us with arrows. That'd be the end of us. That leaves us with only one option. Storming the gate, let go. Right. The funny thing is, Mimi's a better fighter than she is. This little panda just goes like, face attack. She's like, face hugger. And then that's it. She wins. Mimi jumped up onto my shoulder as we rushed for the gate. Distract them, Mimi. See, look at her go. What's that? It's so fast, I can't tell. Is it cat? It's a panda, like the runaways have with them. Grab it! The soldiers grouped together, but none of them could capture the panda weaving between their feet. This was our chance. Take this. Ha! We struck them down one by one from behind. They're here. Well, it's our panda. They'd completely taken their eyes off the spot we were attacking from, and we held the advantage. We remained methodical as we took them down one at a time. Shuoza's frenzy was super impressive. Shaowu, I don't know why I said Shuoza. I added a Z there. We made full use of his long limbs to knock out the soldiers after soldier. Alright, we've whittled them down some. Let's move. I've brought reinforcements. Where are they? Just what we need. We'll have to force our way through. If these reinforcements came from outside, then I bet the inside is short-staffed. I bet there's loads of soldiers who came out looking for us too. Our aim was to reach the innermost depths of the palace where the king would be, not take down every soldier. Alright, let's see. How warm do you feel now? That seems fine. We're gonna pause, sort of. I'm gonna put it on the BRB screen so I can eat my snack. Because this isn't like the last snack I had where I can eat it between things, because it's gonna be a little messier. So I will be back by 10-ish minutes. So I'm gonna BRB. I'm not gone, I'm still here. Snack is done. Oh, my screen just went dark. Hey, I did great timing. Back at ya. Let's go. We kept fighting until we found our chance to slip through the gate and into the palace forecourt. I hadn't been here in ages. The place is pretty much deserted. To think that so many stalls had lined this area during the tournament, not one of them remained. Let's put this back, I guess. I moved it for the snacks. The clear view of the entire court, we had a solid idea of what we had stumbled into. Was there a bunch of Yangshi? All of this was painfully obvious. Well, we made it this far. Guess that was the easy part. Huge swaths of soldiers were had us surrounded. But they're not even dressed like soldiers. They're dressed like court officials. I mean, I could be so wrong. I don't know that well. Just saying. I just got from Budashihana, and they wore way different outfits. There had to be hundreds of them. No matter where I looked, there wasn't a gap to be found. We had no choice but to stop a short ways from the palace entrance. So we lied. Aren't you going to surrender? If you do it now, His Majesty might deign to show you some mercy. What are you talking about? We know he wants us dead or alive. The man! Yes, but you're Li Han's granddaughter. His Majesty said he would overlook your transgressions if you turn yourself in. Surrender, and your life will be spared. He was trying to force my hand. Oh my gosh! That's cute. That's the cutest shot I've ever seen, actually. Also, his hands are more in proportion now. I spun around standing back to back with Shaowu. What's wrong? You don't want to risk your life after all? Wrong. I'm here to protect you, Shaowu. I told you how I felt yesterday, didn't I? I suppose you did. That was mean of me, sorry. I like how upfront you are about this stuff, though. Let's break through and make it to the finish line. You ready, Mimi? Is she serious? Kill her too. His Majesty gave us a go-ahead. Hold it right there! A familiar cry cut through the soldiers around us just as we were readying to with their weapons. You've got some major nerve trying to lay your hands on my granddaughter. You want to kill them? You have to get through me first. Shunlin, are you okay? She's like, gosh, the things I have seen, guys. Do you think you could stop causing us so much trouble? Oh my goodness! What are you guys doing here? Like, oh my god, hi! Li Hong told us everything about Shaowu before bringing us here. You should have told us yourselves. You know we're on your side, don't you? Sorry? Don't apologize. Besides, I owe you. I heard you helped my brother out. Your brother? You rescued a kid from the Yaoshi in the Northern District Forest, right? That was my younger brother. Yeah, I know. I knew. No way!
いいダチに恵まれたな。
You got great friends, huh? My friends and family, I'm so lucky to have them. Unlike you, who only has a mom now. High five. And once we get past this, I'll be saying the exact same thing about you.
ああ、もちろんだ。
I bet you will. Wow. Oh gosh, everyone took up a fighting stance. I could not read that next word.
お前ら罪人の味方をするつもりか。
You realize you're siding with criminals, don't you?
ならばこいつらも同罪だ。殺せ。
That makes you accomplices. Kill them.
お前さんたち、ここはわしらに任せて先に行け。
Leave this to us. You two forge out
そし
ahead.
て国王の国が犯した罪を明らかにするのだ。
Expose the king, expose the crimes of this nation. I will, Grandpa. Thank you. Bye, guys.
感謝する。
Thanks. We ran ahead at full speed without turning around and trusting the others to have our backs. We weren't running to our deaths. We were taking the first steps of our new lives. With this, we would lift the burdens of those who had been sacrificed. Okay, but how? We charged on and on and on. Once inside the palace, we raced to the throne room. Take that! There weren't many guards inside. Grandpa and the others must be keeping most of them busy in the forecourt. The odd one showed up now and then, but we just kicked them down as we continued. The throne room is this way, right?
ああ、間違いねえ。前にも来たからな。
Right where it was last time. Me. Mimi's fur was bristling. Her asking, this is the right way, right? He's like, yeah, it hasn't changed. It's basically what it sounded like. We knew that meant danger, so we followed its gaze. A whole horde of soldiers came flooding in around the corner.
この数はまずいな。
That's way too many. Let's turn back in.
こちらにいましたか。
So this is where you were. I know that voice.
お久しぶりです。まさかこれほどの騒ぎを起こすとは。
It's good to see you again. I had thought that you would have gone about this a little more quietly. Longli. He was leading the soldiers. He stepped out in front of us.
どけ。お前に用はない。
Move, you're not the one I'm after.
そういうわけには。お二人は自分たちが何をしているのか
Would that I
理解
could.
していますか？
I read it 4 times. Positive it's supposed to be wish that I could. Do you two understand the gravity of what you're doing? Longli's face was set and
こ
stern.
こまで来たらあなたたちの処刑は避けられないでしょう。
By coming here, you two ensured the inevitability of your execution.
くどい。その程度の言葉で俺たちが逃げ帰ると思ったか。
Drop it. You really think that a threat like that is going to get us to turn around and go home? We stand here carrying the hopes of those who died and those who live on in this country. This isn't something we're willing to just turn our backs on.
主張は変えねえ。ルオ人はキョンシーによる兵団を作るために俺の故郷で実験を行った。
I stand by my claim. Liu Jian experimented on my village hoping to create Yangshi corpse.
今それを証明してくれる人。キョンシーの状態から元に戻れた俺の母さんもいる。
My mom can testify. She herself was turned, but now she's human again.
認められるまで俺たちは何度だって主張する。
I'll say it as many times as I have to for the people to accept it.
俺は王の咎を知る者だ。
I know what the king has
だ
done.
から道を開けてくれ。
Let us
ロンレイ
pass.
様、そんなものはただの妄言に決まっています。
Wrongly, there's no truth to what he
ここで
said.
二人とも殺してしまいましょう。
We should off them both. You have to believe us, Longli. Longley kept his silence for a long, long time.
主張はわかりました。ですが、私は自分の職務を全うしなければなりませ
I
ん。
understand your claims, however, I have my own duties to perform.
今ここで、君たちを捕らえます。
I have no choice but to apprehend you. No!
では我々が
Allow us to, and then he knocks him out, right?
いえ、その必要はありません。
You needn't involve yourselves. What?
この程度の資格ならば、私一人で拘束できます。あなたたちは外の援軍へ。
I can deal with 2 assassins of this caliber by myself. You will lend your support to the forecourt.
しかし
Sir.
良き様の名代である。私の命令が聞けないのですか？
I speak on behalf of His Highness that you would dare to question me.
そんなことはおい全員す
Of
ぐに
course
外へ
not, sir. The forecourt. Let's go. So many soldiers, but now every last one of them was rushing past us. We were still staring after them in awe when Longley addressed us
そ
again.
れでは、両人様のもとに連行し、君たちを直接裁いていただきましょ
I'll
う。
take you to His Majesty and have him judge you personally.
このまま、無傷でね。
I do not intend to lay a finger on you myself. Thanks, Longley.
お前
For real? Now that no one was around, an almost mischievous smile had risen on Longley's face.
いいのか？このことを知られたら、お前の立場もまずくなるだろう。
You sure about this? Won't you be in trouble if someone finds out?
そうですね。ですが、この事態を収束させるには、君たちを両人様のもとへ導くしかないようです
I
から。
suppose, you're right. It would seem bringing you before His Majesty is the best way of settling this matter once and for
そ
all.
れに、良き様も、二人のことを案じていましたよ。
Not to mention His Highness was rather concerned about the two of you. He was.
ええ。よほど君のことが印象に残っていたようです。
You've left quite the impression on him.
無事に事件を解決して、安心させてあげてください。
I ask that you put this matter to a close and bring his mind at ease. We will.
すまねえな。後始末は任せた。
Sorry about this. We'll leave the cleanup to you. You got
これが
this. He's like,
私の
I
仕
got
事ですから。
this.
では、
It is
参り
but
ましょう。
part of the job. Let us proceed.
君たちが最後に立ち向かう、この国の王のもとへと。
I hope you're prepared to face your final challenge, King Lao Jin himself. And the boss battle begins.
来たか
You've come at last. Following Longley's lead, we stepped into the throne room. What awaited us was nothing like what we had seen during our audience. There were soldiers everywhere. The king sat in his throne, glaring down at us with an overbearing air. We were being treated like criminals. The atmosphere in the room made that all too clear.
論来よくぞ罪人を捕らえた。この件が落ち着いたら褒美を与えよう。
I applaud you for detaining these miscreants, Longley. You'll be rewarded in due course.
はっ、ありがたき幸せ。
Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm honored.
それで
Now then. I swallowed hard. You could have cut the tension with a knife. We needed to wait for Lao Jin to make his move. Our counterattack could come after. Shaowu must have been thinking along similar lines. He was staring at the king without much of his twitching. But not so much as twitching.
それに春林と言ったか。
Shaowu and Shunlin, was it?
国王に対する反逆だけにとどまらず、己の罪を認めず逃亡し、いたずらに民衆を恐怖に陥れた。
Not only have you rebelled against your king, you have fled from taking responsibility and needlessly frightened Kaiyu residents.
すべてが万死に値する。よって即刻死刑に処す。
Each charge is an atrocity of its own right. I therefore sentence you to immediate execution. I felt no fear. His declaration was just as I had been expecting.
その前に、お前に聞きたいことがある。
First, there's something I need to ask. In fact, this was the very moment Shaowu had been waiting for. Though he spoke at a normal level, his voice boomed through the room. It was enough to make the soldiers hesitate and readying their weapons. It was only for a second.
愚かな。 罪人の分際で私に意見できるとでも思うたか。
How foolish. You are a criminal. What makes you believe you have a right to state your opinion?
だが
Your.
論例よ、すぐに罪人を処刑場へ連れて行け。準備はできているのだろう。
Longley, escort them to the execution grounds at once. I trust all preparations are in order.
しかし
Yes, sire. However,
なんだ、何か懸念があるのなら申せ。
what is it? If you have a concern, you will speak it.
恐れながら
Forgive me, sire.
申し上げます。
I shall speak.
先ほどこの男は己の故郷がルオジン様に滅ぼされたのだと主張しておりました。
The male prisoner has asserted that you, your majesty, laid waste to his
ルオジン
village.
様がキョンシーの兵団を作るために村一つを使って実験したのだと。
He claims that you experimented on an entire population in an attempt to create a Yangshi corpse.
それは全て虚言だと伝えただろう。
Have I not said that these are nothing but
そ
falsehoods?
れがこたびの逃亡でその証人も用意できたと申しております。
He asserts that he has found a witness who can attest to as much during his
な
flight.
んだと。
What?
俺の母親だ。キョンシー化されたまま20年も生きていた。
My mom, she was living as a Yangshi for the past 20
会話も
years.
できない状態だったが、今回ようやく人間に戻すことができた。
It stole her ability to speak, but we recently managed to restore her humanity.
お前らが何をしたかを詳細に語ってくれたよ。あんたのことも目撃したと言っていた。
She was able to describe what you and your lackeys did in great detail, and she saw you there, in the flesh.
ルオジン様、もしや心当たりの
Might you know something about this, Your Majesty?
私を疑うのか。
Do you doubt me?
疑ってはおりません。ただ私もルオジン様を信じるため今回の事件について調べさせていただきました。
Not in the least. Nevertheless, I did take it upon myself to investigate this incident, so my trust in you might be strengthened further.
結果国で闇の砲術の実験をしていたことや横領の罪で処された肝心の記録に怪しいところがあるのは分かったのですが
I discovered state-run experiments in the shadow arts as well as discrepancies in the records of an official executed for embezzlement.
確実な証拠はありませんでした。
As for concrete evidence, I found nothing. I didn't realize Longley was looking into the incidents too. Maybe that was why he let Shaowu and I go freely.
ならばよかろう。
Very well.
同志という存在が重宝されている我が国なら、闇の法術について研究するのは当然のことだ。
Caillou values our Daoshi. It is only natural we as a state should research the shadow arts.
横領の罪で処された者については何とも言えぬ
I couldn't possibly comment on the executed
が、生
official.
き残れなかった負け犬なのだから大したことではないだろう。
The fact remains that he failed to ensure his own survival. We will find nothing of value in the circumstances surrounding his death. The king paused before
問
continuing.
題は男の言う証人だ。
The problem lies with the so-called witness.
もし本当に証人がいるというのなら、そやつはなぜここにおらぬのだ。
If such a witness exists, why has she not joined us here?
本気で私を糾弾するのであれば、その証人となる人物を共に連れてくるべきではないか。
If you two would denounce me as such, it would behoove you to have brought your witness.
お前に口封じとして殺されたらたまらねえからな。安全な場所に隠れてもらってる。
She's hiding in a safe place. I wasn't about to let you kill her to bury the truth.
ならばそなたらの主張は全て証拠も何もない妄言同然としれ。
So he said Mogan, like something from Golden Girls. Then your claims amount to nothing but delusional hogwash without a shred of evidence to back them up.
そもそもその証人が当時の生き残りであるとどうやって証明できる
How do you intend to prove this witness is a survivor of the incident in the first place?
それに私は辺境の村になぞ行ったこともないわ
Regardless, I have never once set foot in one of our remote villages. Lao Jin's defense flowed smoothly from his lips, and as much as I hated to admit it, he was very convincing. The surrounding soldiers seemed to believe him too. They were poised to kill us at that moment's notice. Though Longley had tried to stand up for us, there was now a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead.
ロンレイ即刻この者らを処刑せよ
Longley, you will have them executed at
も
once.
ちろんこの者らに協力したリーホン同士らも同罪だ捕らえ次第すぐに殺せ
Now it's your Li Hong and the other men who assisted them are accomplices. Have them killed the moment you capture them.
しかし
Sire.
役立たずなそこの貴様
What a
やりを
disappointment.
かせ
You there, give me your spear.
死ね
Perish. It all happened in a flash. Lao Jin snatched a spear away from a soldier beside him and hurled it in our direction. Oh no.
Shuni!
Shaowu leapt in front of me and I heard the sound of tearing fabric. You okay?
無事か
Yeah, it only tore through my clothes a bit.
とうとう本性を表したか上等だ
Finally showing your true colors, tyrants? That suits me just fine. The hostility Shaowu held for the king was clear on his face. Suddenly there was a clank of something and something fell to the floor. Hey, that's the ornament we picked up in the village. It must have fallen out when my clothes ripped. It was strangely eye-catching sitting there in the middle of the spacious throne room. Normally I would have ignored it, but then I noticed something. Wait a second. This is just like the one you're wearing, Your Majesty.
なんだと
What did you just say? Something seemed to have clicked for Shaowu too. He swooped in to grab the trinket. Longley had also been studying it
春
intently.
林さんその装飾品はどこで手に入れたものですか
Notice how a lot of this evidence is also circumstantial. He was not there when it was acquired. Thus, how could he possibly know that what she says is true and that they didn't steal this while they were in the castle? Like, anything is possible, right? You are not present, thus you were taking everything at face value. Where did you obtain that ornament? Only then did I realize how decisive this piece of evidence truly was. In Shaowu's village, where the experiments took place, it was in the ashes of a building. The soldiers' collective air took a drastic turn.
えい黙れそのようなものいくらでも偽物を作ることが
Silence. Such an ornament can easily be reproduced.
いいえ不可能です
No, Your Majesty,
こ
not
の
this one.
王宮が代々抱えている職人にしか作ることができません
Only the artisans who have served the palace for generations could produce something like this.
火から逃れた丈夫さといい当時の国王が身につけていたものでまず間違いないでしょう
It's an irrefutable fact. Not only did it survive the flames, but Your Majesty is wearing garments with the same adornments.
ルオジン様もお分かりでは
You know as well as I do, don't you?
ロンレイ貴様
Now imagine it was drawn and we knew what it looked like on the screen, because I don't know what part of what he's wearing is this supposed to match. Longley, you traitor.
どうやら全てが揃ったみたいだな
Everything slots into place. Yes, it does. I think we've safely proven we were in Shaowu's village at the time. You were in Shaowu's village at the time of the incident because I said I found this there. Agitation was spreading among the soldiers. They were starting to realize their king had decimated an innocent village, all for the sake of a horrific experiment. Any one of them could be next. The truth gnawed at their minds, fear plain on their faces.
ルオジン様二人の処刑は 一度保留に。
I shall hold off on executing these two for now, sire.
詳しくお話を伺えますね。
Instead, I ask that you explain thoroughly.
何をバカなことを。私は誰だと思っている。
How absurd. You do realize who you're speaking to is such impudence.
その場しのぎの詭弁に騙されるでない。
You should know better than to fall for their time-stalling tactics. Cheers rose from outside. You think the guys out there are all wiped out?
制圧されちまってるじゃねえか。何？あれだけ兵力差があったのに。
You know how many men we had out there, right? Grandpa and the others must have won.
だがそれだけじゃなさそうだな。確認してみるぞ。
Sounds like there's more to it than that. Let's go check. We wove through the soldiers and went over to the window. When we peered outside...
シュンリン無事
Shinlin, are you okay?
外にいる増票どもは全員倒したから安心せ。
It was nighttime earlier, wasn't it? Wasn't it dark outside when we first met with these guys? Fear not, we felled every last one of the ranks and files out here.
俺の師匠とシャオのお師匠も騒動を聞いて駆けつけてくれたぜ。
Both my master and Shaowu came running when they heard what was you were up to.
師匠が
Master's here?
とは言ってもリーンさんの話を広めて協力してくれる人を集めることしかできませんでした。
I'm afraid I was unable to do much more than spread Li Ying's story and gather supporters.
何を言っておる。十分すぎるほどじゃ。まさかこれだけの人を説得してきてくれると
Now,
は。
you've done more than enough. Look at all the people you've convinced. What a... This definitely feels like if they had locked the chapters or in some way his would have been first, because this one reveals the least about anybody. Like, and it kind of touches a little bit on everyone. They really did fight off all the soldiers. The crowd must have filled in on all the oh gosh. The crowd must have been filled in on all details. Some of them were openly criticizing the king. We had evidence, we had a witness, and news of the incident had spread among the people. The king had to understand what this meant better than anyone else. He stared out at the crowd, his face pale. Shaowu took a step forward.
終わりだ。
It's over, fess up.
死んで償いとは言わねえ。ただ、事件の犠牲者となった奴らを解放してやってくれ。
I'm not saying you need to die. I just want you to put the souls you sacrificed to rest. You filthy cur? I don't know what that... I don't know. Did I say a slur? What was that? Dog? Is that a dog? Instead of putting dog or mongrel, you put you filthy cur... Who is right-clicking on their Word documents just to try and make they... Oh my gosh. The king bit his lip. They were like, right-click, I don't want dog, what's better? But he said nothing else. His silence was His silence was tantamount. Tantamount. I can't say that any other way. My goodness.
Tantamount.
I said it right. Objective, that means equivalent in value. So finally admitting defeat. It was a lovely and refreshing morning. I woke up to warm sunshine and bird songs filtering into my room, and I stepped out in high spirits. Good morning, Grandpa. Several months had passed since our fight. We had safely returned to our everyday lives. King Lao Jin confessed to his crimes and was subsequently imprisoned. It caused quite the stir, which only calmed down recently. Long Li carried out a proper investigation into what happened to Shaowu's village, bringing the whole truth to light. We can now expect the king to atone for his actions.
王の罪が白日のもとにさらされるとはの。
I never thought I'd witness His Majesty's wrongdoings exposed for all to see.
あのロンレイという若造がそこまでしてくれるとは思わなんだ。
I didn't expect young Longley to go to such lengths for it. Grandpa was murmuring over his breakfast. I could tell that the recent events meant a great deal to him. I'm so grateful he did. Now Shaowu and Li Ying get to live peacefully. It means Prince Yoki is set to be the next king, doesn't it?
老人様の息子は彼しかおらぬからの。
He is Majesty's only son after all, and yet in a different story we heard he had twins or like 2 kids, so he'll be King Yoki. He made an address the other day.
こたび明らかになった不王が20年前に起こした騒動だが、誠に遺憾である。
Recently, certain actions carried out by my father 20 years ago is come to light. I find them to be most lamentable and troubling.
人権を無視した非道な行い、二度と繰り返さないとここに誓おう。
I hereby vow that this nation will never again exhibit such blatant disregard of human rights.
力ある者が正義。それは確かにこの国の真理である。
Might makes right, such is the truth around which this nation
だ
operates.
が、
However,
力なき者を守れぬ強さなどに意味はない。
any strength that fails to defend the weak holds no value.
これからは力なき者と力ある者が共に歩んでいくような国を作ると約束しよう。
I promise to build a country where strong and weak can live and work together in harmony. Prince Yoki had left a powerful impression on me when he spoke at the tournament, but his capacity as a member of the royal family struck me even more when I saw him make that speech in public. I think Prince Yoki will make a great king.
武術過激派であった不王とは違う政治を目指しているようじゃな。
His father bordered on zealotry. I know zealous. I know what overzealous means, and I know what being zealous is, but like zealotry? Back to like just doing it intentionally.
Zealotry.
Zealotry. Sorry, tree. The fantastical and uncompromising pursuit of a cause, belief, or ideology. Oh my god.
なら、同じ過ちは起こら
I'm
ない
sure
じ
he
ゃろ
won't make the
う。
same mistake. Same. We'd put our lives on the line, but none of it had been in vain. I hope Caillou becomes a place for everyone to live peaceful and happy lives. As soon as I was ready to go out, I headed for Yuan's restaurant. How are things today, Yuan?
まあぼちぼちってところかね。
A little slow, I'd
シュン
say.
リンちゃんが手伝いに来なくなってからちょっと客が減った気がするよ。
I feel like I've had a dip in customers since you stopped helping out,
やっぱ
Shinlin.
り看板娘の効果は大きかったのかね。
I think you helped attract business. Come on, Yuan. I'm sure I had nothing to do with it. It's your delicious cooking that makes this place so popular. I know you'll always get people lining up coming lunchtime.
嬉しいこと言ってくれるじゃないの。
Aren't you sweet? The conversation had me reminiscing about my days helping her. That reminds me, I'm sorry I never got that spice to you. I heard Hadan passed it on instead, but still.
ちゃんと受け取ったから大丈夫だよ。お使い言ってくれてありがとね。
I got it in the end. That's all that matters. Thanks for running that little errand for me.
ハオランから聞いたんだけど、いろいろ大変だったんだろ
Hadan told me you were having a real tough time back then. Girl, she knows the rule. Like, what happened? That's putting it mildly. Now that I thought about it, the whole thing started because I convinced Yuan to let me go out and pick up that spice. It was thanks to that errand that I met Shaowu and Shiyu, went on a journey with them, and went on... Gosh, I see. It was thanks to that errand that I met Shaowu and Shiyu, went on a journey with them, and had myriad of other encounters. We'd even helped to change Caillou. Now I'm getting emotional. It was like an epic tale. Like, but not
シュンリン
also at the same
来てたん
time.
だ。
Hey, Shinlin. Hi, Hadan. He was poking his head out of the kitchen behind the counter.
厨房は問題ないかい？
Any problems in the kitchen?
はい、作業は一通り終わりました。ちょうど手が空いたところだったので、報告しようかと。
Nope, we're all good. I've wrapped up most of the work, so I thought I'd come out and let you know how I was doing.
じゃあ私が厨房に戻るからここを頼むよ。
Can you help take care of the front then? I'll head back to the
つい
kitchen.
でに春林ちゃんとのんびり話してていいからね。
Feel free to have a nice long chat with Shinlin while you're at it.
はい、
Will do.
ありがとうございま
Thank
す。
you.
春林ちゃん。
See you
じゃあ
later,
またね。
Shinlin. With a casual wave of her hand, Yuan dipped back into the kitchen.
春林、今日はどうしたの？何か食べたいものでもあってきたのかな？
What brings you here today, Shinlin? Got a craving for something specific? That's part of it, but I really wanted to check in on you and Yuan.
様子見に来てくれたんだね。
Oh yeah, that's nice
Arigato.
of you. He smiled, looking totally at ease. Did you get some good news or something, Hadan?
どうして？
How did you know? You just seem kind of happy.
顔に出ちゃってたか。
Guess I'm an open book. His smile turned a little
実
bashful.
は今朝、師匠が歩けるようになったんだ。
Get this, Master started walking again this morning. Yumin's walking? A lot had happened since the incident wrapped up. It turned out Yiming had been a victim of the same technique as Li Ying. In his case, the technique had been applied perfectly. We didn't have high hopes for his recovery at first, but my powers worked on him too, and I was able to make him human again. The spell must have been cast by a highly skilled Daoshi, wink wink. Yiming had been bedridden even after he regained his consciousness. It sounds like he's on the mend. That's such a relief.
この調子なら、時間さえかければ完治するっ
Relief
て
is right.
お医者さんも言ってたよ。
The doctor said he's on track to make a full recovery. It'll take some time. Did you ever find out who did this to Yiming to begin
わ
with?
からない。
No.
でも、師匠が無事に戻ってきてくれたなら、
As long as I get my
ひとま
master back,
それ
that's
でいいんだ。
enough for me. If I recall, it was Shisetsu? I think he's the one who was in control specifically. I see. I hope whoever did it will be caught eventually. Hadon nodded. I got the impression he cared more than he let on. We never did learn who set those Yangshi on the tournament or murdered all those martial artists. Their motive was still a mystery too. With Hadon in such high spirits, however, I decided some things were better left unsaid. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows. The overall ending didn't even involve her actual boyfriend. That's crazy. I know we have this part, but that's crazy. As we were talking, I noticed how many customers were starting to stream in. It must have been the lunchtime rush.
春里、お客さんが来たから仕事に
Well,
戻るね。
Shinlin, I better get back to work. Yeah, let me give you a hand. I know how to take orders, if nothing
あ
else.
りがとう。助かるよ。
Thanks, that'll be great help. I stayed at the restaurant right up until sunset. Why? Why till sunset? Lunch is like 3 hours. By the time I headed home, I was wiped out. The rich, savory aroma of stir-fry welcomed me when I made it in. I peered into the kitchen to see that Grandpa was busy cooking.
今日は遅かったの。先に夕食の準備はしておいたぞい。
You're home late today. I've already started on dinner. Thanks, Grandpa. I'm sure there'll be enough for you too, Mimi. And so another very ordinary day came to a close. The next day, it was a lovely and refreshing morning. I woke up to warm sunshine and bird songs filtering into my room, and I stepped out in high spirits. See you later, Grandpa. As usual, I had a lot planned for today. First, I went to Yuhan's restaurant to help out with Horan. Then, I trained with Mimi in the forest on the outskirts of town. In the evening, I started on dinner so it would be ready by the time Grandpa got home from work. And then I made out with my boyfriend. Good night, Grandpa.
おやすみじゃ。
Good night. Off I went to bed. Psych. I don't get it. I snapped to my senses the second my head hit the pillow.
夜中になんじゃうるさいぞい。
She just shouted that. I don't get it! I'm sorry, I didn't say it right. It's the middle of the night. Keep it down. Sorry,
あ
Grandpa.
と近所迷惑になるじゃろう
We'll
が。
have the neighbors complaining in a minute. At least my apology pacified him. I heard his footsteps retreat. I sank back into the mattress as I listened to them. I just don't understand. Why hasn't Shaowu come to see me yet? We had undeniably formed a connection through everything we'd experienced together. I can't be wrong about that. It wasn't my imagination. It couldn't be. We kissed. So where the heck is he? At first I thought it was just his village and Li Ying keeping him busy, but maybe he's staying away from me on purpose. When I wrote to him, I asked if there was anything he could use my help with. He always said he was fine, so we still hadn't seen each other. I know I should give him space after everything that's happened, but it felt like I'd waited long enough. I miss him. Maybe I was too pushy in my letters, like I asked one too many questions, and now he doesn't like me anymore. The painful possibility seemed to squeeze my heart to within an inch of its life, or maybe he wants to come see me, but he can't for whatever reason. What if he's getting himself wrapped up in something bad again? What if he's hurt or sick? The more possibilities sprung to my mind, the more anxious I became, and the less I was able to sleep. I guess I'll be heading to his village tomorrow. If I get there and he's in trouble, I'll be able to help him out. My decision made, I was able to get some sleep. The following day, see you later, Grandpa. I dashed out the front door the moment I was set for my travels. I'd woken up earlier than usual this morning. I was so worried about Shaowu that it kept me from sleeping too deeply. I cut through the square and past Eons. My destination was the entrance of the Forest of Chiming Souls, which sat in the woods at the edge of town. Gotta hurry. I'll be there soon, Shaowu.
なんだ
What? Huh?
久しぶりだな
Long time no see. Oh, they saved his last comic strip for the very, very end. That's crazy. I don't think it was this late last time.
朝っぱらから俺の名前を呼んで
What's got you calling me so early in the morning? Oh, huh.
なんだ人の顔を見るなり呆然として
He's wearing clothes, actually. That is confusing. It's rude to stare, you know. But where's he been? Why didn't he contact me? Why didn't he come see me? I got a billion questions, but I'm so happy I could burst. Shaowu!
相変わらずだな
You haven't changed. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Why are you dressed so nicely anyways?
なあこれか
Oh, this? Longley
実はロンレイの推薦で王宮の将校として働くことになったん
Longley
だ
got me a job as a palace officer.
故郷の事件が公になったせいで解雇された将校も結構いたみたいでな人手不足なんだと
A lot of them got fired after the truth about my village got out. The palace is short of hands. Really? I mean, congratulations becoming an officer, just like that.
はあ
Thanks. Huh? Wait, but that means you never come to see me because you were busy out with work?
そうだな
I guess. Not because you were sick or in trouble?
そんなわけねえだろ
No, where'd that come from? Phew! Oh, thank goodness! Why didn't you just... Well then, why didn't you explain... Why didn't you explain in any of your letters?
心配させちまったみたいだな
Sorry, sounds like I worried you.
ただ
I just...
結婚の申し込みをするならちゃんとした職に就いてからするべきだと思ってな
I didn't think I could ask you to marry me without getting a real job first. Oh, right. Wait, what? Marriage as in the wedding kind? Yeah. Like, say, would a man and woman become husband and wife?
それ以外に何がある？
Isn't that obvious? And you wanted to ask me?
あんた以外の誰にするってんだ？
Who else am I going to marry? Oh. I really wasn't expecting this.
まあ、そういう話は一切したことなかったしな。
Well, we never talked about it.
けど、
But
あんたと一緒に生きるという未来をすぐにでも叶えたくて。
I want to share my future with you from this moment on.
この数ヶ月、死に物狂いで準備してきた。
It's all I've been working for these past few months. One hand, one arm hold.
愛してる、俊林。
I love you,
俺の嫁
Shinlin.
になってくれ。
Be my wife. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, I have a new favorite. This is my favorite.
一緒に幸せな家庭を作ろう。
Let's build a happy home together. Okay. He confessed to me at long last, wearing a smile that made my heartstrings sing. He rarely spoke, and when he did, he was curt. But every brief remark he made just now carried echoes of his boundless love for me. I was so happy that my eyes were welling up. I did my best to hold in the tears. I would love to be your wife. Oh my god, they're my favorite people. Not to be outdone, I gave him the biggest smile I possibly could. I've been so worried all this time we've been apart, worried that you were sick or in trouble, or that you didn't have feelings for me anymore. But I know now none of these things are true, and I'm so
俺があん
relieved.
たを嫌うことなんて絶対にない。
My feelings for you are never going away. I know. Well, you'll always love me with that honest heart of yours. So let me tell you in return, I love you, Shaowu. Please let me be your wife.
はあ、世界一幸せな嫁にしてみせる。
Please. I will. I'll make you the happiest wife in the
俊
world.
林、あんたが俺のそばにいてくれて本当によかった。
I'm so glad that you were the one by my side in all this, Shunlin.
これからもずっと一緒に寄り添っていこう。
Let's stay just as close to each other from here on out. Oh my god, I love them. Together forever! Oh my god. Oh my goodness. What a great time. Splendid. Pretend you don't hear anything. It's nothing. It's fine. It's fine. There's no sound. They'll never know. I honestly feel
一旦引くか。それとも。
gay. See, everything happens exactly the same. After checking in on Haran and Yuan, I set off for the village with Shaowu that Shaowu was currently living in. He had been staying with his master before, but now he and Li Ying were living together. I'd gotten into the habit of visiting several times a week because I want to. Thanks to the force of chiming souls, the journey took me no time at all. Good to see you, Shunlin.
よく来たな。
You made it. Shaowu and Li Ying were waiting to welcome me at the village gate. Li Ying waving as I came through, a good natured smile on her face. I'm glad she's doing well. Li Ying had bounced back with such success that she suffered no after effects with her transformation whatsoever. The 20-year gap in her life did make certain practical things difficult. Shaowu had started working in earnest so he could earn more money and support her.
道中何も問題なかったか？
Have any trouble on your way over? None at all.
遠いところわざわざありがとう。
Thank you for coming this way. It's always such a delight to see you. Oh, I brought some food for you. I made it myself. I hope you'll like it. You did? What a darling you
あな
are.
たのお料理とっても美味しいから嬉しいわ。
The dishes you make are to die for. I'm just happy you enjoy them. Li Ying took the food from me, holding it carefully in her
ほん
hand.
といつも気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I appreciate everything you do. I
と
mean
ても
it.
しっかりしてるし、お料理も家事も得意だし、ほんといつも感心しているのよ。
So everyone kind of has like a character that gets to be seen, and maybe for some reason his would be Shiyu, but Shiyu appears in every story for a brief moment, and I don't think that counts. But Haran had his master, which is the hot guy with the age gap that's like true love. And then Yu Hong had his master. They both had their masters. His master doesn't show up, and his own mom doesn't have a sprite. Like, give his mom a sprite. Give him one. Everyone should have one character that's special for them that, you know, you get for their route. You never fail to impress me. You're confident in everything you do, and you're so good at cooking
あ
and
な
chores.
たみたいな子がお嫁に来てくれたら私も安心できるんだけど。
I wouldn't have the slightest thing to worry about if you married my son. What? I spun towards Shaowu. Li Ying had only mumbled the last part, so maybe I wasn't supposed to hear it. I'd been looking my way too, so our eyes locked.
なあ、悪いな。母さんは最近この話ばっかなんだ。
Sorry, it's all mom talks about lately. Oh no, it doesn't bother me. It's kind of embarrassing talking about it out in the open. Now I think about it. Shaowu's never explicitly told me how he feels. I was super anxious whenever this sort of talk came up. Maybe I shouldn't have been waiting for him to make the first move.
母さん、これから買い物に行く予定だったろ。
Didn't you say you want to go shopping, Mom?
俺が行ってくるから、こいつと二人でゆっくり話したらどうだ？
I can take care of it for you. You two kick back and spend some time
そ
together.
んな悪いわよ。
I can't let you do that. Why don't I give him a hand? I help out at this Ladies Lian's restaurant, so I know all about seasonings and
そう
stuff.
なの？それじゃあお言葉に甘え
You
て
too?
お願いしようかしら。
Then I'll take you up on that
シャ
offer.
オ、彼女をしっかり守るのよ。
Make sure nothing happens to her, Shaowu. Got it?
わかってる。母さんこそ、俺がいない間に無理して家事するなよ。
I know. Don't force yourself to get through any chores while I'm away either. With that settled, Shaowu set off in the direction of the market. Honestly, I was used to him charging ahead. We'll see you later, Li Ying.
え、気をつけて。
Take
頑
care
張る
now.
のよ。
And know I believe in you. Huh? I wasn't sure what that look in her eyes meant, but I didn't want to lose sight of Shaowu, so I rushed after him. He's tall, so you have to run sometimes. We managed to buy everything we needed. Now we were on our way home.
頼まれたもんはこれで全部か。
You didn't forget anything, did we? I don't think so.
あんたがいてくれたおかげで早めに終わったな。
I finished up faster than usual thanks to you. Glad I could help. I glanced at him at what he was carrying. Shaowu hauled 2 big bundles of groceries wrapped in cloth all by himself. Because of his size and strength, he wasn't struggling with it at all, but it was still a lot. Meanwhile, my hands were empty. Aren't those heavy, Shaowu? Here, let me take one.
いや、いい。んな細腕でこんな荷物持てるわけねえだろ。
No way. You can't
無理すんな。
carry these with those noodle arms. Why force yourself? I wouldn't be forcing myself. He didn't exactly look like he was having trouble, but still. I felt a bit uneasy being the one not carrying anything. I kept looking at the bundles in Shaowu's arms as we walked on.
なら、これだけ持つか。
Could you carry this for me then? He held the lighter of the 2 bundles out to me. Maybe he saw how it was bothering me and had started feeling bad for me. Thanks. I took it from him. But he wasn't done.
手持ち無沙汰なら、こっちの手もやるか。
I knew I was gonna do this. I could sense it. I was like, I need to hold so we can hold hands. We both have a spare hand now, right? With that, Shaowu took my empty hand in his own. That's right. What's this for?
なんとなく、こうしたくなった。
Just felt like it. Oh my god, he's so pretty. Yeah, I guess that's okay then.
笑うな。
Quit laughing. You first.
そうか。けど、俺が笑えるようになったのは、あんたのおかげだ
You
よ。
want me to stop? You're the reason I can laugh in the first place, you know? His voice took on a tender note as we
なん
walked
だかんだ
on.
で、あんたと歩む未来のことが後回しになっちまったな。
We're supposed to be sharing our future together, right? I guess things got a bit delayed.
怒ってるか？
Are you mad? No. I know you've had a ton of stuff to sort through before you could even think about settling down. Although,
でも、
yeah, maybe I have been a little anxious. I mean, we haven't even made our relationship official.
そうか。待たせて悪かったな。
Sorry, I guess I kept you waiting. You don't have to worry about that. I laughed, my spirits riding on the wind. Because I love you enough to follow you wherever you go. Under the setting sun, I finally expressed the feelings that had been sitting in my
普
chest.
通そういうのは俺から言うもんじゃないのか。
Hey, I was supposed to say it first. I just wanted to let you know, so I did.
そうか。確かにな。
Then I can't complain.
そ
My
れ
turn.
なら
Oh my goodness. I accept. So cute. Shaowu leaned over to press his lips against mine. Oh my goodness. He's got the best ones. He's got the best CGs. I just wanted to do that, so I did.
あんたのことが好きで好きでたまらない。
I love you so much, I just don't really know how to handle it. Sounds like we're on the same page. Let's keep on sharing our burdens, Shaowu, just like these groceries.
一緒に歩いて支え合って
Let's walk together supporting each
苦し
other
い時も幸せな時もその全てを分けよ
and share everything we have, happiness and pain alike. You took the words right out of my mouth. Will you marry me, Shaowu? I want to find true happiness with you.
う。だからそういうセリフは
Hey,
普通俺
I'm
からだろ。
supposed to be the one to ask you that too.
けどまああんたらしいか。
Then again, that's so like you.
結婚しよ
Yeah, we'll get married.
う。春里。俺は愛しいお前を幸せにしたい。
I love you, Shunlin, and I want to be the one that makes you happy. It's not fair if only I'm happy. We'll be happy together as family. Fair enough.
それもそうだな。本当にあんたは愛おしくてたまらない女だよ。
You really make my heart burst over. Here, he's gonna
心から
kiss. Oh, no, no, here.
愛してる。
I love you more than anything. So cute. It's so cute. I love them. I love you too. Okay, okay. We're gonna mute the game because the song's gonna start. We're gonna make sure we have all the CGs. I think we will. I can't imagine him not having all his photos because it's a very straightforward. Yeah, like look, 2, 4. Okay, it's 9 plus 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He has 18 total. 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He only had 14. These guys, well, he's close. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ah. He's got more. He's still got more. He's got more than these guys. His story was shorter, but he had more than these guys for photos. For transitional shots specifically. Wonderful. Splendid. Okay, so Long Lee will be unlocked now. Which obviously we're not playing tonight because it's almost midnight. But we got through that. But if we start it, it would start it. So and then once we get through Longleys, then the special secret route, wink wink, shows up. How exciting. Actually, wait, wasn't there a photo of him? I don't see it in extras. I know he's like in the background. I thought he was in more than one though. He's so cute. Oh my goodness. What a day. Alrighty, well. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight. I hope you guys have a lovely evening. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there if you'd like to see what we're up to. We're going to be playing Bodeshi Hana. We're currently playing Otome Daoshi, as well as Pokopia, and we're going to be playing Zelda Breath of the Wild again once I have a little more time. Coming soon. Thank you guys. I hope you guys have a lovely night. Thank you, Blue, for being here and chat with me tonight. I will see y'all later.